We are live at Collectco for tonight's Facebook record everything sale. Everybody's on the post. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, this is such Paul's fault. I mean, it is. It's really Paul's fault. Y'all have no idea. Goodness gracious. Okay, here we go. I hate being behind. Shaking all over. Johnny and the Pirates. Group. I'll get all this stuff shared fast. Paul just had to talk. I was up front eating. I was going to be back here by 5:15. Here's the worst words Paul can ever say. Do you have a few minutes? Oh no. Here comes Paul. He's going to want to talk to me. And then that just throws us all off. That's strike two, Paul. Strike two. Laura's so nice, you don't hear a peep out of her. Paul will talk your head off. It is still 5-ish. It is. I will never start past 6. If so, then I'm not doing the sale. That means something's really went wrong. But no, it's... Hey, we used to start at 7. I mean, come on, give me a break. Y'all used to sit around and wait till 7, right? Yep. Oh, so it is Laura's fault. She's the one. That is right. Laura came up to get a V8, and as soon as Laura went to the back, Paul came up front. And that threw off the entire flow. But y'all got to give me some slack. We used to start this thing at 7. So, I think I know that. You know that. We all know that. Okay. I'm trying to reply to Mike Massey and share him a link here. And Thomas Baumhart and Bob Reiger. It's not wanting to share it, though. That's weird. All right. I've waited all day. Oh, so really it's Mike Massey's fault for sending us V8s. Yep. Robert Barnett, Jeff Hallsworth, Sean Fairweather, Eddie McKenna, Craig Sweden, Aaron Below. Yep. 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 Good thing I'm my own boss. I am glad I'm my own boss. Otherwise, I would have some serious problems getting places on time. Which is a bad example. Because sometimes I'll be like, where is so-and-so when they're supposed to be here at a certain time? And then at the same time, I'm like, well, I can't say much. But see, I can do it. Everybody else can't. Okay? I have listened to Yes. Yes. Thank you. Amazing live concert. I think I actually took a picture of it while I was on the turntable and I forgot to share it to you. I'll do that tonight. All right. I had some Chick-fil-A. 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 Let's get these links shared. Links shared. Discount new vinyl. Yeah, I've got to figure out which ones. I think it's March that I got a discount. But I don't know if I can do all of March, but I'll try. But yeah, I'm going to do that at some point tonight. At some point, I'm going to pause and start showing on sale new vinyl. We are letting you have it on here, Paul. We are absolutely letting you have it. The show has officially began. And you know what? I don't even have my, I hadn't seen it on my monitor. I am just now looking at comments. Hold on. Right now is the first time I can see comments other than what I've been grabbing on that. Chick-fil-A for me is a grilled chicken club. The grilled chicken club. Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay, folks, so let's get started. This crate was posted in the flip video. And let's move these a little bit closer. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Kristen, I will pull you a Samantha fish. I will pull Kristen Driscoll a Samantha fish. Let me get started with a few other things, though. I won't forget, because those two that's laying there are already sold. And let's get some auctions going, all right? First thing we have is agnostic front. Wow. What? Agnostic front. Police violence. $5 start. Red vinyl. Red and clear. Agnostic front, $5 start. Now the show has really began. We're starting with an agnostic front 45. All right. There's my first empty crate. Let's get my phone over here. One second. Y'all hear the tape guns in the back? All right. Ed is ripping the tape gun. All right, President of the United States, 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 Kicks, David Gilmour, Kings of Leon, Zach Top, Machine Head, Steelheart, Virgin Prunes, Zombies, Chevelle, Metallica Garage, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Zombies, Presidents, Misfits, Earth AD, Nirvana, and Metallica Death Magnetic. Here we go. First question on the board is Agnostic Front 5. Next, no RL tonight. Agnostic Front 6. Agnostic Front 7. Let's get started. First auction I have is going to be a what? It is a sealed copy of the Concerts for the People of Campuchia. This has never been opened. It's a sealed OG It does have a saw mark. It's going to go up for a $15 start. First thing I have here is Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Star Wars is $33.99. New sealed. Joe McNeely, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. The Beatles Revolver is $36.99. The Beatles Revolver. This is a stereo new mix remaster, $36.99 for the Beatles Revolver. That's available. So is Star Wars, and we also have Steelheart. This was like a one-off record somebody had laid up here. I guess it was a putback or non-payment. It's sold to Finley Depperstein. Finley Depperstein, that's sold to Finley Depperstein. Thank you, Finley Depperstein. George Strait's #1's blue vinyl. That is $34.99. Concert for the people of Campeche is a $15 start. That is sealed, by the way, as in never opened. We also have another sealed record. This one's much more interesting. This is an early 80s vintage pressing. It is a vintage. When I say that, I don't want you to think it's like a brand new one. It is a reissue, though. It's got a barcode. Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. That is sealed. It's never been opened. A $25 start. I've got 2 copies of Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP. New and sealed, $36.99. No Japanese tonight, $36.99. There is new vinyl tonight, yes. Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival. That is red vinyl, $33.99. The Star Wars is right here. Shadows of the Empire soundtrack, $33.99. That was a multimedia project they launched back in the day. That's the soundtrack to that. The Cramp Smell of Female, that is $24.99. The Grateful Dead has a bid for $25. Campeche has a bid for $15. Agnostic Fronts at $8 with William Drugovich. Also, we have Slipknot, The Gray Chapter. That's on pink vinyl, Gatefold 2 LP, $36.99. And The Magic of Juju, Archie Shepp, Verve by Request, $36.99 for Archie Shepp. And Chevelle. Chevelle is sold to Randy Jr. Tabron. Randy Jr. Tabron, thank you. And let's put Dwayne Worley on a waiting list. Dwayne Worley needs to go on a waiting list for Chevelle. Wonder what's next. The first one to claim that was Randy Tabron. That was my only copy, so that is gone. We also have The Pleasure Principle. This is sold to Bob Riger. I need to let him know his Pleasure Principle's in. Gary Newman, Pleasure Principle, that is $33.99. The Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman, $33.99. Thank you, Bob Riger. Also, we have Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica Death Magnetic, this is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That is sold to you. Metallica Death Magnetic. Now, Agnostic Fronts at 10. Now we have another bid for 10. We also have Virgin Prunes. If I Die, I Die. And Virgin Prunes, I know somebody claimed one. Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's sold to you. I have one extra copy of that. And then some Kiss. We have Dynasty. I Was Made for Loving You. Kiss is $33.99. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool's a 2 LP, $44.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Final call, sealed copy of the concert for Campeche. One bid with Patrick Fu for $15. One bid on the sealed Grateful Dead for $25. And we're tied on Agnostic Front. Darren Johnson, you're actually been outbid. Kiss Alive 3. Kiss Alive 3 is $46.99. Led Zeppelin Live, Texas International Pop Festival. That's Led Zeppelin Live on marble vinyl. That's $36.99. And we have Kiss Alive 2. Kiss is $54.99. That's a 2 LP remaster, Kiss Alive 2. And then Kicks Cool Kids. We did sell at least one Kicks, and we may need some more Kicks. Let's see how many Kicks that we sold. Kicks. This one sold to Heather Grant. There's one left for $44.99. One left for $44.99. And we have Iowa Slipknot. That's $36.99. And then White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie's $38.99. And now the Presidents, United States of America. Wow, this was insane. When I posted this video at 5:45 a.m., the first 5 comments was people claiming the Presidents, United States of America. So this goes to Matt Shiker and David Polkey. I went ahead and immediately ordered more. They'll be here tomorrow. More copies will be here tomorrow. So that's so to Matt Shiker and David Polkey. Monica Malley on a waiting list. Crystal Newman on a waiting list. And the other person is Jim Sedal. So 3 people on the waiting list. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. They'll be in later this week. They'll be in tomorrow or possibly Friday. But yeah, that was crazy. So, and I've been selling these. I bet we've sold 50 of these in the last 3 months. Wow. There it is. So that is now 4 people, adding Randy Klein to that waiting list. The Grateful Dead's at 40, and Agnostic Front's at 13 with Chris Bryant. The Campuchia still just got that one bid. Let's sell that sealed to Patrick Fu for $15. Thank you on that. And as soon as I said that, John Griffin said, is that a comp up for auction? This was the concert for the people of Campuchia, sealed, unopened, and it's already sold for $15. And now Dead's at $42, and Kicks is Friday Music. Kicks is Friday Music. It should be on white or silver vinyl. It's definitely colored. Friday Music for Kicks there. I haven't had an OG of that come through in quite some time. There we have it. So there's some great stuff in there. And let's read through those one more time and make sure I didn't miss anything else that's in this bin. If not, I'm going to keep on a pretty fast pace. So we got a waiting list for Chevelle. We got a waiting list for Presidents of the United States of America. Should be 4 people on there. And let's go ahead and read through these one more time. The first thing I have here is White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. Iowa Slipknot. Kicks is so to Gregory Roberts. Thank you. Kiss Alive 2, Led Zeppelin Live Unofficial, Kiss Alive 3, Tool, Kiss, Virgin Prunes, Archie Shep, Slipknot, Cramps, Star Wars, CCR, Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, George Strait's Number One's Volume 1, and the Beatles Revolver. Those are all still available, and I got to go right into another crate right here, which there are several claims, so let's go ahead and get started with these. First 3 crates is going to be some stuff that I posted from the flip video, just FYI. Sorry, I just smacked my camera with the crate. Let's get another auction up as well. Next auction is going to go up right now. Grateful Dead is sealed, $42. Agnostic Front, we can go ahead and sell it. It's sold to Chris Bryant for $13. Thank you, Chris Bryant. That is sold to you for $13. Let's get that back in its sleeve. I think I got some more. I think I got Accused, Agnostic. We're in the A's over here with some of the stuff's in alphabetical order. Speaking of Japanese, here's our next one. Wham! Wake Me Up Before You Go, Careless Whisper, Make It Big. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese pressing. Whams and Shrink with Hop Sticker and Obi, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Let's grab a handful of singles out of here and see what we can come up with, okay? Here we go. First thing is Glass Candy. I think we had some of those last night. Glass Candy and the Shattered Theater. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Glass Candy and the Shattered Theater, $5 start. First thing in here is Zach Top. And Zach Top is sold. There was a claim for Zach Top. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $29.99. This is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny Cates Jr. That is sold to you. Also, we have Family Style, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimmy Vaughan, the Vaughan Brothers, blue vinyl numbered, music on vinyl, $39.99. And David Gilmour on an Island. David Gilmour was sold. This is $33.99. David Gilmour on an Island. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I also have Motley Crue. This is Shout at the Devil. $33.99 for Motley Crue, Shout the Devil. And Nina Simone Sings the Blues. That's a music on vinyl press. $39.99 for Nina Simone. Motley Crue is a gatefold, and it is a remaster. We have Glass Candy, final call for $5. And I think we're done on the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Melanie Jennings for $42. Ben Digerton on Wham at $35. Guess what? I have another sealed Grateful Dead to put up for auction. And the other sealed Grateful Dead is a really good one. Wow, sealed Dead set. A sealed retail copy, Columbia Club copy. I stand corrected right there, CRC. It's sealed though, never been opened, double LP, early 80s pressing, a $45 start. From Analog Productions, the Yes album, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That is $64.99. And then Van Halen, the MoFi, Mobile Fidelity One Step, Van Halen, Women and Children First, $134.99. Nobody bid on Glass Candy. They're a $5 buy it now. Van Halen's $134.99. Extreme 2, this is $38.99. Porno Graffiti. David Gilmour, Rattle That Lock. It is not available, but it's available to order, but they're never in stock, so it's kind of a back order deal. Here's our next single. This is Agnostic Front, Puro de Madre. Puro Desmadre, Agnostic Front. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Yellow vinyl, $5 start. There's that. Also, The Cure Pornography. This is $34.99. The Cure Pornography is $34.99. And Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon, this is sold, and Kings of Leon is sold, KOL. Kings of Leon is sold to Mark Hernandez. Mark Hernandez. Shout at the Devil is sold to Anthony Sparacino. David Anthony S. David Anthony Sparcino. He's bought from us before. He wants Shout at the Devil. Thank you, David Sparcino. We have Machine Head. This is their newest album. It's called Unatoned. It's on clear vinyl. And this is sold. I know at least one person wants it. And this was Machine Head. Machine Head, let's find it here. Machine Head, Machine Head, Machine Head, Machine Head. Lonnie Swell. Thank you, Lonnie Swell. You get Machine Head Unatoned. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. There's a few more left of those. Here's the newest picture disc, the 60th anniversary of Whipped Cream and Other Lights by Herb Albert. That's $33.99. And Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. Nico is $44.99. $44.99. So here's the deal. Let's go back to the top and work our way down. Also, earlier, I saw some people ask Chad, can you order this? And Chad, can you order that? If y'all remind me of those again, I'll try to read them out loud so they can make a note. But some of them, so I can say yes or no, like I answered Patrick like that. I keep up with David Gilmour. Some of these other artists y'all asked me about, I'd have to look up after the sale. But if you let me know, or if you send a message and say, Ed, please leave Chad a note to look this up for me, I'll be glad to do that. Ben Diger gets Wham for $35. And then next thing is agnostic front 8, agnostic front 9, and now we're at 9. And what is MoFi? What is the Van Halen? This is a MoFi. This is the audio file pressing of Women and Children First. It is the best of the best. This is it's top of the line. That's the best way to explain it, I guess. Agnostic fronts at 9. We have a request to run Bill Withers from the Hop next, and then Grateful Dead's a final call for $45. Final call on Grateful Dead, a sealed copy of Dead Set. Next is Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. This is a double LP for Music on Vinyl. That's $49.99. And then the Dark Knight soundtrack. That's green and violet splatter vinyl. The Dark Knight is $39.99. And Venom is $36.99. This is In Nomine Santanis, the Need Anthology. That is $36.99. And Silverchair Frog Stomp, that's a Music on Vinyl pressing, $46.99. And Sepultura Arise, 2 LP expanded edition, $44.99. Sepultura Arise. Next auction is going to go up right now. What else do I have over here? I tucked away a few things here. Oh, I actually have a signed record. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. This one slipped through the last time we had records authenticated, so I didn't get a sticker on this one, but all the other Boots Randolph from Fred's collections were checked out. So, and this did come from Fred. One slipped through. Signed by Boots Randolph. The greatest hits of Boots Randolph, and it's signed by Boots Randolph. That's going to go up for a $10 start. We have Halloween, The Time of the Oath. Halloween is $38.99. Also, there's another Machine Head, Unatoned, their new album. And then the Black Crowes Lions. The Black Crowes Lions is right here. That's a 2 LP pink vinyl, $38.99. Agnostic front 10, agnostic front 11, agnostic front 11. Nobody bid on the Grateful Dead. It is a buy it now for $45. Sealed Grateful Dead if anybody wants that. Boots Randolph is a $10 start. I will try to find that Bill Withers. Not every auction's up here ready to go at the moment. Not every auction's up here ready to go that we had for tonight. Not everything's ready at the moment. It's just a partial up here. Somebody said Bill Withers, maybe. I don't think it's up here yet. I think Laura's still working on that one. Yep. I have some of the stuff here we call our warm-up auctions. Even something like a laser disc here. How about Beetlejuice laser disc? This is not an album. I got to make that very clear. This is a laser disc, but it's a pretty cool one. Beetlejuice. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Now, we have Agnostic Front, 11, 11, 12, 13, and then we have 2 claims for Halloween. Raphael Riviera gets a Halloween, and then Andrea A., if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. That's sold to Raphael. Halloween is sold. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I've got one more like flip crate to go through, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into our probably first discount bin. There are 2 crates of new vinyl over here. We got some bundles. Paul's dropped off, I think, a couple bundles over here. Some artists I'm going to run, and here we go. So, if you can get Zakk Wylde's Pride and Glory self-titled. I have not seen anything Zakk Wylde solo in print since I've been selling vinyl. I can check Zakk Wylde. There's the Vertigo, the Black Sabbath tribute album. There's all the Black Label Society stuff. But I have never seen a solo Zakk Wylde album in print since I've been selling vinyl. I will gladly check, because I bet if it is, I could sell a few dozen. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is. All right. And then we have, this is sold for $45 to Matt Lawson. And then Andrea A., I'll put you on a waiting list for that Halloween. And then Agnostic Front is still getting bids. The high bid on Agnostic Front right now is $15. Beetlejuice is at $12, and Boots Randolph has a bid for $10. All right, and then if you didn't hear that, Jason, or anybody else, when Laura brings up the Bill Withers up here, we'll run it for auction, okay? Now, here's what's left in this bin. Black Crows, Sepultura, Silverchair, Venom, Dark Knight, Soundtrack, Extreme, Van Halen, Nico, Herb Albert, Machine Head, another Extreme, the Yes album, Nina Simone, and the Vaughn Brothers, okay? There we have it. I'm going to put that right over here. And let's slide over this crate here, which I think has, this crate here ended up having the majority of the crates. And if you didn't hear earlier, I want to make sure everybody knows that I am at some point, probably after we show at least one crate of new arrivals, or we get through tonight's new vinyl, I'm going to try to pull some, it's time to pull the March dates. It's about the first week of May is over, so it's time to pull March dates. So I'm pretty much going to go through these crates, and anything with a March sticker, which I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, is a lot. It's a lot of vinyl. Anything with a March sticker is going to probably start getting discounted tonight. So I wouldn't go too far, just saying. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Testament's on orange and bone swirl vinyl, $29.99. Testament Souls of Black is $44.99. We also have Accept, Balls to the Walls. Accept is $38.99. Misfits, Earth AD. Misfits is $38.99. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants anything you see me sell out of, let me know. System of a Down Toxicity, that is $28.99. And Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army. Suicidal Tendencies is $38.99. We have Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame. Virgin Steel is $34.99. And Insidious Disease, and this is Shadowcast. Insidious Disease is $33.99. Trivium, Ascendancy, Trivium is $39.99. And we have Metallica, the Black Album. Exit Life, Enter Light, $34.99. And Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, 40th anniversary, Cobalt Blue Vinyl, Bark at the Moon, Ozzy. Also Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, Gatefold, Anniversary Green Vinyl, $33.99. And Motorhead the Bomber. Now, last night we had Overkill. And then some people were asking about Bomber. Here is Bomber. So if you've got the Ace of Spades and then you went on a waiting list night for Overkill, here is Bomber. And Bomber is $33.99, Paul. Also, we have Dream Theater. Somebody asked about Images and Words earlier. That is now back out of stock, but we can get it. Paul's leaving to go see Pink Floyd. Wow, I'll go with you. He's got some kind of secret time machine. Dream Theater, Metropolis, $39.99. Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory, $39.99. And then Garage Inc. is $59.99. Metallica. This is a triple LP. This is sold to Dwayne Worley. Thank you, Dwayne Worley. That's sold to you. Brian Leon wants Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Now, what happened over here? Let's see what's going on and make sure I didn't miss anything. So Beetlejuice is a laser disc. David had Agnostic Front for $15 and Boots Randolph signed was at $10. Beetlejuice 12, Agnostic Front out. Beetlejuice 18. Beetlejuice 18. It is a laser disc. Just want to make sure in case you just hopped on. And we have Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana is $39.99. 2LP Nirvana Unplugged. Virgin Steel, Age of Consent. Virgin Steel is $38.99. And we have Rush, and this is 2112, $36.99. 180 gram, Rush 2112. And then the Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. The Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. These actually both got sold. One to Fred Cardinal, thank you, Fred Cardinal. And one to Jamie Butler, thank you, Jamie Butler. Those are sold. Jamie Butler got one and Fred Cardinal. Also, we have, let's keep going. We have Nirvana Unplugged. That is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchek. She got a Nirvana Unplugged. Appreciate that, Kelly W. I've been saying Vladarchek because I learned how to say it. Speaking of Pink Floyd Pompeii, here it is. The 2 LP, first time officially on vinyl. Pink Floyd at Pompeii is sold to Jamie Butler. We also have Black Sabbath Headless Cross. This is also sold to Jamie Butler. Wow, Jamie Butler racking up there. That was my last copy if anybody wants on a waiting list. And then these 2 copies of Samantha Fish are sold. Let me go ahead and do that right now. So Samantha Fish was originally a pre-order for autographed copies. And we didn't get everybody. So everybody that didn't get one, I replied to them and asked if they wanted an autographed. Lillian said she would pass. John Smetzer said he would take one. So Samantha Fish is sold to John Smetzer. Jason Walraven said he would pass. Ben Digert said he would take one. And Richard Davis said he would pass. Okay, so we got another one here for Ben Digert. That's sold to Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. That's sold to you. And now Kristen Driscoll wants one. Let me see if I can find the rest of them. Kristen Driscoll said he wants one. And I've got 2 left. I've got 2 Samantha Fish left. They're obviously not autographed, but they are on the indie exclusive Clear Smoke Vinyl Paper Doll. That's sold to Kristen Driscoll. We got 2 Pink Floyd at Pompeii's left. Yes, 2 Pink Floyd at Pompeii's left. Here we go. Let's figure out what our next thing is. Laura just delivered some auctions. And the next new comment was Beetlejuice got a new bid for 20. Raphael wants Rush 2112. Awesome. Thank you, Raphael. And the signed Boots Randolph autographed by the legend himself. That's sold for $10. $10, and that is sold to Sherry Darnell. I may have some JSA authenticated ones of those. Of course, they're going to cost a little bit more. And then I sold too many Taquetos last night. So I pulled too many, so I have some left. Taqueto is $39.99. Taqueto is $39.99. That's new from last night. And I pulled one too many. I thought I did last night. I was too busy yakking. And when I was yakking, I accidentally pulled too many. So there's that. And look up Twin Tribes. I'm looking through all my notes. All right, so yeah, Taqueto. We didn't have a waiting list, so that's an extra copy of Taqueto, $39.99. And we did sell a Pink Floyd to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim Graham. And then there's the Mustafa Ozkent, a really rare Turkey funk, psych, jazz album. If you want to buy an original, you'll probably be waiting the next 5 years and you'll spend a few $1,000s, or you can buy this for $33.99. All right, Agnostic Front. Sorry, I can go ahead and roll through these auctions now. This Agnostic Front is sold to David Sarpricino. That's sold to David for $15. So 2 Agnostic Fronts down, and we have this left in here. Kiss Dynasty is a 2014 remaster. It includes the bonus. It includes the bonus. The bonus poster is what I was trying to say. That's what happens when I talk fast. I start combining words. So Mustafa Ozkent, Taqueto, also Pink Floyd. I got to keep one myself, so if no one buys that one, I'm going to finally pull one out for myself and maybe spin it tonight while I'm ordering more vinyl. Nirvana, here's the only Dream Theater I have in stock. Somebody asked about Images and Words. I can put you on a waiting list, but last time I checked, those were sold out. Motorhead, Disturbed, Metallica, Trivium, Insidious Disease, Virgin Steel, Suicidal Tendencies, System Down, Accept, Testament, and Testament. All right, has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? We're going to go ahead right now then and go into a vintage, what I call discount bin. Let's go ahead and sell Beetlejuice then. The Laserdisc is sold to Darren Johnson for $20. And then Andrea A. on Dynasty. I've only had a couple sips of purple juice, so it's still trying to kick in. Purple juice, purple juice. You got to sing that like Prince sings Purple Rain. I'm a 2000 man. Thank you. That is sold to Andrea A. All righty. Oxygen. Our next auction. Let's see what here. Paul's got us some bundles. Now, Grover Washington Jr. usually sells pretty dang good. Check this out. Grover Washington Jr. Sealed, Skylarkin, A Secret Place, Feels So Good. Grover Washington Jr., Then and Now. The Best Is Yet to Come, Inside Moves, and Paradise. Those are all VG Plus or better. We've got 2, we've got 4, we got 6, we got 7 Grover Washington Jr. albums for a $15 start. 7 Grover Washington Jr. albums for a $15 start. Are you kidding me? That's now up for bid. And then our next auction is going to be Agnostic Front. That's Life. Agnostic Front is going to go up for a $5 start. Wow, it's got a wicked etching on it. Look at the etching on that. And then there is the label. That's Life and Us Against the World. Agnostic Front is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on Agnostic Front. How much is Ace Frehley's solo album? The black vinyl right here is $33.99. $33.99. That's another 2014 remaster, and it includes the poster. Includes the poster, just like the original release. There we have it, Grover. There's Agnostic Front. So the first thing, man, we sold 9 crates of vinyl last night. That's a lot. We was doing a lot of discounting and a lot of great new arrivals, and we're going to keep that going tonight. I am right now, without further ado, bringing over, we might start with a half-off bin. Let me see what's in here. Where was I working out of last night? I actually have this place cleaned up. Y'all be proud of me. I won't be complaining that I can't walk around. I actually have this place kind of cleaned up, just saying. Kind of got the place cleaned up. That's why I'm only on 3 hours sleep, too. Cleaning up means no sleep. Let's see what I got here. I know I got one around here somewhere. What is this one? This one would be insane to do half off. I think that's what y'all want to see, though, right? Let me figure out what I want to do. Oh, gosh. This even has sealed stuff with it. Wow. Okay, let's do it. I like to warm up the crowd. I'm like, these half-off crates at the beginning, that's like, you know, the warm-up. It's like the opening act, okay? It's like the opening act, and then at the end, we bring in the closer. And the closer is more discount crates. But there's also going to be the main event tonight, which is probably going to be a mixture of new arrivals and new vinyl on sale. So here we go. Everything in this crate is half off sticker. We're going to do this one. We're going to get into new stuff. There's 3 Paul crates. There's 2 new vinyl crates. We'll probably do this and then back-to-back new vinyl. Go ahead and knock out the 2 crates of new vinyl. And then I'll start doing Paul crates and on-sale new vinyl next, okay? Here's where we're at. When I walked away, I put up Grover, and that got bids for $15.15, Agnostic Front $15, Agnostic Front $15, Grover $20, Agnostic Front $15, Grover $21, Agnostic Front $10. How much is Pink Floyd? $46.99. Agnostic Front $14, Grover $28, Grover $32, Grover $35, and here we go. First thing we have is Bill Stewart Teaches Old Standards, New Tricks, $7.50 on Bill Stewart. Also, John Scholl, Catfish for Supper, Jazz Bluegrass album, $6.50. This looks like a half-off crate of some stuff Paul marked. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Ted Shoemate, Dan Reno, Jazz Quintet, Hurricane, an '85 Jazz Fusion album, $5. We have Van Morrison, A Period of Transition. Van Morrison is $15. And Arthur Blythe, Lennox Avenue Breakdown. Arthur Blythe is $15. Lennox Avenue Breakdown. Rava String Band. That's an Italian import. That is $12.50. And we have Earl Hooker, 2 Bugs and a Roach. That's a 2016. Earl Hooker, now just $15. Wow. Our next auction is, whoop, almost dropped it. I dropped a few 45s, but that's okay. They landed, luckily, on my backpack. A 1971 US ARP original. This is OG. A 1971 US OG, an ARP pressing. Company inner sleeve of Bill Withers, Just As I Am. And I love what Laura graded this. Super clean. I love that grade. Super clean. Bill Withers is going to go up for a $35 start. Bill Withers, Just As I Am. $35 start. There it is. The jacket, let's take a look at that. The jacket would probably go VG, just a little bit of cover wear up here on the top. $35 start on those. On that, I should say. What about Agnostic Front? The last bid that came in on Agnostic Front there, Chris Bryant went out. That's after Autumn Betts bid $14. And now we have Grover Washington Jr. at 48. The first claim in here was Slicker Van Slyke on the Shoal, John Sholey or Shoal. That sold to Slicker for $6.50. Brian DeLeon got Earl Hooker, Russell Flynn second, Grover 46, Agnostic Front 20, Bill Withers 35, Grover Washington 48, and we have Clout, 6 of the best. Clout's a white label promo, $7.50. Roger Daltrey, one of the boys, that's $7.50. Scott wants the Rava. That was the name of that woman that was Elaine's friend that, you know, her husband stole Jerry's statue. That's sold to Scott D. Roche. Thank you. Rava is sold. Ron Carter at Toods. Ron Carter is $7.50. And George Benson, Weekend in L.A. George Benson, $7.50. Grover Washington's at $52 with George Sambaraz. This is a whole lot of Grover Washington Jr., literally a whole lot. 2, 4, 6, 7 albums here. High bid on those is $55. Bill Withers has one bid for $35 with Jason Boxell. Wow. And Agnostic Front has a new bid with Anthony for $20. That is a final call. Let me try to organize some of these singles I fumbled here. There's some more coming up in just a second. But first, I've got to pick up what I dropped here. Some of these are pretty interesting covers. I go for the covers. Usually covers equal good, you know. But sometimes they don't. Also, I found some other stuff in the back, like a band called Suck. It looks like ASS Suck, but we'll try to sell them here in a minute. Lester Bowie, Fast Last, a 1974 white label promo, avant-garde free jazz album. That is $12.50. White label on that. Also, The Sermon, Jimmy Smith. Wow. Now just $25. A 1959 US stereo with the Van Gelder ear. Now just $25. 1959 Jimmy Smith. Brothers and Mothers, white label promo, $7.50. And Fantasy Hill, that's a 76 US mono, $5 on that. Next auction we have is Grover is at $60. Agnostic Front 22, Agnostic Front 21, that's still getting bids. And we also have Gene Amon's Greatest Hits, a white label promo for $5. And Deep Purple, made in Japan. EX Edition, $14 on Deep Purple. And Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, now just $9. Let me go through the comments here. Any classic rock first press sealed? Yes, we have those. David Hoy on JS. JS is for Jimmy Smith. Thank you, Jimmy Smith. That's so due. The last bid on Agnostic Front was Autumn Betts at 22. Anthony, you're out. Darren, you're out. Grover's at 68. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm about to do this. He's had the bid now for 4 minutes. I'm going over here to reach for it. An unbelievably super nice OG first pressing of Bill Withers, Just As I Am. Just got one bid for $35, and it is sold to Jason Boxell. Unbelievable. Figure that would bring like 40, 50, 60, 70. Unbelievable. First steal of the night goes to Jason Boxell. OG Bill Withers, Grandma's Hand, Sweet Wyoming. That is going up to Jason Boxell for $35. Unbelievable. Grover Washington Jr.'s at $68. David Hoy got Jimmy Smith. Kristen Barnett got Joe Cocker. Russell Flynn on Deep Purple. Russell Flynn on Deep Purple. Wes Wilt on FH. Fantasy Hill. That is sold to Wes Wilt. And then Grover 72, Agnostic Front 25. There we have it. Okay. So I have several people in the comments asking and requesting stuff. So we have a unlimited inventory of records. We sell them live right here the way you're seeing this. I really don't know what's in this crate. I kind of have an idea of what I'm going to put up for auction. The best thing to do if you're a record collector is make sure you're following our page. We post hot pictures every day of what we're going to be auctioning. The auctions we post is about usually 50% of what we're actually going to be auctioning that night. There's usually a ton of surprises. And then these bins, I'm going to be here for the next 7 hours selling records out of these bins. We've been selling sealed OG records every night for ridiculously cheap prices. You just may have got on at the wrong time. I've already sold some tonight. We sold sealed Grateful Dead earlier. We sold 2 sealed Grateful Dead earlier. We sold Concert for Campuchia. We usually sell a lot of sealed records here every night. So if you're new and you just hopped on, we usually have a lot of new people as soon as the show starts. It seems like most of the new people's on as soon as the show starts. We sell records here every night, 8 hours a night. You're going to see a lot of stuff. I usually just tell people, make sure you follow our channel. Make sure you subscribe. We're going to be selling a lot of stuff here. I mean, in these upcoming bins, there could literally be a sealed OG record we had marked for $50 that no one bought, and it's about to be on sale for half that. Who knows? I don't know. So it's really hard to tell you what we're going to be selling and when. It's nearly impossible. And for the people that watch every night, they can tell you that. It's nearly impossible for me to tell you what we have and when I'm going to be selling it. There's a billion records in this building, and at any time, I could put up something you're looking for. I really can't do requests. It's just random draw. We sell a lot of records every night. Most people just kind of sit back and enjoy the show because they know at this point anything could happen. Anything could pop up for sale. Our next lot is Charlie McCoy. I have another bundle lot here from Charlie McCoy, the Nashville Hitman, Good Time Charlie. The fastest harp in the South, of course, legendary harmonica player Charlie McCoy, and Charlie McCoy Country Cooking. That is a lot of 5 Charlie McCoy albums, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Charlie McCoy, 5 albums, $10 start. The last bid on Agnostic Front was $25 with David S. The auction is at $72 with George Samberez, okay? Ben Diger, you were next on Joe Cocker, and David Hoy on Ron Carter. David Hoy wants Ron Carter. That's in here. That's so to David Hoy. We're going through a half-off bin right now. Next thing we have is the Doobie Brothers. This is called Stampede. VG condition, $5. We have Sladest. Slade is VG Plus, $7.50. Unfortunately, it's from the Dick Connery collection, so his name's written on the cover. Steppenwolf Slow Flux, there is a name written on the cover. It's now just $7.50. And Sonny Stitt Constellation. Sonny Stitt is VG $5. We're about to sell Agnostic Front for $25 to Anthony S. He's about to get that for $25 because Autumn just set out. We're about to sell it to him. How do you say this band's name? It looks like it sounds like, hold on. Let's do this one first. What is, oh my gosh, hold on a minute. Let me skip around. I got to skip around some of these. Let's do this here. This is much more censored here. How about Chris Cornell, Patience? Record Store Day. It is sealed, white vinyl. Chris Cornell, Patience. Him doing the cover of Guns N' Roses, Patience. $5 start. We have Shirley Scott, Now's the Time. Shirley Scott is now just $5. Doing some half-off stuff here. Luther Guitar Jr. Johnson, $7.50. Mark Rendon on Sonny Stitt. That's sort of Mark Rendon. Scott D. Roche was second. Charlie Musselwhite, he is $12.50. And we have Howard McGee, the Savoy Sessions. Howard McGee's a white label promo, $7.50. New Wine and O Bottles, Jackie Moline with the Great Jazz Trio. That's now $10. And we have Some Blind Line, Above and Beyond. That's $12.50, okay? Next thing we have is Agnostic Front is sold to Anthony S. for $25. I think he's got the last 3 Agnostic Front albums or singles. That's sold to him. Let's put this over here. Grover Washington lot. These 7 albums are officially sold to George Samberez. Thank you, George Samberez. Those are sold to you for the winning bid of $72. Those 7 albums are sold to George Samberez for $72. Thank you on that. Those Charlie McCoy albums do not have a bid. Looking for a $10 start. Chris Cornell's now at $11. We sold Shirley Scott. Shirley Scott was sold, no, we sold Sonny Stitt to Mark Rendon. Scott was second. And then the next comment was David Hoy on SC for Shirley Scott. That is sold to David Hoy. And then Mark Rendon was second. All right. And then David Hoy on SS. And SS, I think, was for Sonny Stitt. And that's already been grabbed. But you did get Shirley Scott. Now, Chris Cornell has bids for 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 8, 6, 6, 10, 7, 7, 11, 15, 10, 10. So the high bid's $15 of Autumn bets. Next is Dave McKenna, solo piano, $5 on Dave McKenna. And this is Wayne Marsh Quartet, all music, $7.50. The Doobie Brothers from earlier was Stampede. Doobie Brothers Stampede was VG condition, $5. The Charlie McCoy albums, there's 5 of them there. They have a bid for $10, going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is actually a, what do I have here? I have a, let's see here. I sorted some stuff. What happened to it? Is this it? Aha. I'll go ahead and grab one that Laura's got ready here. The Who, live at Fillmore East. This is a triple LP, right? The Who is a 2018 U.S. original. The Who, live at the Fillmore East, that's going to go up for a $35 start. We have Paul Jeremiah. That's a 71 white label promo. That's a country blues album. $5 on that. I still got Sleep Token. Yes, this is Carnival. Brian Lee and the Dragonaires, a Jamaican import. VG condition, $5. Boss Sounds, Shelly Mann. That's VG condition, $5. Styx, the same Stardust. Styx is a 2021 Record Store Day, now just $15. The Who Hooligans, excellent compilation. It does have a name written on the cover. It's now just $11.50. The vinyl is really nice. Chris Cornell has a bid for $20, $16.20. The Who has a bid for $35. Also, the best of the Doobie Brothers. No condition notes, now just $9. There is a name written on the cover. Just $9 on the Doobie Brothers, though. Just $9 on the Doobie Brothers. And Happiness Beginnings, Jonas Brothers. The Jonas Brothers, Happiness Beginnings, that is $10. Greg Preston gets Styx. Natasha, of course, Styx was in the half-off bin. Natasha wants one of the new Sleep Token albums. Let me see if I can find those quickly. If I can, I'll pull you one right now. Are they here on the table? I really don't know what I've done with those. Give me a second. They might be over here. If not, I won't forget about you because I'll be showing those at some point again before the end of the night, the end of the week. At some point, those will be shown again. Here's some other new vinyl, Hinder, Tool, Sleep Token. Got them. That's in here of all the other new stuff. So, yeah, those extra copies I did send back. They accidentally sent me a double order. So Natasha gets this. Of course, it is sticker price. The new Sleep Token album, $38.99. Melanie next at Styx. And then Chris Cornell was at $20. Natasha also gets the Jonas Brothers, Ben Dygert next on Styx. And these 5 Charlie McCoy albums is sold to Tim Graham for $10. Nice. 5 albums, $10. $2 a piece. That is sold to him. Styx, Chris Cornell's now at $22. Our next lot is going to be Johnny Rodriguez. Another bundle, Johnny Rodriguez. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be 5 Johnny Rodriguez albums there. Also a $10 start. Rodriguez, all VG++ or better. Chris Cornell's now at $22. And Michael Butler has thrown a red flag. Uh-oh. What was the red flag? Charlie McCoy. Are those bids for $10? CM10, CM10, CM10. Oh, wow. Okay. We do have a big red flag. So CM was Charlie McCoy. Jesse Rome bid $10. Michael Butler bid $10. And Tim Graham bid $10. And that was a 3-way tie. So these have got to go back up. So we messed up on that one. First thing we had was Jesse Rome bid $10. Y'all CMs got mixed in with all these CCs. Look at all these bids for Chris Cornell. Absolutely incredible. I mean, there's been, what, 70 bids on that already? Something incredible, because there's been about every 5 seconds, about 5 people tie the same bid. So Charlie McCoy's at $10. Charlie McCoy's at $10, and Charlie McCoy's at $10. Jesse has the high bid. Michael, you're out, and Tim Graham, you're out. We have a request for Luther Allison. About 5 people on Styx. So now we got 4 auctions going. I'll update everything in just a second. Let me clarify for Chris Cornell. CC is for the sealed Chris Cornell Patient single. It's at $22 with Autumn Betts. Charlie McCoy is at $15 with Michael Butler. Tim Graham, you're out. Jesse, you're out. The Who, Triple LP, just has 1 bid for $35. And the Johnny Rodriguez albums are at $10. That got really busy there all of a sudden. Next is Gazpacho. Gazpacho is $10. And we have, this is called what? It's called Toad Green. It's a garage album, sealed for $7.50. If you hadn't noticed already, I'm doing a half-off bin. A lot of stuff that Paul marked. Joe Jonas Fast Lane, or Fast Life. Joe Jonas is $9. Now Charlie McCoy's at $12. Jesse Rome's out. Tim, Michael's already bid 15. John Dearden on Johnny Rodriguez. The high bid on those are at $10. Chris Cornell's at $22. And Greta Van Fleet is now just $15. Greta Van Fleet, also Reggae Buster, Volume 1. It's a reggae compilation. Now just $7.50. Aaron Below wants Road Green. That's right here, and that's sold to Aaron Below. Thank you. That's sold to you. Dan Tedesco, American Darkness, sealed, just $5. I have a few of those. And the Weaker Thins Reunion Tour. The Weaker Thins is sealed, just $10. Mike Massey gets the reggae compilation. Next was Donna. Todd Tipton picking up the Greta Van Fleet. That's sold to Todd Tipton. And we have Violence. Wow. Let the Word Burn, a half-off Violence album. Sealed for $12.50. Natasha will start on reggae. I am going to go ahead and sell the Who, though. That just got one bid a long time ago to Phil Freeman. His profile picture's even the Who. Nice pickup, Phil. Thank you. That's sold to you for $35. $35. There's that. And Laura says this is also some stuff she marked. Wow. Paul and Laura crate half off. It's getting even crazier. A double dose. Next is the Charlie McCoy albums are at $18 with Tim Graham. The Johnny Rodriguez albums just got a new bid for $15. And then the name of the Gazpacho album, great question. I don't think I said. When Earth Lets Go, it's $10. Next was Todd Tipton on Violence. JK was second. And then my crate is really full, so I'm going to have to swap out right quick. In the first parts of the show, we are able to fill up a crate extraordinarily fast, which is great. All right, we got more singles to put up too. First, let me put Slash away. Let me put him right there. Okay, and then Natasha on DT, Dan Tedesco, Darren, you're next on Violence, Johnny Rodriguez, 18, and the last three records in here is Miss Christine, Bittersweet. I think these are like some local artist deal, not local to us. This was a collection that I think they bought up in Iowa, no, Wisconsin, somewhere up in there, and this guy was a new vinyl dealer, and he had a lot of local artists. Okay, so first thing, Charlie McCoy. Now we're going to sell them, this time to the same person, but for $8 more. Tim Graham gets the Charlie McCoys for $18. Sorry that I missed y'all's bids. I obviously never intend to do that, okay? I mean, that would be insane. I just do it usually by accident. Usually. I may ignore you sometimes. No, I'm just joking. Okay, the best of the Doobie Brothers. Dennis, that's just $9. There is a name tag and some writing, but the vinyl's really nice. $9 on that. The Johnny Rodriguez lots at $18. Jim B wants the Jonas album. Michelle does want Gazpacho. Still selling stuff out of here. Gazpacho, where are you? That's sold to Michelle. And then Vicky on MC. And that is for Miss Christine. That's sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. Chris Cornell is sold for $22. And that is $22 to Autumn Betts. $22 to Autumn Betts, and Rodriguez is at $18, and Mark Rendon. And Autumn, I hadn't even looked at my messages, but I did reply to you about those autographs. I did submit an offer on those autographs, just saying, okay? And Mike McGinnis wants Doobie Brothers Stampede. Doobie Brothers Stampede, that's so to Mike McGinnis. And Mike McGinnis also wants George Benson. This was a great half-off bin. What a wide variety of music that's in here. I mean, there's everything from classic rock to jazz to reggae, a wide variety of stuff in here. So right now, Chuck Haley, you're out on the Johnny Rodriguez lot. That's at $18. And then we have Rebecca, Glass Candy and the Shattered Theater. That's a buy it now for $5. Next is Dennis Staley on the Doobie Brothers. Thank you. I asked for Dave. Is it sold? Dave McKenna. Dave McKenna solo piano is still available for $5. And then Violence is gone. And Rebecca takes Glass Candy for $5. And then, by the way, I did already sell one of these for $20. And I have two more if anybody else wants one for $20 and $20. I have two more, $20 and $20. Agnostic Front, that's live. And Agnostic Front, that's live. So we've already auctioned one for $20. Here's another one for $20. This one's clear with etching. Wow, they might be different. This one's clear with etching. $20 on that. I may have spoke too soon because I think that other one, yep, and this one's on. They're different colors. Uh-oh. They're different colors. That one's yellow with etching. I think the other one was black with etching. So there you go. First come, first serve. $20 a piece on agnostic front. I might have messed up there. I got to check these duplicates and make sure they're... I think I've sold some duplicates already, and there's different colors. Probably people's going to have a nice surprise when they get them. I claim Dave. I never did see that. Donna gets Dave. McKenna, that's so to Donna. And then Michael, your pick on agnostic front. You can have clear or orange, or you can have both at 20 each. And then Rodriguez is sold, and Rodriguez is sold to Mark Rennan. This is sold, $18. Okay. So there's that. The board's cleared. What a great way to start the show. We've already sold about a crate and a half. I try to sell 2 full crates before 7. And I bet when I get into this new vinyl, we'll be able to do that quickly. Let me go ahead and put up, let's do a quick read through here. Just a very quick read through of what's left. Michael Ruttman said he will take both. I'm going to leave the jacket record outside the jacket. Those are sold to Michael Ruttman for 20. Those are sold to Michael Ruttman for 20 and 20. Sold to Michael Ruttman for 20 and 20. Let's go ahead and enter some auctions, though. And I did find one puzzle last night that I did not sell. And as of right now, my distributor has one puzzle in stock. There's 192 different puzzles. They have one in stock. That's it. So puzzles are low stock right now. Master of Puppets puzzle, $24.99. We almost sold all of the Metallicas last night. The only thing I still have left is Kill 'Em All, and then there's Master of Puppets. The only one they have in stock is Killing Joke, which we have that one in stock too. So puzzles are going to be hard to get for a while till they make some more. I don't know if it's an import thing coming from overseas. You never know. It could be an import thing. So we'll see what happens. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's David Bowie Pinups, and this is OG. David Bowie Pinups is a 1973 U.S. original Indianapolis press. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody followed us? Has everybody subscribed? Has everybody liked us? David Bowie, what a nice copy. Just a little bit of a corner ding down here. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. All right, so here's what's left in here very quickly. Billy Stewart Teaches Old Standards, New Tricks. Billy Stewart, $7.50. Jazz Quintet Hurricane, Ted Shoemate, Dan Reno, $5. That's a fusion album. Van Morrison is $15. Appear to Transition. Arthur Blythe, Lenox Avenue is $15. Cloud, 6 of the Best. Cloud is $7.50. Roger Daltrey is $7.50. Lester Bowie, Fast Last, $12.50. White label promo. Brothers and Mothers, Stan Jets, Alcone. That's a white label promo, $7.50. Gene Amon's Greatest Hits, also a promo, $5. Slade is VG Plus, $7.50. Steppenwolf is $7.50. Luther Johnson is $7.50. Charlie Musselwhite is $12.50. Howard McGee is a white label promo, $7.50. New Wine and Old Bottles. Jackie McLean. Jackie is $10. And Sunblind Line, Above and Beyond, $12.50 on that. Our next single is going to go up right now. It's called New Alien Nose Job. Alien Nose Job? Alien Nose Job. What a cover. What is going on there? $5 start on Alien Nose Job. What a name for a band. It's on pink vinyl. Alien Nose Job. $5 start on that. Somebody was high when they thought of that. We have Donna on Brothers, 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 Brothers. So to Donna. David Bowie, 35, now 37. We have Wayne Marsh for $7.50. Alien Nose Job has a bid for $5. Bowie at 45. Paul Jeremiah, G-E-R-E-M-I-A. That's a country blues album. That is $5. Juanita Gagney on Slade. Let's pull that for Juanita. Next is Bowie 45. And we have Alien Nose Job 5, Alien Nose Job 6. This is Carnival, Brian Lee and the Dragonaires, Jamaican import. That is $5. Boss Sounds, Shelly Mann. Shelly Mann's a mono white label promo for $5. The Who Hooligans, there is a name tag on it. No condition notes on the vinyl. just $11.50. I can't explain. I can see for miles. Bob O'Reilly, Behind Blue Eyes, Bargain, Squeeze Box, The Real Me, Who Are You, $11.50 on that. 2 LP. Dan Tedesco, we sold one. There's one left. The Weakerthans Reunion Tour, that's also sealed for 10. Dan was sealed. And Miss Christine is also unopened for $5. Those are all available there. Now, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say final call on those if you want something. If not, I'm about to offer them as a bundle deal. We sold 4 crates full last night after going through them discount and then bundling what was left. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I have another bundle to do. Joan Baez. Another bundle, Miss Joan Baez. We have the best of Joan Baez Volume 2, Joan Baez Gulf Winds, Joan Baez Blown Away, and Joan Baez Self-Titled, which is an earlier album. This one's a little bit of a 80s, 1986 reissue. That's the only thing wrong with this one. It's got a little bit of a dip in the cover. All the vinyl, though, on these are really nice. Joan Baez lot. Which one has Babe, I'm going to Leave You on it? You know, she was the original writer of that, of course, that Led Zeppelin made really famous. But either way, there's 5 Joan Baez albums here, $10 start. 5 Joan Baez albums, $10 start on that. Alien Nose Job 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9. David Bowie 50, David Bowie 55. Alien Nose Job 10. The Who Hooligans is sold. Who Hooligans is sold to Spirit of Vinyl, Dennis Daly 2nd, Alien Nose Job 11, David Bowie 53, and Joan Baez $10 start. All right, so here's what I'm going to do for these remaining records, especially if you're a jazz fan. I'd pay close attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There's 22 records left in there. 22 records. There's 22 records left in there. I'm going to sell those. Let's do them for $85. $85 for that remaining lot. Not only are you going to get everything in there, 22 records at $85. So that is 85. That is $3.86 a piece. Wow, less than $4 a piece. But I'm also going to blow the air horn. And you can be in the air horn club because you helped us clean out an entire crate. $85. $85. Blues, classic rock, jazz, $85. That's available. I've tagged it as a bundle. We'll see if somebody buys it. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. Like, extremely disappointed. All you got to do is say sold. Tim Graham gets them. Aaron Below gets them. No, Aaron Below gets them. You don't get the crate either. No, it costs $40 to ship the crate to you. That's a hard thing to ship. We've tried it. It doesn't work out. All right, Aaron Below, thank you. I've already walked over here to grab the first crate of new vinyl. I've got new vinyl. We're going to do probably back-to-back crates here. That way we can go ahead and get into the Paul and Laura crates and also be getting into some of the on-sale new vinyl for tonight. So if you hadn't heard, on-sale new vinyl. All right, so Aaron Below got them. So here we go. Those 22 albums are sold to Aaron Below. Let me grab my sticky notes to separate them. Thank you, Aaron Below. I want to go ahead and let everybody know the air horn's coming in about 30 seconds. And we had 4 or 5 last night because we sold something earlier in the night. Was it Outlaw? Somebody asked me about Outlaw Josie Wells earlier. MT Matt, are you still watching? MT Matt, are you still watching? If you are MT Matt, Outlaw Josie Wells is gone, yes. And I'm on the hunt for the rest of my Clint Eastwood records, or the rest of my Clint Eastwood albums and records. I would love to find a stack of Clint Eastwood soundtracks. We did about a month ago in the Fred Goodwin stuff, and they sold like hotcakes. It's like hot cake. And what better thing than cake and then hot cake? All right, that's sold to Aaron Below. Tim Grand was second, and yes, we just cleared an entire bin. And I got to conserve this air horn because I might need it several more times tonight. I'm going to have to go up front and get a new one from Mike Massey. Thank you. Tim, Graham, you can do the next one, okay? Thank you. Awesome. Here we go. where are we at on these lots? I have no idea. So the last thing I see is Joan Baez 12. And then we have Joan Baez 12. So obviously we're tied. The last bid on David Bowie was Brian DeLeon at $55. OG final call for $55. Alien Nose Job, William Drugovich had it for $11. William Drugovich has this for $11. And then Joan Baez is tied at $12 and $12. The first $12 bid was Patrick Fu. Tim Graham, you tied him. New stuff right here. Let's see what's in here. I may have to get my laptop. It's back here, but we'll find out. First is Cypress Hill, live at Woodstock, 1994. Cypress Hill is $29.99. Was that a pizza? Laura just went by with a pizza. Oh, no. What? The show is compromised. There is a pizza in the building. All right, Cypress Hill. Woodstock is $29.99. That's an unofficial, of course. We just sold one of these. Here's two more because I knew I was low stock. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Blue vinyl, 40th anniversary with poster. We just sold one of these earlier. There's another one. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. And this is new. Comes out Friday from Little Feat. New Little Feat album, Strike Up the Band. Little Feat is $39.99. That's a double LP, $39.99. That's Little Feat, $39.99. That is new for Friday. New album from Little Feat. Alien Nose Job. Alien Nose Job is sold for $12.11. How much? William Drugovich gets this for $11. Thank you, William Drugovich. That's sold to you. And now we have David Bowie. That's sold to Brian DeLeon for $55. That's sold to Brian DeLeon for $55. Thank you, Brian DeLeon. That's sold to you for $55. And now the Joan Baez. The Joan Baez is at $14 and $14. Aiden Donahue bid $14. Mark Rennan bid $14, so that's a tie. Heath Norman first on Ozzy at $29.99. There's one Ozzy left. Aaron Below gets a Little Feat. Thank you, Aaron Below. Ivan on CH, and that's for Cypress Hill. Thank you, Ivan R. Jerry on Little Feat. Teresa, your bid came in late on Alien. We're tied on the Joan Baez's. Our next single is going to be right now, Anxiety Hammer. What stands between us? Anxiety Hammer is going to go up for a $5 start. There's that. Next, I've got two copies of Nirvana, I'd Rather Be Dead Than Cool. And this is live, Hollywood Rock Festival 1993. It's on clear vinyl, Nirvana. I've only got two, $29.99. Anxiety Hammer is now at already has a bid for $5. Moses gets that Ozzy. So there's only one Cypress Hill left, only one new Little Feat left, and now both Nirvanas are sold. Now, I think there was only a couple in stock. I would have obviously ordered more of these. Obviously, a really cool image there of Kurt Cobain. It's a live concert I don't think I've had before. So what we need to do is start a waiting list. Now, I don't know when they'll be in. If this was the last two, they might not be into next week. It could be 2 more weeks, but whenever they do come in, I will tag you for one. That's how waiting lists work. So if I do have these by Friday, good. I'll pull it whenever it comes in. You'll see me do that live. I'll put your name on it. Or if it's 3 weeks from now, whenever it comes in, you'll get a bill the following Monday. Cameron Lingefeld first on the waiting list. Ryan Eaton second on the waiting list. And that one's called I'd Rather Be Dead Than Cool. 2 people on that one. Next, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. There is a waiting list for this. There's already, and I don't think I have enough, $29.99 for the Black Crowes. Let me grab my old laptop computer over here. I think I might have to grab my charger too, because when I was submitting orders this morning about 10 a.m. after staying up way too late, that's an all-night party for me if I stay up till 10 a.m. I was ordering stuff. I was like, we're going to have a great week. I got to order vinyl. That's the only way. Our best weeks is when I constantly just order just everything that I think can sell with new vinyl, which is hours of scrolling through spreadsheets and catalogs and online databases. I'm like, okay, let's order 2 of those. Give me 3 of these. I'll take a couple of those. Ooh, that's a good one. I'll go ahead and take 10 of them. Let's see what else they got there. Ooh, Black Crowes. I'll go ahead and take 3 of those. Give me 3 of these. And then the warehouse that probably ships all this stuff out goes, oh my gosh, Coleco has put in another order. They just did 2 yesterday. Are you kidding me? That's probably what it sounds like in those warehouses. They're probably like, are you kidding me? Another order from Coletco? His customers must be absolutely the most serious vinyl lovers in the world, which is true. Which is true. Let me pull up this Black Crows right quick. Black Crows. And the waiting list is Eddie Passir, Dean Tefford, and Reed Gregory. Eddie Passir, Dean Tefford, and Reed Gregory. We may have an extra. We may have an extra. This is $29.99. So we have 4 and 3 people's on a waiting list. So this is $19.91. That's early Black Crows. $19.91, twice as hard, thick as thin. Sister Look, hard to handle. Could I have been so blind? There's 1 extra copy, Black Crows, Greek, $19.91. So those are sold to Eddie Passir, Dean Tefford, Reed Gregory, $29.99. Let's see what I've missed over here. What about the Joan Baez lot? We sold Ozzy. Joan Baez got up to $20. We sold Nirvanas. We got 2 people on the wait list. Michael Butler, 3rd on the waiting list. Joan Baez, 25. Who got the Nirvanas? Rebecca, you got 1, and Mike Massey got 1. Now there's 3 people on a waiting list. And now Anxiety Hammers at 9. Calvin on the Black Crows, they're $29.99. Danny, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Obviously, they're coming back in stock. So Calvin gets that one. Danny, you're next. And then let's put some other people on a waiting list. That's a good one. $19.91. That's a good one. So let's get a waiting list going again. It looks like they're making them, and it looks like we can get more of them in. So that one's sold to Calvin, and we'll do George Samberez on a waiting list, Chris Gardner on a waiting list, Jeffrey Sapia on a waiting list, Chris Kirkley on a waiting list. Danny should be at the top of the list since he was next, and then Monica Malley. So the order is Danny Thomason, George Samberez, Chris Gardner, Jeff Sapia, Chris Kirkley, and Monica Malley. Wow, 6 of those sold. That's like selling 6 records right now. I wish I had them in stock. And I did get in more Bands of Brothers. Unfortunately, I had to pay a lot more for them. So probably the slimmest margin I have on a record right now tonight. But that's okay, because where I originally got them to offer at that price of $46, they were sold out. So I have to get them from somewhere else. And they get them pretty much from the same place I get them. And then they mark them up a lot more. But they order like 500 of them. So they've got a big advantage. There is 5, how many people on a waiting list here? There are 5 people on a waiting list. Brian White, Cassie Center, Grog, James Goggin, and Slicker Van Slyke. This is the Band of Brothers, $46.99. Band of Brothers soundtrack, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually only have 5, but if anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll still do it for $46.99. It's actually supposed to be now $54.99. So, or $49 for this one. So I'm doing a few dollars less than I probably should, but that was the original pre-order price. That was the original pre-order price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those are sold. Band of Brothers, very popular series. Brian White, Cassie Center, Grog, James Goggin, and Slicker Van Slyke. We need to get some new auctions going. So all those are sold, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. And I will still do them for $46.99, our next auction, which is going to be what? I got to update these other 2 as well. I see James Brown. This is a 1966 U.S. reissue compilation. It's still in shrink, and it's a nice VG Plus for a James Brown, $25 star. Jump Around with James Brown, a $25 star. What about Anxiety Hammer? Anxiety Hammer. Teresa gets that for $9. So did Teresa Brookshire. Glad to have you back on. And what about the Joan Baez lot? Are we done? Are we done? I don't think we are. I think there's like a 3-way tie right now. I'm looking for bids that say JB or Joan Baez. I'm showing Aiden Donahue at $25. And he outbid Tim Graham, and I haven't heard back from Tim Graham. So Aiden has these 5 Joan Baez for $25. We're about to sell them. George Samberez does one on the Black Crows list. Yes, you are actually number 2 in line. And we are what? Here's what's next. We had A Perfect Circle Emotive. A Perfect Circle 2 LP. It has a tri-fold jacket, $44.99 on A Perfect Circle Emotive. 2 LP, $44.99. And this is 9 Inch Nails live at Woodstock, 1994. $38.99, a 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails live at Woodstock. I think they called that Mudstock. Look, wow. He is filthy. $38.99. 9 Inch Nails Woodstock $94. That is 2LP unofficial. That is available. And then here's our next single. It's called Ambition Mission. Spit Where the Liars Live. That's our next single. It's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Ambition Mission. There's 9 Inch Nails. So Joan Baez, okay, so Aiden Donahue, he's out. I'm going to go ahead and sell him to you. Now there's only one JB left, and it's the same price, a $25 start. And the next is a very popular jazz album, of course, Bill Evans, Jim Hall Bill Evans, Jim Hall Undercurrent, $24.99. I think y'all see sometimes when we have OGs of those come in what they sell for. Before I go any further, there's that. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. And I have another signed record. No, I don't. I have another, what do I have? Let's grab, let's see what else is in here. All right, let's do this Booker T and the MG Soul Limbo. Booker T's is a 1968 U.S. original. It is in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Booker T and the MG's Soul Limbo, OG VG, $15 start on that. Rebecca Howlett wants a perfect circle emotive. There's one perfect circle left. There are 2 9 Inch Nails Woodstock unofficials left. And this is a very popular unofficial. I went ahead and grabbed several of them. Ozzy, live in Montreal, 1981, of course, with Randy Rhoads. That is on red vinyl. Ozzy, Montreal, 1981, Randy Rhoads, gatefold, red vinyl, $36.99. $36.99 on Ozzy, Montreal. I went ahead and grabbed, what, 7 of those? 2, 4, 7 of those are available. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. Mono Remaster, the U.S. edition. Replica of the original Mono U.S. album release. Analog cut from the original master tapes, 180 gram, $36.99 on the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. I've got 2 of those, and the last of this crate is Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill Live, 1996, $29.99. The Misfits, Evil Live, $33.99. And Rush, Pink Pop, 1979 on pink vinyl. Rush is $29.99. Booker T 15, Booker T 15. Ambition is at 5. And now George Samberez on Ozzy. And that's Ozzy Osbourne. That's sort of George Samberez. Ambition Mission, another bid for 5. So Kenneth, you tied Teresa. Greg Herman on Alanis Morissette live. And then we have Bill Evans is called Undercurrent. Bill Evans Undercurrent is $24.99. Bill Evans Undercurrent. What a great bin of new vinyl to start tonight. Brian C. gets Rush. Brian C. gets Rush. We've almost filled up another crate. So I'm going to read those one more time, and I'm going to go ahead and do the other one, just FYI. And, yeah, we're going to go ahead and knock out back-to-back new vinyl crates. And tonight is also going to be a night where I do probably some on-sale stuff. But after I get rolling, I'm probably going to have to take some time to do some sorting. I don't really have them tagged. But I think it's that time to go ahead and discount March stuff. And that should just leave us with April and everything left in May so far that's come in. The rest of that bin for $85. No, I can't do that. If I started doing that, we would quickly be in financial dire straits. I can't start taking $800 losses 4 or 5 times a night. We have Ambition Mission. Kenneth Blair, I'm assuming you don't want to bid again. Booker T's tied. Aiden, I haven't heard back from you. And no one bid on James Brown. I'm going to make that a $25 buy now. James Brown is in shrink wrap, VG Plus or better vinyl. And that's a buy now for $25. Chad is swapping out crates. That one just got full quickly, especially with the bundle and stuff. There's that. All right, here we go. So let's go back to the top. 8, he did say out, and there's that. All right, how much is the Misfits? The Misfits is $33.99, Evil Live. All right, so Teresa does get Ambition Mission for $5. That's sold. Y'all were still tied on the Booker T. Aiden, you're out. I'm about to sell it unless you bid again. So here's what's left in here. Cypress Hill live at Woodstock, 1994, $29.99. The newest album from Little Feat comes out Friday. Strike Up the Band. Little Feat is $39.99. A Perfect Circle Emotive, that's $44.99, a 2 LP. We have 9 Inch Nails live at Woodstock 94, colored vinyl 2 LP gatefold. That is $38.99. Bill Evans Undercurrent. Bill Evans is $24.99 with Jim Hall, 180 gram, bonus tracks, says HQ Virgin Vinyl. Ozzy, live, Montreal, 1981. I have sold dozens and dozens of these, but nothing wrong with having this in stock. $36.99. He comes out to Flying High again. I don't know. Crazy Train, Believer, Mr. Crowley, Suicide Solution, Revelation, Still Away, drum solo, and then he ends with Paranoid. Wow. That side one is insane. Flying High again, I don't know. Crazy Train, Believer, and Mr. Crowley. Also, we have the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. So many great songs. So many little gems on here if you've never heard everything on here before. Tell Me Why, I'll Cry Instead. I Should Have Known Better. I'm Just Happy to Dance With You, and I Love Her. Of course, A Hard Day's Night. I Should Have Known Better, If I Fell, and I Love Her. Ringo's theme, Can't Buy Me Love, and It's Been a Hard Day's Night. That is the original soundtrack to the film there. Mono, Analog, and Misfits. Misfits is Evil Live. One is sold to Jennifer Corbin. One is sold to Jorge Enriquez. Those are sold, and Dr. Ebo wants the James. Bill Evans, Jim Hall. James. What is James, Dr. Zebo? James? James? Did you mean Jim? Did you mean Bill? Something like that. And now Booker T is sold to Donna for $15. All right, let's go grab another crate. All right, let's go grab another crate. As soon as I can adjust my back and neck and knuckles, okay? Anybody else? Beatles, Ozzy, Bill Evans, Jim Hall, 9 Inch Nails, Perfect Circle, Little Feat, and Cypress Hill, Woodstock. I'm going to put all those right here. That was a great start to that bin. All right, let's see what else I have here. Let me see what else I have here. Do I have these backwards? I bet I do. All right. This single is from Sabbath. Sabbath, not Black Sabbath. It looks like Sabbath. S-A-B-E-T-H. Sabbath. $5 star. Aller Wege Zeal. C-League. Definitely something in a foreign language. $5 start on that. He meant James Brown. Oh, James Brown. James Brown. This is sold to Dr. Zebo for $25. Sold to Dr. Zebo for $25. You got it. Let's go ahead and do the other crate. Laura is bringing more new auctions. Chad is bringing more new vinyl. I got bad news about the Now Yearbook 89. I'll show it to you. It's bad news, though. It's really bad news. It may be the worst news. Bad news about Yearbook 89. They basically shipped these to us. I don't know what they were thinking. You think a place like this would know how to ship vinyl. They basically shipped these into us with a flimsy mailer. So they ran out of room in their box. And so they just shipped these in a little flimsy mailer, and they got completely wrecked. There was a waiting list. So obviously, I have a feeling y'all are not going to want those. These jackets are already flimsy. And if you take a little ding, if you just kind of pop them like that, they will pretty much fold in half. So those got completely wrecked, completely destroyed. So I'm assuming whoever was on a waiting list don't want them like that. Hopefully I can get more because those are always limited edition. So that is bad. All right, here we go. This is pretty cool. Elvis, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, The Wonder of You. These originally retailed for like $67 or $57.99. I've got them right here for $39.99. Elvis with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. This has 17 tracks, vinyl gatefold, booklet, CD, and poster. Elvis Presley is $39.99. And some people's been asking about these. Here they are. Life Moves Pretty Fast, the John Hughes mixtapes. 6 LPs of red vinyl. And that is $139.99. $139.99. Life Moves Pretty Fast. The John Hughes mixtapes. That's $139.99. And Shania Twain, the 25th Anniversary Diamond Edition, which is technically an on-sale price at $34.99. These are normally, oh man, they're expensive. Shania Twain, Come On Over, one of the best-selling albums of all time. It's the top-selling country album and highest-sold female album of all time. How many times platinum? It's a bunch. I don't know. She sold millions of those. Shania Twain. That's Seth's like Seth's anthems there. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. That's like Seth's life track. He listens to that stuff every day. Next thing we have is the best of Wilson Pickett. This is a 1967 US OG mono VG condition, a $15 start. The best of Wilson Pickett, as in the Midnight Hour, and Land of a Thousand Dances, and Funky Broadway, and Mustang Sally. A 67 US OG mono VG condition, a $15 start. Sherry Darnell gets Elvis. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Next is David Tate on Shania Twain. Vicky Yoshikawa on Shania Twain. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And we have Sabbath. That is a no bid. That's a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. Also, I've got 2 copies of Bobby Hutcherson, Joe Henderson, McCoy Tyner, Herbie Lewis, Bill Higgins, Blue Note Tone Poet. This is called Stick Up. Bobby Hutcherson, Blue Note Tone Poet, cut by Kevin Gray, $34.99. Wilson Pickett has a bid for $16. No bid on Sabbath. That is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants that. The next one here is another Alien Nose Job. Alien Nose Job is going to go up for a $5 start. This is Alien Nose Job, and it's called The Scene Expands Opinionated FUCK, and that's going to go up for a $5 star. Wilson Pickett 1616. Sabbath is sold to Darren for $5. And we have the Beastie Boys music. I went ahead and grabbed a bunch of these because I think I have maybe an old waiting list because I thought they were sold out and I couldn't get them anymore. But right now, if you want one, let me know. They're Beastie Boys music, a career-spanning greatest hits. Fight for Your Right, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Sabotage, Intergalactic, $34.99, Brass Monkey, Paul Revere. It's all on here. It is $34.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 of those available. Teresa says she bid 5 on Sabbath as soon as I showed it. Let's see if I can go back and find that. If it's on my screen, I'll run it again. There it is. It's way up here. Teresa has Sabbath for $5. Darren, you've been outbid. If you want to bid again, let me know. If you say pass, I'll go ahead and sell it to Teresa for $5. Boy, you bid is like as soon as I was showing it. You was fast on that one. That was way up there. Elvis was sold to Sherry. We sold Shania. We sold Shania. Does anybody want on a Shania Twain waiting list? We have Wilson Pickett 16. Wilson Pickett 16. Darren, you're out on Sabbath. Let me know if you want back in. Alien Nose Job is 5. Wilson Pickett 20. Alien Nose Job 5. No Japanese Tonight. Jeffrey Sapia does not want on the Black Crowes waiting list. Alien Nose Job 5. Alien Nose Job 6 is Hey Jude on Wilson Pickett. No. Alien Nose Job 7. Can you tell me what color the Yazoo label is in the auction bin, please? I'm not for sure what you're talking about. And then Jerry Stone wants a Beastie Boys. Kenneth Blair wants a Beastie Boys. Alien No Job 60. Darren's out. So Sabbath is sold to Teresa for 5 instead of Darren. Now Aliens No Job's 8. Laura says it's on red and black. And then the next 3 records in here is Ryan Bingham, Mescalito. Ryan Bingham is $34.99. That is like a discount price. Just so you know, these crate right here, everything in here is below MSRP. This is already, speaking of on-sale vinyl, what we're doing, everything in here is already below MSRP. Y'all know these Ryan Bingham albums are not cheap. Neither was that Shania Twain. Neither is this Beastie Boys. Neither are these Blue Note Tone Poets. Neither are these box sets. This is all like run out discount top records. Ryan Bingham, $34.99. Beastie Boys was $34.99. Our next auction is Luther Allison. It's a 1969 U.S. original in VG Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Luther Allison and the Blue Nebula, Love Me Mama, $15 start on that. Ryan Bingham is sold to Ryan Eaton. What is the track list? You'll have to give me a second. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, a Music on Vinyl remaster, $38.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've got 2 copies of Yes, another discounted record, 3 LPs on blue vinyl, live from the House of Blues. Yes, triple LP blue vinyl, $34.99. And I've never had this, I don't think, on new and sealed. And plus, it's a discount. Blondie, $29.99. Blondie, their debut, self-titled. Her debut, their debut, whichever you want to call it, $29.99. We got Melissa Bailey on the Shania Twain waiting list. Jamie McCord on Ryan Bingham. There's 1 Ryan Bingham left. That's sort of Jamie McCord. Are we done on Wilson Pickett? The last bit on Wilson Pickett that came in, was, I believe, $20 with Lonnie Jolly. No one else's bid. I'm about to sell it to Lonnie Jolly for $20. We sold Beastie Boys. Alien Nose Job was at 9 and now 11. We sold to Ryan Bingham. We got Shania Twain waiting list. How much is Ryan Bingham? How much is Stevie Ray Vaughan? How much is Luther Allison? Luther Allison just got a bid for $15. How much is Blondie? Blondie's $29.99. That's sold to Jerry Stone. And now Wilson Pickett has a new bid for $21. Sounds like I need to go through the entire crate again. I'll do that right now. But first, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's $38.99, remastered in step. How much is Ron Bingham? $34.99. The first thing that's left in here is this Elvis box set. Elvis Presley with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. 17 tracks, gatefold jacket, has a book, a CD, and a poster. That is $39.99. I have one left. I got the John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast, the John Hughes mixtapes. This is 6 LPs of red vinyl. All these classic soundtracks. Some of them are impossible to get on vinyl because they don't exist. Some of them are pricey and tough to obtain. $139.99, 6 LP. It also includes a 24-page book. That's stuff like Pretty in Pink and Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Breakfast Club and Weird Science and Some Kind of Wonderful, 16 Candles, all those John Hughes movies. That is $39.99. Jason Murphy asked earlier about the Ron Bingham. He gets that one. If now that he was next in line, if anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list on Ron Bingham. Wilson Pickett has new bids. What about Alien Nose Job? It also has a new bid. Luther Allison has new bids. I still got the Tone Poet. Bobby Hutcherson, Stick Up. Bobby Hutcherson is $34.99. And then Beastie Boys Music. That's a 2 LP, greatest hits, everything you could think of on there. $34.99. The John Hughes box set is sold to Darren Johnson. There's one left, $139.99. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan. This has the hit song Crossfire on it. Tightropes on there. I love Crossfire, though. $38.99. Yes, House of Yes, live from the House of Blues. 3 LP, blue vinyl, $34.99. And then Blondie. I knew Jerry Stone would buy one. I'm waiting for 4 other people. That's one I don't get as often. I don't get that as often there. $29.99. George Harrison has 3 albums reaching for. I have them ordered. The newest new stuff should be here tomorrow. A big order. They shipped it all out today. It's like 7 boxes. But I think a couple things are supplies. We were pretty low on other sleeves. We go through sleeves, man. Oh, my gosh. I don't know how many already this year, thousands of dollars I've spent on sleeves. Holy moly. I like everything in new sleeves, though. One of the many, if you get something from us, it should be in a brand new outer sleeve. If not, then I'll challenge whoever's tagging the stuff. Where's the sleeves at? Pat Fratt on Beastie Boys. That's so to Pat Fratt. Craig Honeycutt gets an Elvis box set, except for new vinyl. That's actually how we distinguish what's actually new and what's possibly pre-owned. New vinyl, we leave just in the shrink wrap, of course. Luther Allison 30. Brad Waite wants a Beastie Boys. There we go. That's more like it. Snoop Dogg will be in by tomorrow. And here we go. Now, so Alien Nose Job, the last bid on that was Teresa at 13. William Drugovich, just so you know, he did say out. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, you said 34, then 38. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. Right behind it is the Beastie Boys, $34.99. The Beastie Boys is $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. So the waiting list for that crate, what we sold out of was Shania Twain. Shania Twain is $34.99, 25th Anniversary Diamond Edition. $34. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. $34.99. Come on over. $34.99. You Don't Impress Me Much. Shania Twain, You Don't Impress Me Much. We have one Beastie Boys left. We have a waiting list going for Ryan Bingham, Mescalito. I think typically these are about $10 more than that. These are typically around 40, at least 40, minimum 45 sometimes. Ron Bingham, those are now $34.99. And then I got one John Hughes. We're sold out of Elvis. I'm sold out of Elvis, but I have one John Hughes left. I still got Bobby Hutcherson, one Beastie Boys, 2 Stevie Ray Vaughan, Yes, and Blondie. Are we good to go? Let me update all the auctions right quick. Did you order RK Fire, Pink Elephant, Eric Clapton Unplugged, Expanding, Counting Crows, Butter, Miracle, Sweet 1? I don't know if Eric Clapton comes out this week. I'll check. I noticed one thing. It was crazy expensive. I'm pretty sure I ordered Arcade Fire, and yes, for sure on Counting Crows. Yes. So to answer your question, yes. I'll have to check on that, and yes. Okay. Clapton stuff is so expensive. I'm like, come on, dude. I don't know if it's you or your label, but man, his stuff is so expensive. His new albums usually are like 50. All right, here we go. Some of this stuff, I don't know what it is. Like, I've told y'all this a million times. I'll scroll through there and I was like, what is this? And then all of a sudden people will be like, did you get the new What Is This album? The stuff I'm calling What Is This? And there'll be like a dozen people ask for it. I'm like, this is crazy. I sell records every night. I've never heard of this artist. And there's about 18 people asking if I ordered it. I'm like, what in the world? Who is this? And then I'll have to ask like Paul or Laura. And they'll be like, oh yeah, that's very popular. And I'm like, how have I not heard of it? You think by now I would have heard of such. So, but I think that I'll check the price on that Unplugged. Let me see right quick, Jerry. Now you've got me curious because that was a big one. It's the complete expanded. I'll log in right over here and try to check right quick while I'm in the process of changing crates. So, let's see what I can come up with over here. Let's see here. It actually, yeah, it comes out this Friday, and I can get them. Yeah, I don't think I've ordered it. I haven't. It's a triple LP for $69.99. It's a triple LP. $69.99 if you want one. I'll go ahead and order them right now. It's a complete Unplugged. Just let me know. Yeah, I hadn't done it. Okay. And then over here, and there's no puzzles in stock. Jerry, there's one, Killing Joke. Killing Joke, that's it. There are 0 puzzles in stock. Next crate is going to go up right now. Let's see what we have. Let's go through what? Let's go through this one that Paul's brought up here, and then let's do this one. All right? We'll take a live order for Clapton right now. Triple LP. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And other than that, I'm going to start selling some auctions. Okay, I'm going to have to figure some of this out. Oh, boy. I need to go live every morning at 10 a.m. before I go to bed and just get everybody to tell me what they're looking for. Because y'all mention stuff, and I'm like, where do y'all even see these announcements at? Like, there's a couple pre-orders y'all keep telling me about, and like the biggest distributors in the country don't even have them yet. One of them is that Warrant album. I'm still getting screenshots. People's like, Chad, can you get this new Warrant album? I'm like, it's not even in the database. AC/DC, I haven't heard about that either. I have no idea. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so give me 1 second here. Okay, what's going on here? I've got to refocus. Okay, I've got to pause on answering requests for 1 second. I saw it from Stacy. Yeah, she's watching. Okay, let me. I can't even figure out who has the high bids right now. Hold on 1 second. Luther Allison's at $30 with Donna Turner. So Luther Allison's at $30 with Donna Turner. We've went down a bad rabbit hole. The bad rabbit hole is new vinyl. We've went down a really bad rabbit hole right now. Donna Turner has Luther Allison for $30. A 1969 U.S. original. Donna Turner has this for $30. I think we're all done. It's a good rabbit hole, but a bad rabbit hole. There's good and bad rabbit holes. The best of Wilson Pickett. So Donna has that for $30. I have no idea on Wilson Pickett. Wilson Pickett. Vaughn Galipsy, $21 maybe. Lonnie Jolly, $23. Vaughn went out. Okay, so Lonnie Jolly, $23. And then Alien Nose Job. Okay, Alien Nose Job is sold. Alien Nose Job. It's Teresa. I'm just trying to find the amount. $13 to Teresa, okay? There's that. Now we have two. Let's write down Jen Cass for an Eric Clapton and Ryan Eaton for an Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton, triple LP unplugged. This is triple LP unplugged. 2 people for sure want it. I'm going to go ahead and order 4 right now. That's the new triple LP Eric Clapton, okay? And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And they're on their way before they sell out, okay? And that was, I ran the calculation, but if I can do them for less, when they come in, I'll do them for less, okay? There we have it. Now, and thank you, Jerry, for sharing the pre-orders. Yes, because this is stuff, like I said, I'm like, where the heck? Sometimes y'all find this stuff, and I'm like, what in the world? Like, these AC/DC, these warrants. I'm going to have to look into all this. It's amazing. I'm like, where does all this stuff come from? All right, there's a new bid on Wilson Pickett. There we have it. All right, let's go through this new Arrivals crate. Let's get up some new singles. I got to have, like, a way to do this. I guess we need, like, I used to make those posts. But stuff gets buried. I'll make a post in the group, what's the new pre-orders coming out, and people will put like, I'm looking for, they'll put Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. And I'm like, wow, that's coming out? I didn't know that. And they're like, no, I'm looking for an OG. And I'm like, and then it turns into an OG request, and then things get out of hand. Acrylics, ACRYLICS. Acrylics is going to go up for a $5 start. Acrylics is a $5 start. There it is, ACRYLICS, acrylics. $5 start on that. New arrivals here. We have Gary Peacock, Tales of Another, Keith Jarrett, and Jack DeJohnette, $19.99. Buddy Guy, Live at Legends. That's on blue and white vinyl, $34.99. Lonnie Jolly, You Have Been Outbid on Wilson Pickett. It's now at $24. We have Zed, Desperation Blues Deluxe. Zed is a 2019 Stoner Rock Seal, $29.99. Zed, Stay Awake, Various Interpretations of Music from Vintage Disney Films. Wow, $14.99. That's interesting looking. NRBQ, Sinead O'Connor, Garth Hudson, Buster Poindexter, and Dan Hill, Longer Fuse. Dan Hill was $9.99. I'm going to check on Warrant. Obviously, an artist like Warrant, I've sold hundreds, if not thousands of Warrant records. But to me, right now, whatever that Warrant is being requested, there's no distributors that's carrying that right now, unless they've already sold out and took it down. It could be like a really limited edition run on something. As of right now, that wasn't available. But I will check on it tonight, or I can check on it right now. Donna, you get Luther Allison for $30. Luther Allison, $30. Wilson Pickett, $24. Acrylics 5, Acrylics 7. George Jones on BG. That is Buddy Guy. That's so to George Jones. Acrylics is at 8, and now Acrylics at 9. Now Wilson Pickett, 25. Acrylics 9. And Marsha Baker. Wow. Your bid on Luther Allison just came in. Sorry about that, but also Donna had that for $30 for the last 15 minutes. If I would have took a bid on that, then that would have been very bad. Sorry, that's already sold for $30. Alabama Shake, Sound, and Color. This is not, Paul's messed up. He's got me a not priced record, Laura. Oh my gosh, let's hope that whole crate isn't like this. We have Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, $14.99. Edmund Estrada Won't Stay Awake. Thank you, Edmund. And Chuck Mangione, Chase the Clouds Away. Chuck Mangione is $9.99. And Stone Oak, Riding the Wind. Stone Oak is a 1981 Bluegrass. That's $9.99. And now Wilson Pickett. The last bid on Wilson Pickett was Kenneth Blair at $25. Acrylics is now at $10. Somehow Wilson Pickett has woke back up, and we've got all kinds of new bidders now. Now it's at $25. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's MoFi, a 1994 MoFi pressing, numbered. It's numbered 478. It's VG++ EX-. We're all together again for the first time. Dave Brubeck, Gary Mulligan, Paul Desmond, Alan Dawson, and Jack Six. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. We had a request to lift the camera. Let's see if that helps. We have Eddie Rabbit. Eddie Rabbit is $9.99. Eddie Rabbit. And we have Duke Ellington, the jazz piano. Duke Ellington is $9.99. Also, Heath Brothers. Heath Brothers is $19.99. And this is the Heath Brothers Expressions of Life. Let's go back to the top and see what I've missed. Next thing is acrylics was at 10. Which country was the ECM Gary Peacock pressed in? Gary Peacock, ECM. This is ECM 1999, Gary Peacock. This is a U.S. edition. That is a U.S. edition. Who asked that? Scott D. Rochier. Please, if you lift the camera a little, top of the records. I did that. Acrylics 11, Wilson Pickett 26. And then Duke is so to Donna Turner. Duke Ellington. That's so to Donna Turner. All right, there we have it. Also, we have Little Sonny, New King of the Blues Harmonica. That's a promo, $19.99. And Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan is $9.99. Hey, bud, thought you had some earlier. You had 80s EPs. We sold Agnostic Front, Agnostic Front, Agnostic Front, Agnostic Front, and Agnostic Front. I know I read all those off, and somewhere I have at least one accused. That's the 6 that I read off. Now, I don't know about, quote, 80s. I did have 6 Agnostic Front. We've sold all those. If I can find that one that said accused, I will run it right now. But I know for sure that's the ones I had right in front of me a moment ago. I'm trying to figure out what's happened to them. Otherwise, it's all coming from the same batch as everything. Next is Anton Boardman. Comes with a lot of stuff. It has a bookmark. It has a brown paper bag book. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Anton Boardman. That's actually pasted on the cover. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Next thing is we sold Duke acrylics out. And then Donna got Shaka Khan, then Adrian Donahue, then Lonnie Jolly. And then next thing we have is Herbie Mann, Waterbed. Herbie Mann is $9.99. And Dobie Gray, Goldstone promo. Dobie Gray is $14.99. What happened on Wilson Pickett? Randy Klein still has it for $26. There's one other person I hadn't heard back from, Kenneth Blair. Did Kenneth say out? I haven't heard back from him, but I'm about to sell it. Also here we have Buddy Miles Express, Booger Bear, $19.99 for Buddy Miles Express. And the George Benson collection, George Benson is $14.99. And Impulse Artist on Tour, live concert performances, $14.99 on that. And My Side of the Mountain, $9.99. The acrylics is sold, so let's go ahead and sell that. The last bit I saw coming on the acrylics is Teresa at 11. Teresa, that's so to you. Anton Boardman has a bid for $5. And we have the Melodic Stan Getz, $14.99 on that. He's done. Lonnie Jolly on GB. GB was for George Benson. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. The Dave Brubeck Gary Mulligan MoFi does not have a bid, $35 start. There's one Beastie Boys left. Yes, there is one Beastie Boys left. Absolutely. One BB left. Beastie Boys. I also have this basket is full of Rolling Stone singles. Uh-oh, Carol Puckett. Rolling Stones, Saint of Me. Take a look at this. $5 start on the Rolling Stones. This is from 1998. 1998, Saint of Me, and any way you look at it. The Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $5 start. Also, we have Donovan, Slow Down World. Donovan's $14.99. So the first thing is Wilson Pickett then. This is sold to Kenneth. Randy, who's got this? Randy Klein gets this for $26. Randy, that is sold to you for $26. Thank you. Rolling Stones, $5 start. Next is we sold George Benson, and then Woody Bishop said sold on the Beastie Boys. That was the last copy. Anybody want to go on a waiting list? This is called Beastie Boys Music. A amazing compilation here. 2 LP gatefold. That is sold to Woody Bishop. Brubeck has a bid for $35. Donna on Stan Getz, that's sold. And then Anton just got one bid for $5, and that's sold to Robert Warner for $5. Thank you. Now the Rolling Stones at 5. Michael Butler on Donovan. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is, let's sell this Alabama Shakes because it didn't have a price on it. Alabama Shakes is on clear vinyl. One disc is clear. The other disc is clear. How about a $10 start? Alabama Shakes, sound and color. I don't have any information other than it's really nice. No condition notes, and it's on clear vinyl. $10 start on that. Impulse, that is Gato Baribi, however you say his last name. Keith Jarrett, John Clemmer, Sam Rivers, and Michael White. No condition notes, $14.99 on that. And Ellington, Duke Ellington, a 1962 mono, VG Plus, $14.99. Columbia 2i on that one. AS, that's Alabama Shakes. It has a bid for 10. And now we have the Rolling Stones have a bid for 5. Alabama Shakes 10, 10, 10. And we're about to sell the David Brubeck. Greg Herman wants my side. Oh, was that a claim? It was. My side of the mountain. Thank you, Greg Herman. I saw you comment that earlier. I must have missed that. And then Donna Turner, or missed what that meant, and Donna got Duke Ellington. Now Alabama Shakes is at 20. Our next single is going to go up right now. Boy, some of these here. Let me figure out where some of these came from. Broken Hope. By the way, I found these on a shelf next to Laura's desk when I was in the back trying to find a guitar that I knew that was back there. So, Laura, I did take these off the shelf next to your desk. This is Broken Hope, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on green vinyl. Broken Hope. $5 start on that. Green vinyl. That's now up for bid. Alabama Shakes, and then Barbieri. Thank you. Presenting the Art Tatum Trio. That's a 1957 Deep Group mono on the yellow Verve label. $19.99 on Art Tatum. Very nice. No condition notes either. Nice Paul crate here. We have Garrison Cleor, the Family Radio, a Prairie Home Companion. That's EX Edition, $12.99. And Todd Rundgren. Todd Rundgren's VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Mickey Hart, not Bob Weir. Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder, a 72 Terre Haute, EX, $22.99. Alabama Shakes, 21. Broken Hope is already at 11. Wow, that took off fast. There's some very similar stuff like this over here. So some of these singles could get really good tonight. I have no idea. And then Brubeck just got one bid with George Samberez earlier. MoFi, too. Let me go way up here and find that. George, yep, that's sold you for $35. Thank you. So right now we got AS, RS, and BH. BH is for Broken Hope. It already has a bid for 15. AS is for Alabama Shakes at 22. And to my knowledge, RS, the Rolling Stones, did not get a bid. I'm going to scroll, and I'm going to make it a bot now, right now, for $5 unless I can find an RS on my feed, and there's not an RS. So the Rolling Stones, 1998 single, just $5, Saint of Me. No bid on that. Up at the top, we have Brent Ribley on AT for Art Tatum. That is nice, very clean for a 1958 record. And then the next thing was Mickey Hart to Aidan Donahue. Mickey, that's so to you. And then Brent Ribley got the Rolling Stones for $5. Alabama Shake still getting bids. Broken Hope still getting bids. Chris won't see the cover. You can do that. I can do that as soon as I show you this next single, another Rolling Stone single. Here's another Rolling Stone single, Rain Fall Down. Wow, a parental advisory on a Stones record. Which bad word does Mick Jagger drop? F. Rain Fall Down. And this is 2005, it looks like. $5 start on that. Robert said he bid 5 on the Rolling Stones. Oh, man. Yeah, I knew it was going to get lost somewhere. There are so many bids right now on all these auctions. Holy moly. Okay, we might have to bring that back over. Holy moly. He's just kind of like Teresa earlier. Some of these bids come in before I can even lay it down, somebody goes ahead and places a bid. He's right. All right, let me redo this one after this one, okay? Or actually, oh, man. Okay, so yeah, I'll redo that one in just a second because this one's already got bids and things to get. Robert, I'm sorry. I'll have to redo that in just a second. I never did see your bid. Holy moly. And then, of course, when I do that, 4 people try to buy it for the $5 bid because I kept saying no bid. I'm sorry, Robert. All right, we'll redo that one in just a second. Now this one already has 2 bids. And then somebody wants to see the cover to Broken Hope closer. I wonder why. What a scary-looking cover. Broken Hope is on green vinyl. 1993 metal blade. 1993 metal blade. So right now, that's up for bid. This is up for bid. And Alabama Shakes. We'll redo the other Rolling Stones in just a second. I apologize to Robert. All right, back to the bin. I'm going to have to get really focused tonight, it looks like. There's going to be a bunch of bids on these singles. Let me take some shot of purple right quick. I might have to get purple, mix some blue in, and then even drink some, stir it up with a V8. That sounds dangerous, right, Laura? Ronnie Dyson is VG Plus, $11.99. Ronnie Dyson is VG Plus, $11.99. We have Steve Goodman, Somebody Else's Troubles. Steve Goodman's VG Plus $11.99. And Chic Your Booty, Frank Zappa, VG Plus $29.99. And Little Milton, Blues and Soul. Little Milton's a 74 Monarch EX edition, $22.99. The Band, Stage Fright. The Band is VG Plus $21.99. And John Miller, Country Blues and Old Time Music, 75 Country Blues Bluegrass, VG Plus $11.99. All right, so let's update everything. I had Alabama Shake. I'm going to pick a certain point and work my way down. Robert Barnett, Alabama Shakes 30. Broken Hope 35. Broken Hope 40. Alabama Shakes 32. Rolling Stones 5, 6, 7, 8 with Brent Robley. Broken Hope 55. Donna on RD. Donna on RD, Ronnie Dyson. Danny Thomason on SG, Steve Goodman. Rolling Stones 10, Carol Puckett. Michael Butler, LM, Little Milton. Aaron Below, Band, Stage Fright. I've been listening to a lot of the Band lately. Aaron Below on the Band. Michael Butler on JM, John Miller. And we have Broken Hope right now. The high bid is John Mincemoyer at 55. The Rolling Stones is at 10 with Carol. And that means the Alabama Shakes, Michael Ruttman has it for $32. Robert Barnett, you've been outbid. Next is A Letter Home. This is a really cool Neil Young album, VG $9.99. It was recorded in that direct to acetate or whatever you want to call it, not acetate. Jack White in like this homemade recording booth. Really cool. VG $9.99. It's like a booth you can go in and you could record a wax cylinder, sort of, or maybe direct to vinyl. Sky's the Limit, The Temptations. That's one you don't see as often. OG Temptations, EX $12.99. Baldwin and Leps, VG Plus $11.99. And we have Al Green's Greatest Hits, I'm So in Love with You, VG $12.99. Alabama Shakes 35, Rolling Stones 11, Rolling Stones 15. Broken Hopes now at 60. Susie put MY. She meant NY for Neil Young. We have Alabama Shakes out, Alabama Shakes 38. Donna on Temptations. John Darden on Al Green. I was going to try to sing like Al Green. I can't. We'll leave that up to the Reverend Al Green. John Darden got that. Shannon second. Vicky. Michael Butler second on Temptations. Glenn Miller, a memorial album, a 2 LP compilation. Glenn Miller, VG $9.99. What about the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out? A 66 US stereo, Frank Zappa, VG $29.99. And another Little Milton, If Walls Could Talk, 1970 US, VG $9.99. Unfortunately, Jerry Rice wrote his name on the cover. However, he is a Hall of Famer wide receiver. What's that noise? Oh, never mind. Broken Hope 65. Okay, there's a lot going on right now. The first thing I have to say is Broken Hope just got a bid for $65. Aidan Donahue on the Mothers of Invention. The last bid that came in on the Rolling Stones, RS, was Nick Bargeron at $15. So it's up to Carol and Brent Robley on that one. Michael Butler also picking up another Little Milton. And the last bid on Alabama Shakes was 40 with Monica Malley. I'm going to make things a little bit more crazier. And the next thing I'm going to do to make things a little bit more crazier is put up a Miles Davis record. And boy, this looks exceptionally nice. The jacket is what is impressing me, and the vinyl's not bad at EX. This is Miles Davis at the Fillmore. Look how crisp and beautiful the vinyl is and the jacket. I almost put vinyl and jacket together. That was a weird word. And here is the gatefold jacket. It is OG at the Fillmore, a US 70 OG, a $25 start on that. Broken Hope is at 67. Stones is a final call for 15. Nick Bargeron. And Alabama Shakes is now a final call for 40. Okay, let's run through this crate one more time. That was a good one. That was a really good one. That was possibly a great one. Where's my purple juice at? I'm hitting it hard tonight. Oh my gosh. Dangerous. Whew. Holy moly. What is going on? Okay, so yeah, that's almost what I said. I almost put vinyl and jacket together, and what Thomas typed out there is almost what I said, which sounds like a pretty bad word if you think about it, sort of. Zed, wow, nobody on Stoner Rock? Where is Joshua Cross? He's probably fell asleep. $29.99. He works in like a steel mill or something. Like Tony Iommi when he got his fingers cut off. We have Dan Hill, longer fuse, $9.99. Dan Hill, Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, $14.99. What about Chuck Mangione, $9.99. Chase the Clouds Away. Stone Oak, what a cool cover. It's a bluegrass album, $9.99. Eddie Rabbit, $9.99 for Eddie Rabbit. Heath Brothers, $19.99 on Expressions of Life. Gary Peacock, Tales of Another with Keith Jarrett and Jack DeJohnette, $19.99. And Little Sonny, New Kings of the Blues Harmonica, $19.99. That's a promo record. Also, we have Herbie Mann, $9.99. That's called Waterbed. And it's not a water bed, it's a bed of water, $9.99. So the Miles Davis pressing plant was Pittman. It's a Pittman. All right, so Broken Hope, $67 with Classy Lonnie Metal. Broken Hope, $75. Miles Davis, $25. Miles Davis, $35. Miles Davis, $26. Miles Davis, $30. Miles Davis, $36. And Nick Bergeron gets the Rolling Stones. I don't think anybody else bid. That's so to Nick Bergeron for $15. Okay, now let's go back over to the other Stone single that I screwed up. Robert, if you still want to bid 5 again, let's run it again. Here's another one. The Rolling Stones, Saint of Me. The Rolling Stones, Saint of Me. That's a $5 start, $19.98. And then here is Alabama Shakes. And Alabama Shakes, the last bid on AS was Michael Bohannon at $38. Monica bid $40. Michael went out, and that was just down to those two. So Monica Malley has this for $40, and it is done. 40 on that. Carol, I just sold that other one. It was a final call for a couple times. Sorry. And then there's this one. This one's going to go up for a $5 start as long as Robert still wants to bid. But we just got to rerun it. I screwed that one up. And then Broken Hope is still getting bids, as I expect. It's a tough one. John has it for $75. All right, next in here was Dobie Gray. Dobie Gray was $14.99. Buddy Miles was $19.99. Impulse Artist on Tour, $14.99. Garrison Keller, The Family Radio, A Prairie Home Companion, EX $12.99. We have Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $14.99. Chic Your Booty Zappa, that's VG Plus, $29.99. And then the last two records, Baldwin and Lips, VG Plus, $11.99, and VG $9.99. And sorry to be crude, best two things on the planet. That'd be hard to disagree with. Okay, we have our Broken Hope is at what? Miles Davis is at what? And the Rolling Stones is at what? The Rolling Stones is at 6 with Tommy Call. The Miles Davis is at 40, and Broken Hope is Classy's out. John, it looks like you might be getting it for $75. Final call to you. Classy Lonnie Metal wants Zed. He went out on the single. He's like, well, I'll go ahead and get Zed then. Thank you. Zed is sold. Zed also, which means Z, like YYZ, like Rush. Okay, so one of the first things I'm going to start doing before I bring over another pre-owned bin, if y'all give me a moment, just a moment, it's about time, if you didn't think all things were already busy tonight, it's about that time for me to do an initial sort. Let me figure out where I've pushed all these. It is the time of the month where I sort the prior month and the month before that on sale vinyl. And it could be stuff that you've even already recently seen. It's going to be basically anything possibly March and or February. And I don't honestly think we have as much as I normally do, but I think the quality's a lot higher because there's just some stuff in here that, yeah, there's just, I see it right here. There's just some stuff in here that needs to be discounted. We've had it for a while. I may have even shown some stuff as recent as last night, and it just needs to be marked down. A lot of stuff from March. Especially, I'm looking for 1st of March, especially 1st of March. And we're going to mark some stuff down. You might have even seen some of these titles last night. And I'm going to go ahead and compile a crate because I try to do it all, if I can, at $24.99. A lot of it happens too because of putbacks and non-payments. And new vinyl is really bad for non-payments and putbacks because by the time we go to resell it again, probably everybody's already ordered it and got it. If it's new, the new's worn off, and at that point, not many people want it. Or it could be a record that I sold 100 copies of, and I have like one left. And here's a prompt right here. I'm going through some right here. Yeah, it's like I sold, let's say, 40 copies, and there's one left. And I've shown it, I feel like some of these I've shown like 20 times, and I've got that one copy left that somebody hadn't bought. So I'm filling up a crate right now. This is some stuff I can do for $24.99, which, by the way, if I'm doing these for $24.99, I'm probably either A, breaking even, or B, most likely probably taking a loss. I'm going to do some for 24, and then we'll do some for a straight percentage, okay? We'll do some for a straight percentage. I'm going to make that right there. And this is also always a very exciting time. So let me do a couple sorts. We're going to do some at 25% off, and then we'll do some at a straight percentage, like I said here. So let me find those. Let's see. This is going to be percentage. That's going to be $24.99. Percentage. That is percentage. That's all April. That's percentage April. And that is percentage. Okay, let's grab one more crate, and I should have a whole crate here to do $24.99. Let's see what else I've got for March. There's not a lot, but there's more than I think I realize. Yep, here's some of it right here. Here's some of it that's from Ed's put-back bins, which is unfortunate because some of this stuff is not really needing of a discount, but it's bad. It's called bad sticker luck for the records. It's like, well, it's just bad luck for them. Bad luck for me too. I mean, I literally could just re-sticker them and put them back out since they were putbacks, but I'd rather just go ahead and discount them because they do get difficult to sell. They do get difficult. Like this record here that's coming up in the crate, we've sold probably 100 copies of it. And I've had this one stray copy laying around now for about 30 days, it seems like. So my initial sort is right here. And I think I've got enough and to make it worth your while to watch for sure. Everything in here is going to be $24.99. I have filled up an entire crate. So let's go through these. Let me do one more check, make sure it's all March. This is actually beginning of April. That's December. See? December, January. Here we go. $24.99, everything in this crate. Sorry I had to get all those ready. Let's keep going. Put these right over here. Make sure I hadn't missed any bids, and let's get called up and sell some auctions. Everything in this crate is $24.99. I probably can do 2, if not 3 of these crates. And I hadn't even pulled anything off the table. I think there's some older stuff over here. Yep, I see March over here. Yeah, so there'll be more. We'll have at least 3 crates tonight. We'll have at least 3 crates like this full tonight of on-sale new vinyl. If you don't get it tonight, it's definitely going to sell later. Here we go. So the last thing, I don't think anybody else bid on Broken Hope, right? Nobody else bid on Broken Hope. John Mincemoyer's for $75. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. Now, we restarted the Rolling Stones. There's also some, 556. Miles Davis, 45. 6 on this. We sold Zed. Miles Davis, 46 again. Rolling Stone, 7. Rebecca Howard put Baldwin. Was that a claim? What are the songs on Eddie Rabbit? Miles Davis, 47. Miles Davis, 48. And then Miles Davis, 50, 51. Miles Davis, 52. All right, so the Rolling Stones, RS, the last bid, so I don't mess this one up again. Robert went out. Tommy went out. Thomas Hujar has this for $7. And now Miles Davis is at 55. Let's get another auction going. The next auction is going to be, let's do Blues Jam in Chicago. With Fleetwood Mac, Otis Spann, Willie Dixon. This is a 1969 U.S. Monarch. Unfortunately, it is VG minus, but that's why we're going to start it for $10. Now Thomas has the Rolling Stones for 8. I think you just outbid yourself. 8, you had it already for 7. Thomas, you have it for 7. Well, now Danny's bid 8, now Glenn's bid 10, so we're not done. Everything in here is $24.99, including the Pogues, the rest of the best. The Pogues is now $24.99. This is their classic 1992 companion or compilation on green vinyl. The Pogues is now $24.99. That was $33.99. Heart, we sold several of these. I have 2 copies left. They have finally reissued their self-titled album. It was $33, now $24.99 on Heart. Heart is $24.99, new and sealed. And I have Steven Wilson, The Overview, the newest album from Steven Wilson. That is now $12 off at $24.99. And CCR Mardi Gras, this is on gold vinyl. Sweet Hitchhiker, Someday Never Comes, that is $24.99. So the Rolling Stones is now at 12. Miles Davis is at 57. And the first 2 claims in here are the Pogues. Sold to Patrick Fu and Aaron Below, $24.99 and $24.99. So those are sold and sold. Next is 1 copy of Tool Undertow, $24.99. This has been in here since March 12th. Time to mark it down a few dollars. Now $24.99. It was $34. That's $24.99. Danny Thomason on CCR. That's sold to Danny Thomason and Thomas Hujar on Steven Wilson. So this crate is now full. Let me swap these out right quick. That filled up very quick, especially with those Elvis box sets in there. There's that. Let me put that right there. Let me grab a new empty crate over here. That's done. And here we go. And Tool's always a big deal when it's only $24.99. That's so to Shannon Price, then Patrick, then Michael, then Jeff, then Thomas, and then Thomas Clark. Thomas Hujar, then Thomas Clark. So that's so to Shannon Price. Wow, poor Heart. The only 2 left right now. Blues Jam, nobody bid. I'm going to go ahead and make it a $10 buy it now. That was fast, but nobody bid. Blues Jam in Chicago, $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. What about the Rolling Stones over here? Glenn Kesey has it for $13. Thomas Hujar, you're out on the Rolling Stones, and they're still bidding. This is a really nice Miles Davis at Fillmore. I mean, exceptionally nice copy. And it's OG. That's why it's getting so many bids. Next is well, I can't do another Miles Davis, so let's put up Etta James, Tell Mama. Etta James is a 1987 pressing. 1987 pressing, and this is a U.S. reissue, gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo. Of course, that's a very tough OG to find in high grade. 87, $25 start. Von Stom gets the Blues Jam for $10, then Lonnie Johnny, then Danny Thomason. It was Elvis with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. It is $39.99. Next in the 24, we have sold the heck out of this artist this week. This is the only one no one's buying, so let's discount it. I bet it will sell now. Five Finger Death Punch got your 6. We've been selling the heck out of FFDPs this week. Now, this is the only one that's left, $24.99. I got to reorder pretty much their entire discography after this, $24.99. The Rolling Stones, it's with Glenn Kesey. It's with Glenn Kesey at $13. Miles Davis is at $62 with Donna Turner. And I have Styx, The Grand Illusion. Styx is $34.99, now $24.99. $24.99 on Styx. On sale crate, everything in here is $24. I originally ordered 2 of these, and I don't think we ever did sell one, so let's mark them down. Mark Bolan, you may know him from a band called T-Rex. A reissue of one of his solo albums, You Scare Me to Death, $24.99. So here's the deal. Miles Davis was at $62. Ryan Mustaine, you were out. We had a lot of people on Blues Jam already sold. Etta James, $25. Monty Reed got a 5-finger death punch for $24.99. Michael Peveler got a 5-finger death punch for $24.99. Brian Riley was second. Ben Dygert, or Brian Riley next, then Ben Dygert, then Brian Call. Now Rolling Stones 15, and then Danny Thomason. So Ryan Mustaine, we'll make sure he's done on Miles Davis. Final Call to Donna for $62. Next in the $24.99 bin is what? The Ngozi family, Day of Judgment. This was just a... We've actually reordered these since then. This was just in an Ed putback bin, so it's got an older sticker. The Ngozi family, Day of Judgment, $24.99. Proto-Punk and Garage Rock. $24.99. The high bid on Etta James is $25, just one bid. Now the Rolling Stones is at $15. Glenn Kesey, you're out. And now Donna, you're out on Miles Davis. Ryan just bid $25. Next is Pavement. I think we just sold one of these last night. Here's the last one. Pavement Slanted Enchanted. Pavement is $24.99. Last copy of that. Also, Philo Ransom Cootie and Ginger Baker, the Africa 70. Once again, on sale for $24.99. Miles Davis, 68. Thomas, final call on the Stones to you. Dr. Zebo gets Heart for $24.99. Now there's only one Heart left. Brian Call on Ngozi. That's sold to Brian Call for $24.99. And we have Rat, Dancing Undercover. Rat is $24.99. That's on red, black, and white stripe. And I think this next record, that's, once again, weird to see that on sale. Rat, what's going on? I think it's just a putback record. So kind of like a weird deal with the stickering, but it helps me go ahead and sell some of them. So this next record, when I saw it in stock, I went ahead and ordered 20 copies. And we've been selling them since then. I'm down to 4 copies of Violence, which is also a really tough OG to find. Eternal Nightmare, Bloody Flesh Marble Vinyl with book, $24.99, which is $12 off Violence. And let me pause there because there's a lot of claims on Rat. New bids on Miles Davis. Miles Davis was at 65, 68, 69. Etta James still has that one bid for $25, right, with Thomas Hujar. I am about to sell it. We sold Hart, we sold Ngozi, and then Darren Chrisman first on the Rat for $24.99. And then Michelle Wagner next on Rat, then Mike Torres, and then Michael Snare, then Michael Peveler, then Beast Smoker, then Patty Anderson Williams, then Ben Dygert, then Edwin Riviera. Miles Davis has a new bid for $70, and then Violence is sold to Edwin Riviera. Devin Reese also gets a Violence. Those are $24.99. Those are sold and sold. The Rolling Stones is sold for $15. And now let's grab another single over here from this batch where I got Broken Hope. Maybe I'll find something else that's close to that. What is this here? It looks split. Psychotic Noise and Crippled Bastards. Addicted to Hatred. It looks like it's a split release. This came from the same batch where Broken Hope was. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on black vinyl, and it also has an insert booklet with it. It has 2 inserts, I think, from both bands. That's now for bid. I said Heart. I've already pulled you one. There's one left. There was 2. You got 1. There's 1 left. Etta James has new bids for $26, $26, and Miles Davis, $76. So, Thomas, you've been outbid on Etta James by Donna. Ryan, you've been outbid by Donna on Miles Davis. And there's 2 Violence left. Next to the $24.99 album, the newest album by Charlie Crockett, now $12 off. $24.99 on Lonesome Drifter. Charlie Crockett is $24.99. Speaking of MSRP, this crate here, you're going to be selling me stuff. You're going to be seeing me sell stuff at either dealer cost or below cost. But it helps us move it and clear out some crates, and I'll be ordering a bunch more this week. I already have. Usually when I start ordering a ton of new stuff, the first thing I start doing is discounting the old stuff. Out with the old, in with the new. Hey, there's another Steven Wilson. We just sold one earlier. There's another Steven Wilson, if anybody missed the last one. $24.99. And I can't believe no one bought this originally. I think I had 3. We sold 2, and here's the last one. This is the Small Faces. Ogden's Nut Gone Flake, mastered at Air Mastering. $10 off, now $24.99. And wow, another 5 Finger Death Punch. Is that the same album? I guess it is. Got Your 6. $24.99. So whoever missed out on that one, there's another chance. We'll do a whole new list because I messed up and didn't realize I had another one. So let's just do a whole new list on that one. And then what happened here. So Etta James, 26. Miles Davis, 76. The 45 is at 5. What label's Etta James on? It's a 1987 Blue Chest. It's a reissue, of course, of that original album from the early 60s. Now it's at 27. Donna, you've been outbid. Now Donna bid $28. Now Thomas bid $30. Teresa bid $6 on this. Danny Thomason got a Charlie Crockett for $24.99. Now Miles Davis is $82. Now Durham is at 7 on the split. Bob Goodyear on Wilson. And Wilson, Bob Goodyear put Wilson. Steven Wilson. Thank you, Bob Goodyear. That's sold to you for $24.99. Ben Dygert got that last Charlie Crockett. That's sold to Ben Dygert for $24.99. Donna Turner is out on Etta James, so that's a final call to Thomas Hujar for $30. Donna, you've also been outbid on Miles Davis. It's at $82. $24. Rod Bryan got the small faces. That's the only one I have on that one. That's sold to Rod for $24.99. Now the singles at 8. Now Miles Davis is at 83. And then Brian got F for Five Finger Death Punch, then Ben Diger, then Danny Thomason, then Brad Waits, and then Curious Potato. I'm glad you just commented. Curious Potato, we have a note that you bought something last week and we don't have your information. Unless we mistagged you for something, I have a note that you made a purchase and we don't have your information. That's what Ed gave me a note for. So let me know if you did, because Ed told me you did, and we have an open invoice. I've been waiting for your name to pop up. So I have no other way to reach you. Just saying, okay? Bowling and Pavement. Everything in here is on sale. We're doing on sale new vinyl for $24.99. Everything in here is the exact same price, $24.99. Everything in here on sale, $24.99. Everything in here. We have a couple questions about Etta James, so give me 1 second. I'll figure out what's going on here. Give me 1 second here and here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we have Miles at $92, Miles at $85. Steve Lakey gets a Violence for $24.99. So Chris Knapp, to answer your question, Bowling is $24.99 and Pavement's $24.99. Miles Davis, $93. And then where are we at on the single? The single right here, the 45, Teresa has it for $8. Etta James is a final call to Thomas Hujar. 1987 U.S. reissue gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo of this record that exists. And Thomas has this for $30. Miles Davis is at $93. Teresa has that for $8. Final call. Next is Jimmy Buffett, Take the Weather With You. Jimmy Buffett is $24.99. And now Charlie Crockett, Danny wants to put back Charlie Crockett. I have one left if anybody else wants it. Silver vinyl, indie exclusive, $12 off, $24.99. Theory, as in Theory of a Dead Man, that is $24.99. And Eminem, $15 off the Slim Shady LP, $24.99. That should not be on sale. This should not be on sale. Snoop Dogg Missionary, Condom, picture disc. What an idea. $24.99 on that. And we have Social Distortion, Mama's Little Monster, 40th Anniversary Edition. That's an all analog from Chris Bellman, Bernie Grunman. That is $24.99. Social Distortion. Social Distortion. Okay? Let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. Look at all these comments. So Miles Davis is at $93. Curious Potato said he did not make a purchase. I'll let Ed know. So whatever we tagged you for, you might have commented the wrong thing at the wrong time and we accidentally tagged you for something. I've always told people, you got to be careful what you're commenting in the chat during a wild, crazy time, because the right letter or the right word, and I think you're buying something, like right now. It's pretty crazy. Theory of a Dead Man is sold to Brooks Vaughter for $24.99, or they might have thought you wanted on a waiting list for something, and then I put you on a waiting list, something comes in, we tag you, etc. I've always told people, be very careful during a busy part of the show what you're commenting. Chris Bryant last night almost bought an entire crate of records. He put bag 'em and tag 'em and almost sold them a bundle lot just because he commented those words. Brooks Vaughter got Theory for $24.99. Aiden Donahue put Charlie Crockett. That's sold to Aiden Donahue for $24.99. Jim B gets Eminem for $24.99. Shannon was second. Vicky next on Theory. Lonnie next on Eminem. Dennis next on Eminem. Phil Freeman next on Eminem. Jorge next on Eminem. Ryan Eaton next on Eminem. Shannon Price got Social Distortion for $24.99. John Dearden next on Social Distortion. Darren bid 11 on the 45. Teresa's out. Danny gets Snoop Dogg for $24.99. Jason, Eminem's already sold. Stephen Lewis is on next on Snoop Dogg. Patrick next on Social Distortion. Jeremy Merritt got Jimmy Buffett for $24.99. Thomas next on Social Distortion. Robert Barr next on Social Distortion. Thomas again on Social Distortion. Steve on Social Distortion. Jennifer on Social Distortion. Splits at 12. LOL, LOL. Now, Brent didn't bid on Etta James, so I'm assuming he didn't want to bid, and that's now sold to Thomas Ujar for 30. Just FYI, I doubt you're going to have time to answer a question on anything in here. This is rapid fire, okay? This is rapid fire. Miles Davis, the last bid. Ryan says, okay then, Miles Davis out. That's after Donna bid 93. This is sold to Donna for $93. Holy moly. Goodness gracious, I'm going to need some more purple juice. What is going on here? Here we have it. Let me open this up. Let me put this in here. And I am putting Miles Davis in the sleeve. It's so. Now, the single. The single is at 12 with Teresa Brookshire. Everybody else is out. Let me go ahead and introduce another auction. We're losing Craig. He says he's out. So no more track listings. No more the track listings have expired. No more track listings for tonight. Miles Davis, quiet nights. Craig says, okay, that's enough for me. I am out of here. Our next auction is a 1964 U.S. Repress Mono VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Miles Davis, quiet nights, a 64 U.S. Mono, $15 start. I have not heard back from Darum on the single. He did say out. This is sold to Teresa for $12. All right, let me try to get all that back in its sleeve. Holy moly. Here we go. Miles Davis. We've lost our track lister. Craig's retired for the night. All right. Miles Davis already has a bid for 15. I'm taking a quick pause on this crate. Violence is on Bloody Flesh Marble Vinyl. Absolutely. Yes. There's Miles Davis. Let me go ahead and show a few more records. What in the world? Slipknot. All Hope Is Gone. Orange vinyl. $24.99. Dr. Dog. Be the Void. $24.99. Ministry, The Squirrely Years, Ministry's $24.99. CCR on blue marble vinyl, $24.99. And Hammerfall, Threshold, Hammerfall is now $24.99. Hammerfall is $24.99. 1 second. Here we go. Miles Davis, $15. Michael Snared, first on Ministry, $24.99. Miles Davis, $17. Patrick next on Ministry. Ben Dygert first on Slipknot. Jason Murphy next on Slipknot. Shannon Price got CCR. Ryan Eat next on Slipknot. Dennis next on CCR. Steven next on Slipknot. Danny first on Hammerfall for $24.99. Miles Davis, 16, and Shannon Price wants Violence. There's now just one Violence left, or no, that was it. It's sold to Shannon Price for $24.99. Wow, not much left in there. Let's go through that again. No, there is. Yep, that's it. All right, here we go. First thing we have is Neil Young. Here's one we don't ever get in. I was about to say, thank you, Laura. This is a good one. This might be the record of the night. A 1996 U.S. Specialty Original. Super clean copy. Rare Neil Young with Crazy Horse. These are sold for as much as $300. Neil Young is a $175 start. It is near mint minus with an awesome jacket, a $175 start. It is a double LP. I think the last time we had this was Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's been a long time. Don't ever get this one. It's not in print. Neil Young with Crazy Horse, Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow. Wow, $175 start. Rare Neil Young there. Thomas is already in. B Smoker says, I will take the Violence. Okay, he did ask about that. He asked if it was on colored vinyl. So Shannon Price, I'm sorry, I have to give this to B Smoker. He did say he asked if it was on colored vinyl. There's that. Okay. Metal Night, there's not going to be much metal. I'm actually going to give Laura some autographed albums. I'm going to try to make it a high-end night with autographed albums because that's probably the best stuff we have right now that could be possibly sold on metal. I don't think we have a lot of metal, but I do have some really good autograph stuff. I have a signed Great White. I have another signed Great White, and I think I have some metal albums that are signed, kind of like we had last week. I think I've got more stuff like that. I've got to dig it out for Laura. So she might even have the hot picture ready by the end of the night, and I don't have that stuff dug out. But we'll have it where she can work on it tomorrow, possibly. So basically, it might be a lot of surprises tomorrow. Paul's working on some metal stuff right now. Yeah, we are full-fledged. He's going back and asking old leads, people that reached out. We're trying our best to obtain it. But I'd say right now, the last 2 months has been the most difficult ever since I've been a record dealer finding metal records. Almost nobody's selling right now. And everybody's buying. Like everybody on earth wants OG metal right now. Probably at an all-time high and still peaking. And very few people are selling. So, and we're talking all over America. You know, we've got ads running. That's hitting thousands of people's Facebook feeds. Nobody is selling. So it makes it really difficult. 24, everybody's buying up vinyl, metal stuff like crazy. Here's what's left for $24.99. Heart, self-titled. Heart is $24.99. Heart, self-titled, $24.99. There's one left. Here's what's left for $24.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion. One left, $10 off, $24.99. Mark Bolan, 2 left for $24.99. You Scare Me to Death. Orange vinyl, 2 left. Pavement, 1 left for $24.99. Fela Kuti, Ginger Baker, The Africa 70, $24.99 live, and Dr. Dog, Be the Void. Those are all available for $24.99. I'm about to go through another new arrivals crate right quick. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Shannon Price wants Mark Bolan. I'm about to go through a new arrivals crate from Paul, and then we're going to go ahead and go through another discount bin, but I'm going to have to do some sorting. Neil Young is at $200 of Michael Butler. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Miles Davis, James Goggins out. Donna has that for $30. That's a final call. I think we're all done, right? Diego wants Fila. That's so to Diego. There's that. Now, also, I'll also say that when I say metal, we may get some here and there. Like we could probably go pick up 20 or 30, but far as somebody having 500 or 800 a collection, and if they've also bought them in the last 10 years, sometimes I haven't been able to get together with price because some people's like, well, I might need to sell my collection, and you know we try our best to obtain it, but it's really tough because nobody wants to sell, and it's been a challenge. So we're talking to one guy right now, but it's just like, you know, we're talking collections that are worth $50,000 and $60,000. So before we put out huge money like that, maybe even $30,000, maybe even $80,000, there's collections out there we've bought for that kind of money. It's really difficult because we have to make sure we are going to be making a profit, otherwise we can't buy it. So, but there's some serious money collections out there, and it's just the price isn't right. Somebody may want $80,000 for a collection, and I'm like, whoa, we are way too far apart. And I have paid that kind of money for a collection, but we've been able to make a lot better margin on it. So otherwise, I can't pay Seth, and I have to fire him. Okay, next thing I have here is another crate from, let's go through this other Paul crate right quick. There's no telling what's in here. Let's go through this. And I heard there's a Stoner record. There was, and it's already sold. There was, and it's already sold. It was called Zed, Z-E-D. Let's go through this other crate Paul's marked, and then I'm going to be doing some more new vinyl, okay? I'm going to be doing some more new vinyl on sale. Let's see here. Somebody just messaged us and said they have a collection of it like just came in. They have a collection of 2,000 albums they're wanting to sell. Hopefully it's metal and hard rock. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We sold MB. We sold Fila. Boston. Todd, people ask for Boston all the time. I haven't seen one come through in a while. I'll be on the lookout. Laura will be too. They pop up all the time, though. Neil Young's at 210. And we have Dr. Ebo wants that Sticks record from the last half on sale crate. So not much left in there, especially if I can convince Chris Knapp to buy Pavement and Mark Boland. He almost did earlier. Dr. Ebo, you get Sticks for $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another single. Man, there's some interesting stuff in here. How about Impulse Manslaughter? That sounds interesting. Impulse Manslaughter. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Here we go. New arrivals. These, of course, are sticker price. Stars, attention shoppers. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Thomas is out on Neil Young. Final call to Michael Butler for $210. And Miles Davis is sold. And Miles Davis is sold to Donna for $30. Thank you, Donna. That is sold to you. Impulse has bids for 5 and 5 and 5. The Tourist Reality Effect. 1980 New Wave White Label Promo, $14.99. We have Russ Tolman, Totem Poles and Glory Holes. 1986 UK, $14.99 for Russ Tolman. And Mandrill Land, 2LP, Gatefold, $19.99. And TKO, Let It Roll, sealed. Original sealed, $19.79. TKO is $19.99. And Quicksilver Messenger Service, solid state, $14.99. Dr. Zebo, I've already pulled Sticks for you. I've already pulled it once for you. Unless you want me to charge you twice, I've already pulled that for you. Our next auction is going to be Big Brother and the Holding Company. Oh no, it's VG minus. However, it is a 69 US Abbey repress. VG minus. Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company. Just a $5 start. It is VG minus. That's going to be a quick auction, so make sure you do bid quickly. Impulse has bids for 5, 5, and then 5, and then 5, and then 7, and then Thomas Clark was first in here. He wants the Taurus. That's so to Thomas Clark. Jesse Rome gets Mandrill. That's so to Jesse Rome. Impulse Manslaughter, 8. Impulse Manslaughter, 8. Impulse Manslaughter, 9. Dorothy Norwood. That's a gospel funk soul album, sealed for $9.99. Also, The Times. Hip, isn't it? The Times is sealed, $14.99. 1984 US Indie. That's $14.99. The Times. By the way, more on sale new vinyl coming up after this. I'll have to do a sort, but we will do it. Rainbow, Down to Earth. Rainbow is $24.99. And West Meets East, Yehudi Menuhin and Ravi Shankar, that is $14.99. The big Neil Young back here is sold. Boy, that's a rare one. I think only the second time I've ever had this, and I don't have one for myself. Broken Arrow, never been reissued, or not in print, I should say. I don't think it's been reissued, though. Michael Butler gets that for $210. $210. Thank you, Michael Butler. Michael was like, please sell that. It's yours. $210. Thank you. All right, that's going into auction. So Crepe, thank you on that. Impulse Manslaughter, getting lots of bids. The last bid on it was 7, and then 8, and then 8, and then 9. Big Brother is a VG minus. It has a bid for 5, and then Rod Bryan on DN. And that was Dorothy Norwood for Rod Bryan. Now Big Brother 6, now Big Brother 6, now Big Brother 7, now Big Brother 8, now Big Brother 7, now Big Brother 9. And Impulse Manslaughter then is at 9 with Teresa, which is a final call. Next in the bin is THP Orchestra, Too Hot for Love. That is sealed for $19.99. And Happiness, Brian Auger's A Believing Express, $14.99 for Brian Auger. And Hank Williams Jr., Singing My Songs for Johnny Cash. Property of WAGN. Looks like this was played at a radio station. 1970 promo, $19.99. There's no telling how many people heard this record play over the airwaves. $19.99. Big Brother is tied between Jesse and Robert. Let's put up another auction. And I have more jazz with Bill Evans Trio, Sunday at the Village Vanguard. Now, this is a reissue, but it still demands pretty good money. Must be a good pressing. It's a 1984 U.S. reissue. $45 start. This particular pressing has sold for over $100. Bill Evans Trio, Sunday at the Village Vanguard, a $45 start. That's up for bid. Hendry Smink on Rainbow. Hendry Smink on Rainbow. Over 800 people want this. Wow, that's a big want list. This must be a good one. Impulse Manslaughter. This is now a $9 bid with Teresa, and that is a final call. Impulse Manslaughter. Teresa has that for 9. Big Brother was at 10, and then Impulse Manslaughter 11. We have Francois Gloria played the Beatles. Wow, what a cool cover. I've never seen that before. This is $9.99, 1978. Interesting. So that must be him. And of course, there's the Beatles, $9.99. They don't have a Paul with a cigarette in his hand, though. The Waylon guitar is in, no King Diamond figure. I already showed the Waylon guitar the other night. You wasn't watching. But yes, no King Diamond figure yet. Yeah, Al Green, Full of Fire. Al Green is $19.99. Al Green and Triangle. That's a 2001 IDM synth pop album. That is sealed for $9.99. And the Rancantors, Help a Stranger. That's in shrink for $19.99. And Righteous Brothers, the new Righteous Brothers. This is a gospel funk soul album, $9.99. God is Always There. All right, what do we have here? We have Impulse 11, Impulse 12, Big Brother, Robert Went Out, Jesse Rome, that's sold to you for $10. Bill Evans is a $45 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Stax Volt Review Volume 1. The Stax Volt Review Volume 1, live in London, a 1967 U.S. original, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. $25 start. Otis Redding, Sam and Dave, Carla Thomas, Marquise, Eddie Floyd, and Booker T and the MGs. Next is Aiden on the Rancantors. That is sold to Aiden Donahue. Thank you. That is the Rancantors. Also, we have Chilling with Binky, The Trace. That's a 1987 alternate rock. That's sealed for $9.99. And Alan Price, Shouts Across the Street, a 1976 UK import, $14.99. And Mediterranean Tales, Across the Waters, Triumvirate. That's a 1987 German import. Does have some cover damage. $19.99 on that. Next is Impulse Manslaughter's now at $14. Rebecca Howard on Binky. Let's go back and sell that to Rebecca. And then final call to get a bid on Bill Evans for $45. Rebecca also wants Alan Price. That's sold to Rebecca as well. And we have Stevie Wonder characters. Stevie Wonder is sealed, a 1987 US, $29.99. Stax is in stereo. Stax is in stereo. Yellow Stax label stereo. We have John Renton, Half in, Half Out, $9.99. Also, the Youngbloods, Elephant Mountain, a 180-gram reissue, sealed. I didn't know they reissued that one. The Youngbloods is $19.99. We're right in the middle of a Paul crate. We got great auctions up. And right after this, I'm going to do another probably discount new vinyl bin. March titles are on sale. And I hear the price gun in the back. Laura is marking some records as well. There's still another Paul crate up here. And after that, we're going to be kind of like what we were doing last night. And we'll do nothing but vintage, probably half off and discounts after we go through all the new arrivals and all the new on sale stuff. I'm going to mute my mic. Purple Juice. Purple Juice. Purple Juice. Here we go. We have Jamie Owens, Laughter in Your Soul. Jamie Owens is a 1973 gospel folk album, $9.99 for Jamie Owens. We have Skybird, a 1988 Swiss import rock. That's $14.99. And this is what? Sleepyhead, The Brighter Shore. Sleepyhead's a 1999 U.S. indie rock, $14.99. What about Impulse Manslaughter? Teresa Went Out. That is sold to Chris Bryant for $14. Bill Evans did not get a bid. A 1984 U.S., $45. Well below the median and like half of the high that has sold for before. And then where else are we at? Let's grab a new single. Let's grab a new single. Some of these are pretty raunchy with the title, so I'll have to be careful. And some of them are pretty dementic, but I know that's what y'all were after. Y'all want the most horrible looking singles I can come up with. This one here looks really scary. It's numbered -34 of 666. What does this say? Mazdur. Souls for Belial and oil on panel. Wow, I don't know what that is. It's kind of making my hand burn. It's on white vinyl. It's a $5 start. That's up for bid. Donna gets the Bill Evans for the $45 buy it now. Let's go ahead and show a few more LPs in here. We have Puzzle, the second album. What a cool name. Puzzle, a white label promo, EX $12.99. We have The Soul Bleeds Black, Mirror of the Middle Ages, EX $12.99. Big Brother was sold to you, Jesse. Two of y'all tied, and then he went out, so you got it for $10. Simon & Garfunkel, Volume 2, new gold disc, VG Plus $9.99. And Stanley Clark, Let Me Know You. This is EX $12.99. The Stax Volt Review did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $25. VG Plus, original, of course. Next is going to go up right now. This sounds cool. Monk and Train, Thelonious Monk and John Coltrane. 1973 U.S. Terre Haute original in mono, EX condition, mostly just side 4. That means the rest of it's really nice. Monk and John Coltrane, a $25 start. Yep, $25 start on that. Also up at the bin, we have Marduk has bids for 5, now 7, and now 7, and now 10. And then we have Danny Thomason on SBB. SBB was Soul Bleeds Black. That is sold. SBB is sold to Danny Thomason. Soul Bleeds Black, right? And then Marduk 10. Lonnie Jolly got Stax for 25. Then Donna, then Brian, then Ivan. So Lonnie got that for 25. Monk has a bid for 25. And Rebecca on Skybird Sleepyhead. Is that something still in here? There's Sleepyhead and there's Skybird. Those are sold to Rebecca and Rebecca. Now Marduk's at 15. Now Monk and Coltrane's at 25. Our next auction is going to be country. So we got jazz, black metal, and country on the auction block. This is why you always got to be watching. Jazz, black metal, and now an essential country album or a very popular country album from George Strait. If you ain't loving, you ain't living. That's going to go up for just a $25 start. EX condition, George Strait, 25. I very well could say $35 start. We'll say 25. Nice. The Band. And it's an original, a 68 Los Angeles, VG Plus, $34.99. The Band. This has the weight on it. Just a classic album. That's an actual OG pressing on the Rainbow label. Very nice. Also, Jake Holmes, So Close, So Very Far to Go. Jake Holmes is VG Plus, $9.99. And Dave Mason, Alone Together. Dave Mason is VG minus, and here we go. Are y'all ready? It's on marbled vinyl. It's on marbled vinyl. Dave Mason is VG minus $9.99. And Don Ellis, Tears of Joy. That's a quad double LP EX $17.99. Over here, we had Monk at 25, only bid, final call. Marduk was at 15. Marduk is at 20. George Strait, 25. George Strait, 25. Scott D. Roche on The Band. Michael Bohannon, you were second. Then Aiden Donahue. Next in the bin is, wow, Billy Joe Schaefer. Don't get these very often. EX $27.99. Gypsy Boy. Capricorn Records, nice, and Shrink EX. I typically auction those. Billy Joe Schaefer, love his music. Here's another single. It's going to go up right now. It's called Super Dot, Stop Kicking Me. Super Dot's going to go up for a $5 start. It's on clear vinyl. Super Dot, Stop Kicking Me. $5 start on that. Next is 20 Monster Hits. This is a compilation from Columbia House. 2 LPs of music, VG Plus $11.99. And Jason and the Scorchers, Fervor. This is VG condition, $9.99. Jason and the Scorchers. Also, we have Randy Newman, Land of Dreams. Randy Newman is VG Plus $14.99. And Earth, Wind, and Fire, Gratitude. EX condition, $17.99. And Steve Hillage. Steve Hillage is a 1976 UK, and this is the guitarist of Gong. You've probably heard us talk about the band Gong. He was the guitarist, EX $22.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. So we had 3 people on The Band. We've already sold that. Teresa went out on Marduk. That's after Darren Christman bid $22. George Strait got a new bid for $27. Monk got a new bid for $27. Ryan Mustaine. So Donna, you got outbid on Monk. George Strait got another bid for $27 and another bid for $26. Now a bid for $30. Now Monk's at $28. Billy Joe Schaefer was EX condition, $27.99. EX condition, $27.99. Aiden Donahue on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Monica was second. George Strait, $32. Gabe next on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Monk's at $30. George is at $34. And this is David McWilliams. It's a 67 UK mono. It's a folk rock album. EX condition, $16.99. And Buddy Fight. That's VG Plus, $9.99. And the last 2 records in here was Jaw Wobble, Ollie Marlin, and Polly Elliot's Voodoo. A 1984 US 12-inch single, VG Plus, $14.99 for Jaw Wobble. And Andy Zerling, Spiders in the Night, a 71 folk psych album, VG Plus, $19.99. So Billy Joe Schaefer, Dennis wants it if Andrew doesn't. Andrew, if you want Billy Joe Schaefer, it's yours. If not, Dennis wants it. Marduk is sold to Darren Christen for $22. Monk is now at $40. Michael Butler on DMC, and that was David McWilliams. That's sold to Michael Butler. Now the George Strait is at $34, now $35. That's what I was going to start it at originally. And Super Dot does not have a bid. Or does it? It's supposed to be a $5 start. Super Dot does not have a bid. Let's put up this band right here. We got several singles from them. This one is called, I've never really, it must be a good one. It's in literally a top loader. I'm not for sure, but someone stored it in a top loader. It looks like ASSUCK, which if I read that out loud, it would look like ASS suck. Or it could be as sook, because there's 2 dots over the U. This is called, they had this one in a top, like a plastic top loader. It is going to go up for a $5 start. State to state, that's now up for bid. How do you say their name? Is it like what I think it is? ASS suck? What a name. It also looks like Asuk. Asuk. Or I think they want you to say it the way that I'm not going to, which is ASS suck. Over and over. I can't be, because I've got like 3 or 4 of them over here. I can't be saying that all night long. Or it's Asuk. Okay, it is Asuk. I like that better. Asuk. But also it looks like what I was going to say, but I'm not. Okay, so George Strait did get a bid for $35. The Monk was at $40 with Donna Turner. Now Ryan bid $42. Asuk has bids for $10. George Strait $36. Asuk $25. Monk $48. And Super Doc got 1 bid with Teresa, sold for $5. All right, and I'm going to read the titles left in here. If you need a price, let me know, and then I'm going to have to do a quick sort for some new vinyl, and we're going to do some on-sale new vinyl. It's going to get really busy here. It's about to get really busy here. First thing I have is Stars. Attention shoppers, if you need a price, let me know. Russ Tolman, TKO, Let It Roll, Quicksilver Messenger Service, The Times, Ravi Shankar, THP Orchestra, Brian Augers, Oblivion Express, Hank Williams Jr., Francois Gloriole, Plays the Beatles, Al Green, The New Righteous Brothers, Triangle, Stevie Wonder, Mediterranean Tales, John Renton, The Youngbloods is sealed. We have Jamie Owens, Puzzle, Simon and Garfunkel, Stanley Clark, Dave Mason, Jake Holmes, Don Ellis, 20 Monster Hits, Jason and the Scorchers, Randy Newman, Steve Hillage, Buddy Fight, Jaw Wobble, and Andy Zerling. Danny says, put back Soil Bead Black. Oh, no. There was 2 other people who wanted this record. I don't mind putting something back, but it really stinks when somebody else wanted it. Who wanted this one? Who wanted this one right here? The Soil Bleeds Black. Danny says he needs to put it back. So who was after Danny on this one? Hopefully they're still watching, or maybe I can find it. Let's see who was next on this one. Who was next on this one? Or is y'all's comment still on here? Hopefully they are. I don't see it. I can't figure out where maybe that was at. Let's see if I can find Danny's icon in here. Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. I'll just put it back in the bin. If you're watching and you do want it, let me know. It was a 2002. This was a neo-medieval folk album. EX 1299. EX 1299. Okay? There's that. And next thing. Oh, hold on a second. All right, so George Strait's at $40. Then there was a bid for $36, and then another bid for $40. The Asuk is on black vinyl. Aiden put AL, I'm assuming that's for Al Green, Full of Fire, so that's sold to Aiden. Monk has a new bid for $49. George Strait $42. What was the John Renborn? The John Renborn was right in here. $9.99, half in, half out, Reprise Records. Next is Monk is at 50. Zerling condition. Andy Zerling, VG Plus, 1999. Monk, 50. Monk out. George Strait, 45. Asuk is called State to State. SOA Records, Beethoven, 63. Rome, Italy. It is in a realistic sleeve. It has a little bit of an insert with it. And of course, it opens up. Where are we on Billy Joe Schaefer? That person never did say sold or passed. So, Dennis, I'm going to sell it to you. This is sold to Dennis Jackson. Dennis, it's sold to you. Okay. Now, the compilation. It has a lot of music. 20 hits, VG Plus, $11.99. I'll give you a quick sampler. Arizona, Mark Lindsay, Johnny Taylor, Who's Making Love, Spiral Staircase, More Than Yesterday. I'm just kind of jumping around. Sly and the Family Stone, Everyday People, Cliff Noble's The Horse, The Times, People. Several 60s hits on here. This is a picture of the Woodstock stage to give you an idea. Santana, Evil Ways, Zombies, Time of the Season. The Birds, Turn, Turn, Turn. That was a great side, plus I skipped a couple. Redbone, The Witch Queen of New Orleans. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy. And that is VG Plus, $11.99. And the first person who asked about that was Robin Glenn and then John Griffin. So, Robin, you've got dibs, and then John Griffin. The name of the Times LP for Chris Riddlings. The Times is called Hip, Isn't It? A 1984 U.S. sealed indie record, $14.99. Now, Flat Bubba said Zerling condition. Michael Butler said pass. Flat Bubba does want Andy Zerling, so that's sold to Flat Bubba. And then Robin sold on the compilation. Who asked first, though? Was it Robin? It was Robin. So that is sold to Robin. John Griffin, you were second, and he was going to pass anyway. Okay. Now, after I've answered all these questions, I think I can sell Monk. Ryan Mustaine went out. That's sold to Donna Turner for 50. Now, who has the high bid on a Sook? A bid just came in for $10, but I think that's out of order. A Sook has a high bid of 8 with Chris Bryant. That's what I'm showing. Does he still have it? No, Darren was the very first bidder at 10. Wow, this is way out of order. So the bids were at 10, and then they've went down and then back up, and now we're back to where we started. Darren Chrisman still has this for $10. If somebody else needs to bid, I would do it right now. I don't see any other bids. I have Darren still at the original bid of $10. John Missmoyer has it for $25. There we have it. John Missmoyer has it for $25. John Missmoyer has it for $25. The George Strait, the last bid on George Strait was Michael Ruckman at 45. He tied Aiden Donahue. So, Aiden, you're out. Aiden, you're out. You tied somebody already at 45. A lot of the bid confusions happens with ties. Because when there's about 3-5 people all bidding, some people's bidding as soon as they see another bid, and then y'all tie, and then we have to figure out who was first. It happens all the time, especially when there's over 100 people watching on YouTube right now, okay? And there's 118 on YouTube and 111 on Facebook. There we have it. Donna got Miles Davis. A Sook is at $25 with John Missmoyer. Everybody else is out. And Aiden, you're out on George Strait. He says he's done. The high bid is with is at $45 with Michael Ruttman. Actually, Aiden, you had it for $45. You're supposed to be actually the high bidder. We'll give it to Michael Ruttman then for $45, final call. You actually have the high bid right now at $45. Okay? We good to go? It's called George Strait. If you ain't loving, you ain't living. Here we go. I'm going to condense this over here with the other Paul crate. He's got another half crate over here. And we're also going to, I got to do some new vinyl sort. I actually got to pull probably some stuff off the table here. Okay? And John Mintzmore, you've been outbid. Jim B just bid $26. I got one Master of Puppets puzzle. That is a jigsaw puzzle for $24.99 if anybody wants it. Okay? Well, okay. So George Strait, before you said out, you actually had the high bid. You bid $45 and Michael tied. So you have it for $45 and Michael tied you. So technically Michael's out. He says he will stand at $45. Michael Ruttman, you are out. Aiden has it for $45. Aiden has it for $45. I got to look through here and start pulling some March dates. Let's see what I have over here. Should be several in here. I don't know what's all in here. What are those? There's a pocket. All right, let me put these over here. I'm going to pull those out for a second. And then let me, Michael's out. Now Danny's bid 46. There we have it. So now, Aiden, you've been outbid. Danny has it for $46. And whoever was back up on that record Danny claimed, if you're still watching, let me know, okay? Here we go. Let's get these crates ready. I got to shift some stuff around, so give me a second. Jim B, you've been outbid on a sook. Jim B, you're out on a sook. I'm going to be moving the camera around, so hopefully you're not seasick. If you get seasick easy, don't look at the camera for a few minutes. All right, that's, wow, February, let's see, February, January. Those need to be on sale. February, those need to be on sale. March, that's on sale. That's on sale. April, nope. March, yep, here's March. Here's March, yep, there's March. Those are going to be on sale. More March. That's going to be a percentage discount, and that's going to be a percentage discount. All right, let me find that crate then. Let me put these over here. There's the stuff I had already earlier. Easy peasy. And let me see which one of these. So March, yep, I can do these. I'm also determining what I can actually do for $24.99 and what needs to be a percentage. I'll actually go ahead and do that for $24.99. And I'll move that up so there's no confusion. There's those. That will be a percentage. I'll go ahead and do that. Gosh, that will be a percentage, which is still going to be a great discount, just saying. All right, there's those. Let me put these over here for a second. Now, what was left in here? These are April. Great stuff in here, though. Fantastic stuff. Let me push that crate back there. Okay, knock that one out. Let me see what's in here. These two need to be part of it. I think I read some of this stuff off last night. I did. The back part of this crate, yep. And then we'll do the audiophile stuff later, which will probably be a percentage. I'm going to have a handful of audiophile stuff. Let me push these back there. We'll do some of those later. Yeah, we'll do all those. Okay. Sorry for the delay. It'll be well worth your time. I think I've got enough to fill up a whole crate, though. Let me push this one back there now. And then this one here I'm putting back on the table. Some of it is, but I'll have to do them later because it's a percentage deal. And now we're going to be back to business. Let me grab George straight before he falls. We don't want George to fall, right? let's see here. Is this March? March. Yep, that's going to be a percentage. March. Those shouldn't be, but they're going to be. Those shouldn't be, but they're going to be. That shouldn't, but it's going to be. That'll be percentage. All right, so we'll open with something I got 4 copies of. And we've almost filled up a whole crate here, so this should be pretty eventful. Here we go. And I read off, I think, some of this last night. So everything in here is going to be $24.99. All right. I think we're back in business. Now, there's no telling where these auctions are at or what's about to be bid on again, so, or who's out and who's in. So let me try to figure that out right quick. Let me get my chargers in place, my phone in place. Okay. The show is back on. George Strait. The last bid on George Strait, I remember saying Danny had outbid Aiden. Aiden got outbid. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $46. Danny, that's sold to you. A Sook. John Mincemore had it for $30. Jim B bid $31. John bid $35. Jim B's out. This is sold for $35. I got to fix the camera. All right. I'm going to leave that in a top loader. So that is sold to John Mincemore for $35. Now, there was nothing else, right? Nothing else. Okay. Back to auctions before I get started with this probably very busy crate. Everything in here is going to be $24.99. And let's go ahead and get started. Next auction is going to be John Prine. And this is a 1974 U.S. Monarch reissue. I got another low-grade one here. Unfortunately, it's VG minus, but we're going to put it up for just a $5 start. Just a $5 start here on John Prine. VG minus, that is a $5 start. John Prine. And we have another pretty rare country album here. This is Travis Tritt. Travis Tritt is a 1991 U.S. original club. Now, Travis has only ever been pressed to vinyl one time worldwide, and it's this pressing. The 91 U.S. Columbia Club. Only time ever pressed to vinyl worldwide. Still in shrink. Near mint minus, and this is going to be a $145 start. Rare Travis Tritt. It's all about to change. $145 start. That's now up for bid. In shrink wrap, 1991 U.S. original. John Prine has a bid for $5. Now, I did mention the word accused earlier. Since then, I have not been able to place my hand on it. So, give me a second. But here is our next single. A Sook Blind Spot. A Sook Blind Spot is going to go up for a $5 start. A Sook Blind Spot, $5 start on that. Okay? Everything in this crate is $24.99. $24.99. I have Smashing Pumpkins. Everything on here is discounted to $24.99. Counting Stars in Toronto. Smashing Pumpkins live, 1998, Canada, Toronto. Bullet with butterfly wings. I have I've got 4 copies, $24.99. Smashing Pumpkins, $24.99. Also, David Bowie, live in Berlin. Orange vinyl, $24.99. David Bowie, live in Berlin. Orange vinyl, $24.99. And Rascal Flatts Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, now $10 off, $24.99. Rascal Flatts, $24.99. Greatest Hits Volume 1. Smashing Pumpkins sold to Patrick Fu, $24.99. Tim Colino Jr. gets one for $24.99. Rebecca gets a Bowie for $24.99. 2 Smashing Pumpkins left, 2 Rascal Flatts left. Brian Reynolds on RGM and RF. Rascal Flatts sold to Brian Reynolds. There's 1 left. Now, Calvin Ward gets a Rascal Flatts. We are sold out. Vicky, you were 3rd. Travis Tritt's, $145 start. John Prine, the last bid on that was Aiden Donahue for $9. And now Asuk is at $10 with Darren Crispin. Now 15 with John Mincemoyer. Next, for $24.99, I've got 2 copies of Black Flag Damaged. Black Flag is $24.99. Black Flag Damage, $24.99. Our next single is Glass Candy. It's going to go up for a $5 start. Glass Candy, $5 start on Glass Candy. And this is on black vinyl. Love on a Plate. Glass Candy, $5 start on that. Black Flag is $24.99. 1 sold to Patrick Fu for $24.99. There's 1 left. And Gang of 4, Songs of the Free. Gang of 4 is $24.99. And The Descendants, Enjoy. The Descendants is $24.99. Brian DeLeon gets the other Black Flag. Asuk is now at $16. What about John Prine? Aiden Donahue has it for $11, so he must have been outbid. He was by Robert Barnett. Also, we have Under Oath. They're only chasing safety. Indie, retail exclusive mint and white blend. That's now $24.99. Also, Jimi Hendrix, live at Berkeley, a 2 LP, Jimi Hendrix, $24.99, live at Berkeley. And Tigers of Pantang. We just sold one the other night, serial number 100 of 100. This is number 97, $24.99 on Tigers of Pantang. Wow, Jimi Hendrix on sale. We have Under Oath, The Descendants, Gang of 4, and 2 live Smashing Pumpkins unofficials as well. Asuk Blind Spot is on Open Records. Open Records. There's the back of the sleeve. Open Records. P.O. Box 482, Pyloe, Pennsylvania, USA. Blood and Cloth, Automate, Within, Without, Blind Spot by Design, Spine, and Infansense something. That is Asuk. Okay, so the next comment was John Darren bid 16 on Asuk. And then Vicky Yoshikawa on UO, and that's Under Oath to Vicky for $24.99. And now Brian DeLeon gets The Descendants for $24.99. And let me pause right there. Next comment is Jimi Hendrix with Patrick Fu, but my sold crate is full. So let me swap these out right quick. That's already our 4th full crate of the night. Wow. Already, that's what happens when I start putting new vinyl. We hadn't even done the high-end new vinyl at a percentage discount. Sometimes that even does better because that's all the stuff that was marked like $46.99 and $49.99 and $54.99, and it's going to be 25% off. And that will really start selling because that's the pricey stuff. And at those percentages, it starts getting big discounts. First on Jimi Hendrix was Patrick Fu. Patrick Fu was first on the Jimi Hendrix at $24.99. John Prine got a new bid for $13. Darren next on the Descendants. Danny got the Tigers of Pantang for $24.99. John Prine $14. Vicky, I've already tagged you for Under Oath. You've already got that. Marshmallow Pop, you were second on Jimi Hendrix. Asuk is at $25. And then Prine has a new bid for $15. Asuk is at $20. And Prine's at $17. And nobody bid on Glass Candy. It's a bot now for $5. Travis Tritt is a no bid. It's a bot now for $145. Rare Country Album. I've only ever had it a couple times. Rare Country Album there. Travis Tritt, $145 if anybody wants that. They've sold for over $200 before. They have sold for as much as $200 before. All right, so there's that. Rebecca gets Glass Candy for $5. Thank you. Also, we have Nectar. This is on Splatter Vinyl, $24.99. $14 off on that. $14 off on that. And another Black Flag. I've only got one, My War. Black Flag is $24.99. And The Cure, a live unofficial, Wake Me Up in the Dark, Belgium, 1987. That is The Cure, $24.99. $24.99 there on The Cure. The Cure. All right, and let's see what else we have. So Asuk is still getting bids. It's at $35. And we have John Prine. I see an Out and Out. Aiden has the repress there. VG minus at $17. Kiss is now $24.99. Now, Guys and gals, that's half off. This one confused me. I think I got some barcodes mixed up. I think this is the German import. I know it doesn't have the covers, but I need to go ahead and sell this. I think I sold it to somebody and then they put it back. I don't know. But regardless of what you're buying, it's at a great price for a Creatures of the Night. If this is the German import, it probably cost me like $38 or $39 probably when I ordered it. So $24.99 for Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Just saying. Patrick Fu gets the Cure for $24.99. Rebecca was second. Michael Snared gets Black Flag. Pat Fratt was second. And Asuk. First, Michael Rudolph gets Kiss for $24.99. Asuk, the last bid is John Mensmoyer at $35. Darren Johnson's up to you. Let's go ahead and introduce another LP auction. And the next LP auction is, man, we still got some cool stuff over here. Let's jump back here to this Leonard Cohen album, Songs of Leonard Cohen. This is a late 70s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown, but it's likely late 70s based on the label. It's VG+, just a 15. It does not have the track Hallelujah. It does not have the track Hallelujah, but it does have Sisters of Mercy. $15 start on that. Asuk 36, Asuk 36, and now Asuk is at 50. And Asuk 41. The German version does not, the German version of this one has an insert though. That's what I can't find out. There's a version, not the 2014, the new half-speed master. There is no alternate S's covers. It's an insert that's inside of it, and we'd have to open it to find out from what I understand. That's what makes that one confusing. The S's would be different on the front. There is a 2014 and then a half-speed master. There's two versions of that's in press, so it gets really confusing. And now Aiden gets John Prine for $17. That is sold. That is sold. Also, we have Pink Floyd live, Paris Theater 1970, $24.99. Live, Pink Floyd, now on sale for $24.99. And Obscura. Obscura, a Sonication is $24.99. Obscura, a Sonication, $24.99. B.B. King and Bobby Bland together for the first time live. A 1980 U.S. reissue. It is still in shrink. It's in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. B.B. King and Bobby Bland together for the first time live. $15 start on that. B.B. King and Bobby Bland. All right, what about Asuk? The high bid on that is at $41.50 with John Mensmoyer. $50 with John Mensmoyer. Ryan Mustaine gets Pink Floyd for $24.99. Also, we have Pearl Jam self-titled. Wow, $14 off. Pearl Jam's now just $24.99. Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. That's on colored vinyl. Should be on red vinyl. That's now $10 for $24.99. And Luke Bryan's Number Ones Volume 1, and that is actually on colored vinyl. It's on like a brown swirl, I think. $24.99 on that. BBB 15, BB 20. Did Leonard Cohen get a bid? Final call. Final call on Leonard Cohen. Final call on Leonard Cohen. And that is a no bid. We're looking for a $15 start. Next comment is $100 offer on Travis Tritt. I'll have to think about it. We have Obscura. Obscura. Let me find that right here. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt for $24.99. We have Jason Murphy on OH. Jason OH. I don't see an OH unless you got auto-corrected. Brian Reynolds got a Luke Bryan. That's sold to Brian Reynolds for $24.99. And then next is Aiden Donahue got a Marvin Gaye for $24.99. Brandon Lack got Pearl Jam for $24.99. And then Ryan Eaton was next on Pearl Jam. Then Robert Barnett. Did I win John Prine? Yes, you did. And we have a new bid on, let me try to fix my camera a little bit. Let's see here. I think this might have gotten scooted over. Yeah, let me try that right there. This thing needs a longer extension on it. Let's try that right there. Okay, I think it's just kind of it's not really the glare. I think those are just, I think it helps if I take them out of the sleeve too. There we go. Probably can see it better like that, slightly. That's a weird looking cover. Did I get John Prine? Did I get Marvin Gaye? Let me figure out what just happened here. All right, so we sold. B.B. King has a bid for $20. Rebecca got Obscura. Brian Reynolds got Luke Bryan. Aiden got Marvin Gaye. Brandon Lack got Pearl Jam. Ryan was next, and Robert Barnett. U2 Boy is $24.99. U2 Boy is $24.99. And we have XTC Drums and Wires. XTC is $24.99. That's a 200 grams. So U2 and XTC. Where's my phone at? I got to check something right quick before I go any further. I'm also going to take a drink of purple juice. Let me do that as well. Let me go over here. All right, we're good to go. All right, so first thing we have is Greg Herman on YouTube for $24.99. Jeff Hallsworth for second. Samuel Kopich got XTC. That means Asuk is sold to John Mincemoyer. John, this is sold to you. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. This is sold to you for $50. Nobody bid on Leonard Cohen. It's a $15 buy it now. Leonard Cohen's a $15 buy it now. And Danny, I think I bought that Travis Tritt from somebody. Like, I'm pretty sure I bought that in with a collection of like movie posters and some other stuff and autographs that was mailed into me. So I actually think I have a spreadsheet. So what I'm saying is I have like an exact probably cost on that thing because I'm pretty sure I bought it from somebody in a deal like that. Let me try to find it right quick, and I'll see what I can do with it. What did I say? 145 Evolve at 100. I'll do $125 on it. $125 on it. 125 on that, and then Craig Weatherford on Leonard Cohen, right? Craig, you get Leonard Cohen for $15. Then James Allen, and Robin Glenn wants Luke Bryan for $24.99. Next is Pat Benatar, which is called Icon. That's on colored vinyl. Pat Benatar is $24.99, and Bobby Bland and BB King. The last bid on this was $20, and that is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $20, okay? Lonnie Jolly, you get that for $20. That is sold. There's that. And is that the same? That is the Travis Tritt that I left on your desk last night, Laura, right? If so, yeah, that's something I bought from somebody like, I know like exactly, I think what I paid for that because I bought some other stuff from them, autographs, posters, all together. Our next auction is Soft Machine 5. Boy, this is one I don't get too often. A 1972 OG. There is a $35 start on this one. I don't see this one too often. Soft Machine 5. It has a big embossed 5. No condition notes, a $35 start. The vinyl is beautiful, and there is a promo that has the original inner sleeve. And there is a promo sticker on the back cover, right there on the top right, promo sticker. Soft Machine, $35 start on that. $35 start on Soft Machine 5. Let's put that right there. Next is King Crimson Red. Wow, $24.99, 200 gram. And Ace Frehley on blue vinyl. That's called Now Playing. It's essentially an Ace Frehley hits compilation. Our next auction is Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. Leonard Skinner is a 1977 U.S. Pinckneyville original. It has the company inner sleeve and both inserts that came with this. It's going to go up as well as a $35 start. So obviously an OG, that's the label. They're all OGs if they're a flame cover, as long as it's not a brand new copy, which you can tell from barcodes. It has both inserts, the liner notes and the merch insert, the original inner sleeve, and there's the Leonard Skinner flame cover, Street Survivors. Soft Machine and Leonard Skinner already both have bids. All right, I think I have another Asuk single. Bear with me if you're bidding on these because I still got some really cool looking ones here. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It's another Asuk, $5 start on this one, and it's called Old Lady. What's that say? Let's see. Whoa. Old Lady Drivers. Oh, it's just stamped on there. Asuk. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? Pat Benatar is on blue vinyl, yes. $24.99. Another live Smashing Pumpkins inside the Dream Machine, 1993. I've got 3 of those. And then here's what's left over from the first bin. Here's what's left over from the first bin we did. Heart is $24.99. Mark Bolan's $24.99. So is Pavement and Dr. Dog. Pavement is Slanted and Enchanted. Dr. Dog Be the Void. Mark Bolan's on orange vinyl. And there's Heart. That's a split. Okay, that's another artist. My bad. Not familiar with them. All right, so Soft Machine is at $35. Leonard Skinner's at $35. Sook, $5. Leonard Skinner, $45. Patrick Fu gets another Smashing Pumpkins Live unofficial. Robert Lee Bunch does get Pat Benatar. Who asked about this? Robert Lee Bunch. Robert, that's so to you. Sook is at $10. Leonard Skinner, $46. So everything in there was discounted to $24.99. $24.99. Everything in there was discounted to $24.99. And so I'm going to read those one more time. I've got a half crate over here from Paul. I'm going to read through those right quick, which is new arrivals. And then I think I have enough to do a 25% off crate of new vinyl, which is going to be some higher price stuff, okay? Let's do that right now. So $24.99. Here's what's left. Another live Smashing Pumpkins. So this one is Toronto, 1998. And this one is... It's just a compilation from 1993, probably different shows. They probably took some of the best mixings they could find. So live 1993 and their Smashing Pumpkins, okay? So there's those two there, Smashing Pumpkins and Smashing Pumpkins. Those are both $24.99. Also, we got 2 of those, so we got 2 each of the Smashing Pumpkins left. Gang of 4, Songs of the Free, that's now $24.99. Nectar Recycled on Splatter Vinyl. I love their music. That's $24.99. King Crimson Red is $24.99. Ace Frehley, now playing on Blue Vinyls, $24.99. Heart Self-Titled, Mark Bolan, Pavement, and Dr. Dog. Those are all still available, okay? Now, quick update. Soft Machine just got 1 bid with Ryan Mustaine. Nobody else bid. Ryan, that's sold to you for $35. Is that LS? Yeah, there should be only one catalog. MCA 3029, MCA 3029, MC 1366. Hold on a second. The catalog number for that one's MCA 3029. That might be a label matrix. Give me 1 second. I'll check for you. Ryan, you get Soft Machine for $35. Sook has a lot of bids. It's now at $15. And then here is Leonard Skinner. You're probably looking at a label matrix. Yeah, MCA 1366. The catalog number is MCA 3029. I think that other number is a label matrix. MCA 1366. The actual catalog number, MCA 3029. And did we have a pressing plant? There may not have been one given. Let's see here. Where's my sticky note at? This is my sticky note. It was a Pickneyville. It is a Pickneyville press. It is a Pickneyville press. Right, I got a lot of stuff with this one. It is complete too. It's supposed to have an inner sleeve and 2 inserts. Inner sleeve and 2 inserts. And here's the label on a Sook. It's on a yellow label that's stamped. The matrix is ASOD-1-side 1 RE2 maybe. Okay. Pretty Dementic looking thing there. I don't know what's going on. Looks like a pentagram with a chained up monkey with a doctor with a newly birthed baby. That's a very, I don't know what was going on right then, but that's pretty wild looking. There's Leonard Skinner, and let's go through a new arrivals crate. Very exciting. Let me bend this up like this and then back over. That should help a lot right there. And then let me rotate this. There we go. I like that. That should give me enough clearance to slide this crate out. It does. Excellent. All right, let's go through this other crate here. So quick, it's only a half crate of new arrivals. Then we'll probably do that other on-sale crate, and then Laura says she has a crate on the way. So nice. A lot of stuff and quite a bit of auction still left. And probably the next crate's going to be a 25% off deal. And if you can stick with me, I'll have to do another sort. I haven't pulled from this crate back here This stuff is probably going to be on sale, some of it, and then a few things over here. Next LP auction is going to be Dr. John, In the Right Place. Another really desirable record. Unfortunately, it's low grade, though. It's a VG minus. It's a 1973 US PRC Richmond original. It is in that tri-fold sleeve. It is a nice jacket, though. If you need a jacket upgrade, this is nice. Plus, it's that really cool tri-fold jacket. It is VG minus. Look at that. Wow. $5 start. It is VG minus, though. Dr. John. We're going to run that for a quick auction. New arrivals in here, priced as marked. We have Bandera. Bandera, self-titled, on Island Records, sealed for $9.99. Asuk is at 20, now 22. Leonard Skinner's at 48. Who was the other bidder on Leonard Skinner? Aiden Donahue. Aiden, you're out on Leonard Skinner. Let me know if you want back in. High Energy should have gone dancing. Yeah, High Energy should have gone dancing. $14.99. Patty Austin. Patty Austin is sealed. $9.99. Let's Arpeggio. Arpeggio, Let the Music Play. Sealed for $9.99. And Only Make Believe, Bell and James. That's also sealed for $19.99. And Joan Armatrading, Back to the Night. Joan Armatrading is $9.99. Joan Armatrading. And Keith Herman, the next song is a white label promo. Steve Cropper plays guitar on this album. $9.99. Does Dr. John have Right Place at the Wrong Time? This has Right Place, Wrong Time. That is the first song, and the name of the album is called In the Right Place. It's VG minus, looking for a $5 start. Asuk just got a bid with John Schmidt for $30. Leonard Skinner, of course, is the original. Like I said, if you see a Flames cover, they're all original. This was reissued after the plane crash. They used the back cover photo as the front. Of course, you can see why it was recalled. Right after this was out, less than a week, there was a plane crash that killed several of the people on this cover. And so they recalled it. Obviously a scary deal, being that this cover has them literally in flames. So it was recalled. You may not know the backstory on this. They reissued it with that cover, which honestly I see less of those than any of them. And then it's still in print. You can order new copies, and they make them now with this cover. Which, if you want to freak somebody out, that's a longtime Skinner fan that's not in the new on current happenings with vinyl. I used to have these in the store, new and sealed, and it would absolutely freak people out. They would be like, "Do you know what you have here? Do you know what this is? Why do you just have $30 on this? How many more of these can you get? Do you know what this is?" I'd be like, "Yeah, it's a new copy of Leonard Skinner." And then they would try to argue saying it's never been pressed with a Flames cover. And I was like, well, it has been. But that's an original. It also comes with the inner sleeve and 2 inserts. The high bid is Aiden Donahue, just bid $50. VG Plus and VG minus cover. Dr. John has a bid for 8. And Danny has commented 2. 2 people died on the cover. I think that's what he's trying to say. Yes. Jet Brown, white label promo. Some of them survived, which is wild. Like, I found that out in the last few years. I was like, oh, I thought it was like a total, like a total, like catastrophe. I mean, it was not what that didn't sound right. But some of them survived, which I didn't realize the people that survived was on the plane. I didn't realize that. So Lord just delivered a great. I'm not trying to say it wasn't a tragedy. It was. I'm trying to say I didn't realize there were some people on the plane that survived, which is wild. Surviving a plane crash. That's something. Brass Construction, sealed for $19.99. Brass Construction, $19.99. And Beanie Wallace, Eddie Gomez, Danny Richmond, live at the Public Theater. That's a 78 Jazz, $14.99. And white label promo, Alternating Currents. Selly B and the Buzzy Bunch, $9.99. The last time I checked, they're out of stock right now. The last time I checked, you couldn't order them. I mean, you can order them, but they're not in stock. they're not in stock. But I used to do a lot of flea markets when I first started selling records. I was in high school. I'd go to flea markets, do some of the local, like big yard sales and stuff. But if I had a copy of that, I would put it up where people can see it. And it would, like, if you're talking about a magnet here in the South, oh my God, people would see that and it would just be like a moth to the flame when people see that. They're like, oh my gosh. And then boom, it's sold. I mean, it is an instant seller, especially, it should be anywhere, but down here in the South, oh my gosh. If I knew I could get my hands on one of those, it would be a magnet for record buyers. Even people who don't collect records, they know the story and they'd be like, wow. And there is a lot of folklore that this album's worth like thousands of dollars. I've went to some people's houses and they have them framed and they're like, there's no way you're going to get that off my hands. And I'm like, well, it may be sentimental, but it's not worth a lot of money. It's not worth thousands of dollars or anything. But some people think that. Some people think it's worth thousands. Dr. John's at $12. A Sook is at $36. Donna on BC, which was brass construction. Dr. John's at $13. A Sook is at $39. And we have a Sook is at $40. Next is Rick and Lorraine Lee, Living in the Trees. This is a 1975 U.S. folk album, $14.99 on Rick and Lorraine Lee. And McCoy Tyner, Super Trios. McCoy Tyner is a 2LP, $19.99. And Cedar Walton, the Prestige Collection, plays Cedar Walton. Nice, an 88 U.S. remaster, sealed for $14.99. And Aiden's like, please sell it to me. It's been up for a long time. It has. This is sold to Aiden for $50. Right, Aiden? Yes, this is sold to Aiden for $50. Leonard Skinner, it's gone. I've sold these anywhere from like completely destroyed with no inserts for like 20, 10, 20. I've sold them sealed for over $500. We had a sealed one night that was beautiful. Just an absolute perfect original sealed copy. I think we sold it for over $500 one night. So they can wide variety in price for sure. So the rumor is they made $500,000. They said they pressed $500,000 across all pressing plants. All pressing plants, there were $500,000 made. So that's the story. All right, a Sook is at $43, now $50, and now Dr. John's at $17. We have Ralph Towner and Gary Burton matchbook. That is $19.99. $19.99, and Cal Jader Primo. Cal Jader Primo is $19.99. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And I'll tell you one more quick story on another record that has a lot of folklore that a lot of people think is worth a lot of money. And that is any copy of the White Album. Over the years since I've been buying and selling records, some people have a copy of the White Album and they just think it's like worth thousands of dollars. Just, they'll have it and they'll be like, wow, I have a White Album. And I'm like, well, we probably have about 200 of them. They're worth anywhere from like $10. They could be worth thousands if you have like a sealed one or a low serial number. But a lot of people have just a worn out White Album and they'll think it's worth hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars. I'm like, no, they literally made millions of these. Here's our next auction. This is a 1984 U.S. Specialty Original, a gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo of this. This is the Rolling Stones, and this is VG, a $15 start. The Rolling Stones Rewind, VG, $15 start. But a White Album can vary. There's some worth $10, or you can have John Lennon's personal copy that's probably worth $500,000. So it depends on what you have. Cedar price. Cedar is sealed for $14.99. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything else. And we have Cal Jader. That is sold to Marcia Burning. Thank you, and thank you for the water, Laura. Marcia Burning got Cal Jader. Thank you on that. Thank you. All right, so we got a lot of activity. Wow, a Sook is still getting bids. And the Stones just got a bid for $15. And now Dr. John's at $20. Aiden, you've been outbid on Dr. John. Next is Henry Threadgill. This is Sextet. Henry Threadgill was $19.99. Also, Paul Clayton Sings Unholy Matrimony. Paul Clayton Sings, a 58 U.S. mono. EX Edition, $17.99. The Greatest Illusion, a 73 private press folk. VG $9.99. And the Bar K's Flying High on Your Love. The Bar K's is EX $16.99. John Hyde Slug Line. John Hyde is VG Plus $11.99. Benny Wallace, John has a note, or Paul has a note, appearing on this album, Dr. John, John Schofield, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. EX Condition, $16.99 on Benny Wallace. Charles Tolliver is VG Plus $16.99. And we have Dare to Themselves, Cecil Taylor unit, EX $22.99. All right, so Dr. John. Donna had it for 20, Stones at 15. I have not heard back from Aiden. And man, what about a Sook? John Schmidt went out. I think Rob has it for 50. Rob Shaw gets a Shook for $50. Thank you, that's sold. Donna Turner got the Bar K's. Donna Turner on the Bar K's. That's sold. Rob Shaw on John Hyde. Danny gets Benny Wallace, then Robert Lee Bunch, then Rob Shaw, and Marsha Burning on Charles Tolliver. Marsha, have you bought from us before? Marsha Burning, have you bought from us before? I don't think I've said your name. Okay, I'm going to take a break with a shook after this, but here's one more, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Necro Salvation, and it's on colored vinyl. $5 start. That might be actually one of the last ones. There's another one, a $5 start on that. Now the Stones has a new bid for 16. Price on Cedar. Donna, that was sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. Sealed. Yeah, for $14.99. What's that noise? Okay, I lost Aiden. Aiden didn't say in or out on Dr. John. So this is sold to Donna for $20. There is a new bid on the Rolling Stones, and now Rod's right back in at 17. So Marsha Benning is Marshmallow Pipe, okay? So whoever's tagging, make sure anything Marsha Benning goes under Marshmallow Pipe. The Stones has a new bid for 20, and Cedar Walton is sold to Donna. Wow, another solid crate there. We're about to do some more on-sale new vinyl. And yes, I saw what you said, Gregor, about that's another one. Thriller and, yeah, and Elvis records. Some people have Elvis records and they think they maybe have enough to buy a new Ferrari. And I'm like, not quite. I don't know why it is the biggest selling artist of all time, people think their albums are worth the most. Maybe because they're very popular, but the best-selling albums of all time typically aren't worth the most money. It's usually the rare stuff that didn't sell too well that's rare and worth the most money. Not always the case, because look at Led Zeppelin 2. You know, of course, that's a unique variant with the Robert Ludwig, but that's a multi-platinum album, multi-platinum, and it can sell for thousands. So... okay, so let's go through here and let's see what we have here. First thing is Bandera, sealed for $9.99. Bandera. I will say the King still sells though. As y'all know, goodness gracious, we sell the heck out of Elvis records. Holy moly. We have High Energy, Should Have Gone Dancing. That was sealed for $14.99. If you need a price, just let me know. Patty Austin, Arpeggio. I struggle with that one because I can't remember how to say it. Bell and James, Joan Armatrading, Keith Herman, Jet Brown, Benny Wallace, Eddie Gomez. This was Sally B, Living in the Trees, Rick and Lorraine Lee. Also Ralph Towner, Gary Burton, Henry Threadhill, Paul Clayton Sings, The Greatest Illusion, and Dare to Themselves, Cecil Taylor. Cecil Taylor. So if y'all need prices on anything in there, just let me know. I will gladly tell you a price. All you got to do is just let me know, and I will call out a price. Let me see what's going on here. There's that. Okay, so first thing I have is a Sook is at, okay, let's go back even higher. Wow. Let's go back even higher. So Stone's got a bid for 20. Stone's got a bid for 21. A Sook 12, a Sook 15, a Sook 16. Phyllis price. Phyllis price. Phyllis. 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 I don't see a Phyllis. No Phyllis in here. And then a Sook is at 20. Arpeggio, Let the Music Play album. Sealed, it's a 12-inch single. No, it's got Let the Music Play, Play the Music, I Want a Tango, Runaway, Love and Desire, Desire, and Spellbound. Sealed, $9.99. Craig's asking the price. Wow, for some reason I'm not seeing that. Wow, Craig, how am I not seeing that? Wow, I'm seeing it now. That's weird. Holy moly, how did I miss all those? Goodness gracious, I'm sorry. Obviously not ignoring you, but it looks like I am. She's talking about Patty Austin. Patty Austin. Patty Austin is sealed for $9.99. Sorry, Craig. Wow, I scrolled back through and I just seen... You know what's messing me up, Craig? Your profile picture is like not loading, or I think it just is a black dot. I think it's messing with me. I think it's like some kind of just blank thing. I look at a lot of y'all's profile pictures, you know, because it helps me, like, some of them I can't really see what they are, but it kind of helps me, like, pick out, you know, what to look for. Thank you, Craig. That's so do you. All right, here we go. I think the pace is about to pick back up. We got new vinyl, and then we got a lower crate up here. I'm trying to figure out what this noise is. It sounds like there's like something banging on the outside wall. Laura, do you hear that? Maybe we're about to get invaded. All right. My bad, Craig. I don't know. It may just be my brain. Okay. I need everybody to have a nice profile picture of their face so I can see what y'all look like. Y'all know what I look like. I need a nice glamour shot of everybody so I know what y'all look like. All right, the Stones. The last bid on the Rolling Stones was Robert Lee Bunch at 21. Todd Saw, you were outbid, and I'm just making sure Todd Saw doesn't want to bid again. And then a Sook is at 24 of Rob Shaw. All right, here we go. Here we go. Wow, so all three Paul crates are now condensed into one. The next batch is going to be, I don't know if I can put all these in one or not. I bet I can, though. Yeah. Nice. All right. Selling some vinyl tonight. If you don't realize that we're here selling vinyl tonight, then you possibly could be in the wrong place. Let me find the percentage stuff now. So is this all March? March. This is going to be the higher price stuff, like stuff that was 40, 45, 50, 55, 69, 99. A lot of music on vinyl that was 39, etc. And now it's going to be a price of 25% off. And I'm going to start with a half crate here. And so, I mean, some of this, like, I'm probably going to immediately reorder. It's a weird phenomenon. I've told y'all about this before. I could be down to one copy of something. It could be up to, I could be down to one copy of something, and then we have to put it on sale, and then I'll probably go ahead and reorder it, and then when I reorder it, and everybody kind of sees it in the new arrivals, we'll start selling it again. It's called the curse of the single record theory. The curse of the single record theory. We'll get down to one record, and it doesn't sell. It's cursed. And that's what happens. So it's the curse of the single record theory. And let me try to add to this. I think there's a crate over here I hadn't pulled stuff in. Let's see. April. Any March over here? Here's some March. These can be added. Okay, here's going to be plenty of more $24.99 stuff too. That's all relatively new stuff there. Over here, is there any March? Here's more March. See, like this artist right here. This is going to be crazy to have this, as many as I've sold at 20% off. Same for this and this. Gosh. Okay, we'll do those for 24. All right, I just added a lot more. All right, I'm also going to have my phone because I am pretty decent at math, but calculating 25% off when you're dealing with a lot of 99s and stuff like that, it could get kind of complicated. So here we go. We got rid of Fritz the Cat. Yep. We got rid of Fritz the Cat finally. I think I just put it up for like $1 start auction. That's one way to get rid of cursed records. All right, the Stones is at 25. Darren's out on a shook. And I think we're done. Robert Lee Bunch, you got outbid on the Rolling Stones. Todd Saw has it for $25. Robert Lee Bunch, you've been outbid. Let's sell the final, possibly final, a shook record of the night. Rob Shaw gets it for $24. I've been saying that word for a long time. I knew they were good, and we just sold a bunch of them. Let's put up the next one. This is something completely different. This actually may be an insert. This may go inside of another record, like a promotional deal. Fastway, Far, Far From Home, a white label promo. It's single-sided. Fastway is single-sided. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. All right, so let's get going here and see what's going on, all right? First thing we have is a new auction. The Beatles Yellow Submarine. The Beatles is a 1971 Jacksonville repress. So a 71 Jacksonville. This came out in 69, 68, 69. The Beatles is a 71 EX condition, $35 start. Is ZZ Top going to be discounted? Possibly. 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 Or you can buy it right now for $44.99. That way you know you're going to get it and not miss out on it later when it comes up on sale. Let's get my calculator out. I know what the price of the first record is. And it is going to be 25% off of $39.99. So these are now $10 off, $29.99. And that is Evanescence, The Open Door. I think when I saw this in stock, I grabbed like 10 of them because I had never seen it before. It looks like we've sold most of them. There's 3 left. $10 off. They've been in here almost now a couple months. $29.99 for Evanescence. So everything in here is 25% off. The Rolling Stones is right here, and that's sold to Todd Saw for $25. $25. Fastway has one bid for $5. Has Lonesome Road Blues sold yet? Don't remember saying that, so let's try another one. Or let's try to find it. Lonesome Road Blues. Right here. Lonesome Road Blues. 15 years in the Mississippi Delta. 1926. 1974 U.S. original. 1974 U.S. original on the red and black Yazoo label. A $35 start. Lonesome Road Blues. That's now for bid. So Evanescences are $29.99. One for Robert Lee Bunch. One for Samuel Kopich. Now there's one left. Next is also $10 off. Here's the curse of the single record. How many Black Label Societies have I sold? And now there's one left in their entire discography here. And this is it. $29.99, $10 off. I'll probably order more of them tomorrow. I'll probably order everything by them because we are sold out again. $29.99 for Black Label Society. And this I've sold, as y'all know, a bunch of. Do I have more over here? No, this is my last one. Van Halen is also just $29.99. Live in Dallas. Van Halen, that's now $10 off. Live in Dallas. And this was $25. The next record is $44.99. 25% off that is $33.74. So Nectar was $44.99. Now it is $33.74. $33.74 on Nectar. $33.74 on Nectar. Okay? Now, the Beatles does not have a bid for a $35 start. That's a final call. Fastway got a bid with Danny from 6. That means Clay Moore, you had been outbid. Next was Lonesome Road, got a bid for $35. Fastway got a new bid with Clay for $7. Wayne Davis wants that last Evanescence for $29.99. Glenn Kesey got the one and only Black Label Society for $29.99. Stephen Lewis Jr. was second. Mac Morris gets the one and only Van Halen for $29.99, unless I can find more around here later. Maybe. Ryan Eaton next on Black Label Society, and Dennis Daly next on Van Halen. That was Black Vinyl, the new reissue. This is, let me get a price for you on this. This is $26.24. The band Rock of Ages. It was $34.99. Now it's just $26.24. Wow, the band. Now Fastway's at $8. Next is another record that was $44.99. Here is a prime example. When I'm talking about something that I've sold dozens of, and I'll probably have to reorder again anyways. Jane's Addiction, Ritual D-Lo Habitual. It is on pearl-colored vinyl. It was $44. Now it's $33.74. $33.74. $33.74. Susie says BA was for Van Halen. You actually put VA, but you were still second. Mac Morris is first. Susie was second. Dennis Daly was third. Then Gregory was fourth. Aaron Below gets the band. That was that 25% off, which was $26.24. Jane's Addiction is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $33.74. Thank you on that. Now Fastway's at $10. There was only one bid on this blues record. That's sold to George Jones for $35. No bid on the Beatles. It's now a $35 buy it now. There's Fastway for $10. This next record was $38.99. 25% off of that is going to be $29.24. This is the first time this was ever on vinyl too. Tonic, Head On Straight. First time on vinyl, Take Me As I Am. That is now $29.24. That is the 25% off price. That was $38.99. I have 3 of those. So I still got 2 Nectars. I just showed the Tonic. Fastway's at $10. Danny Thomason, you're out. Mike Torres grabs the Beatles for a $35 buy it now. Robert Barnett, you were second on Jane's Addiction. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Randy Travis. And Randy Travis is called No Holding Back. This is a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original. Here's one we don't get as often. It is going to be a $25 start. No holding back. This album's never been reissued. It's not in print. $25 start on that. I'm not Mac. How about Mark Morris? Mark Morris. Sorry, Vicky Yoshikawa wants a Tonic for $29.24. I've got 2 more left if anybody else wants one. Jeff Sapia, you were second on the Beatles. Fastway is sold for $10, and that was to Clay Moore for $10. Our next LP auction is going to be Muddy Waters, I'm Ready. Muddy Waters, unfortunately, is in G condition. It's low grade, less than VG minus. This thing is really worn out. It's just going to be a $1 start, though. Muddy Waters, a $1 start. Our next single, let's go back to something here that looks like it is, gosh, these names. I'm going to have to do a lot of abbreviating and then saying, I'm going to have to do abbreviations and apologizing. So the first abbreviation I'm going to do is Lotus Effer, and then this band is called Penis Geyser, or that's the name of the song. And then I apologize. And here is the vinyl. And it's going to go up for a $5 start. It looks like it's split. $5 start. That's now up for bid. Randy Travis 25, Randy Travis 30, Muddy Waters 2, Muddy Waters 5, and okay, so for $24.99, or excuse me, for 25% off, so $29.99. This is Everything Went Black. Black Flag is now $10 off. It was $39.99. It was $39.99. Black Flag, Everything Went Black. $29.99 on that. How much is Tonic? $29.24. It was $38.99. We're going through a 25% off crate. Next, this next record was $46.99. 25% off this next record is just $35.24. A double LP, Music on Vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. So Stevie Ray is $35.24. $35.24 on Stevie Ray. Black Flag is sold to Patrick Fu for $29.99. Now, Lotus, Robert Lee Bunch wants a Tonic for $29.24. Darren, you're second on Black Flag. Randy Travis is at 31, now 35. The Muddy Waters is at 5, and now 6 with Robert Barnett. And the Lotus is at 11 with Darren Christum. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Aaron for $35.24. And then next in here, man, I don't know how many of these I've sold. So 25% off makes this $29.99. Danger, $29.99 on Danger. And also just $29.99, the last copy of Hinder. And yeah, we've had those kind of, man, we sold a bunch of those originally, and now we're down to like this one crazy last stray copy. Lips of an Angel. Muddy Waters now at 70. It's in G condition. Low grade record. Randy Travis at 35 with Danny Thomason. Muddy Waters 7. Michael's out on Randy Travis. Chris Ridlings gets Danger for $29.99. Vicky, you were second. Dave was next. And then Wes Wilt gets Hinder for $29.99. Jason Murphy next on Hinder. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Danger. Danger is black vinyl. Black vinyl. We will never have that in yellow. If we do, it will be up for auction. That was the original pressing of that from Music on Vinyl. I ordered 100 copies when the yellow vinyl came out. They sent me 2 copies. I remember it very clearly. They announced they were pressing that Danger. I went in and ordered 100 copies, and we got 2. 2 were sent to us. And we had almost 100 pre-orders. It was wild. Chris says he's passing on the Danger. So give that to Vicky Yoshikawa. He says let Dave have it. The next person in line was Vicky Yoshikawa. You're just looking at your Facebook chat. The next person in line was Vicky Yoshikawa. So Vicky, you get Danger for $29.99. Next, this was $46.99 originally. This will be a quick seller. It's kind of the last cursed copy, as I call it. $35.24. It was $46.99. Def Leppard Hysteria. Now $35.24. 2 LP remaster. Randy Travis is sold for $35. And that's sold to Danny Thomason. What's the name of the single that's up? Lotus Effer. Lotus Effer. And it's split record with Penis Geyser. And the high bid on this is JK over on YouTube for $12. Def Leppard is sold to Brian Reynolds for $35.24. The name of the Muddy Waters album is called I'm Ready. It's in G condition. Donna, you have it for $10. You're actually about to win it because I don't see any other bids coming in. Lots of bids on Def Leppard. Before I go any further, I'm going to add a new LP auction. Also, Danny, I don't know if you heard earlier, you offered 100 on Travis Tritt. I said 125. Give me a second and I will find that Stevie Ray Vaughan for you. But first, here's Prince. It is a 1981 U.S. original gold stamp promo. There is no promo label of this that exists. It does have the poster. It's VG++/EX. A $30 start on Prince. So Def Leppard was sold to Brian Reynolds, then Glenn Kesey, then Jorge, then Pat Fratt, then Jeremy Merrick, then Ryan and Robert's out on Muddy. And Dave Saretna, you did not get Danger. You did not get Danger. Chris didn't get Danger. Vicky Yoshikawa gets Danger. Okay. Now, we're about to sell that single to JK unless there's a new bid. Let me see if I can find Danny, the Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Great batch of new vinyl came in tonight. There's one Stevie Ray Vaughan left if anybody else wants it. And this is $38.99. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Prince opened at $30. Another bid for $30. Another bid for $35. Another bid for $30. Another bid for $35. Another bid for $31. Another bid for $35. A bid for $35 and a bid for $36. Our next 25% off record is now $35.24, and that is Saxon. The Eagle Has Landed, Part 2, number to 1,000 on red vinyl, a double LP, $35.24. Saxon, The Eagle Has Landed. The 25% price off, the 25% off price on that's $35.24. So this single is sold to JK over on YouTube. He gets that for $12. Thank you. Next is Muddy Waters. That's sold to Donna for $10. Prince is now at $38. We have a 1981 US Original Gold Stamp promo with poster, VG++ EX. Prince is at $38. There's the Gold Stamp promo. Loan for promotion. Sale is unlawful. Rob Shaw gets a Saxon for $35.24. Those were originally $46.99. Stephen Lewis Jr. gets a Saxon for $35.24. Those are both now sold. If I have more, I go up front and check. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is B.B. King. There Must Be a Better World Somewhere. B.B. King is a 1981 U.S. Pickneyville Original. EX edition, a $15 start. B.B. King, There Must Be a Better World Somewhere. That's now up for bid. $15 start on that. This next record was $54.99, and the 25% off price on that makes it $41.24. $41.24, and that is John Anderson and the Band Geeks. This is awesome. Live Perpetual Change. I just saw this tour in concert. I just saw this tour live. He's doing classic Yes songs. His voice still sounds amazing. And he's got these amazing musicians that were in a Yes tribute band playing with him. And the 25% off price on that's $41.24. Ed Riviera also wants a Saxon. Let me go up front. I got some of these extras on our racks up front. Let me see what I can find for you, Edwin. Let me walk through here right quick. Yeah, there's some stuff on the racks. I don't know if I'll do those tonight, or we may do those. Well, we might can get to them tonight, but let's go ahead and sell this. I did find another one. So Ed Riviera, you also get that for that same price as those other Saxons. Prince got bids. Wow. 5 people bid $40 on Prince, and then $44. B.B. King $15.15. Prince $45. Prince $50. Next is $10 off this. Now $29.99. Mississippi John Hurt. This is a relatively new release because, I mean, well, it's 2 months old now, but it was new then. All analog, pressed at QRP from Acoustic Sounds. Mississippi John Hurt today. Now just $29.99. Those were $39.99. Government Mule is now $10 off. It's $29.99. Heavy Load Blues. Blue Smoke Vinyl, $29.99. And this is just $29.99, which is ridiculously cheap. The Ramones, Road to Ruin, all analog. That was $39.99. Wow. Our next single is going to go up right now. Banished. This looks like it could be a good one. Banished is going to go up for a $5 start. Banished. A lot of people that ask for, like, I'm looking for rare and deep cut metal and death metal, that's usually on singles. I know a lot of people, when they ask me that or they tell me that, they're looking for albums. But I bet a lot of these bands probably didn't even have albums, or the rare, highly desirable stuff's probably on singles. Banished, Enter the Confines, $5 start. I just got to get people aware of that. Some people's just looking for albums. I'm like, man, there's a lot of stuff out there that's probably, just singles only. Just like rare soul and rare funk, the best stuff is on rare singles. You're not going to find full albums with that killer rare deep cut unless you get a compilation. So back up at the top, Prince got a bid for $15. So Brandon bid first on B.B. King at $15. Jeremy Merrick, you tied him. So Brandon had it for $15. You're out. And then Jeremy bid $15. Jeremy bid $18. Brandon, you're out. And then Jeremiah Stasich got a Mississippi John Hurt. And then Donna got one. And those are $29.99. Glenn Kesey, you were next. Prince at $52. Chris Kirkley got a Ramones. That's a great price at $29.99. Banished 5. Prince $60. And Banished 6. Susie wants everybody to hit the like button. Make sure you've hit the like button on this YouTube video. Down there on the bottom on Facebook, make sure you've hit the like or the heart button. And if you know somewhere you can share it or you want to share it to your personal page, I'd appreciate that too. Let's go ahead and put up another Rolling Stones single. This is called She's So Cold from the album Emotional Rescue. This is pretty cool. In the picture sleeve, the Rolling Stones, She's So Cold, a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Let's go through this crate one more time. Who got the last Ramones? Chris X gets that last Ramones for $29.99. All right, and then Marsha, you were next, then Mike Allspaw. Banished is at $19. Glenn Kesey on Government Mule, that's $29.99. And let's go ahead and, wow, there's not much left in here. I knew there wouldn't be. So let's show the 3 remaining records one more time. And then B.B. King, did Brandon bid again? Brandon, Jeremy has B.B. King for $18. I'm about to sell it. Prince is at $60. I'm about to sell it. Gregory Roberts has it. Banished is at $19. And the Rolling Stones is at $6. And he's out. All right. So first is Nectar, which is the first time this has been reissued in a long time. It has the original UK cover. Nectar sounds like this. Great prog rock here. These were $44.99, 25% off. It's $33.74. By the way, we're about to go through a Laura crate. Laura has records up here right next to me. We're about to go through the stuff Laura has marked. Nectar is $33.74. There's 2 left. They're numbered to 100. We have number 39 and number 85. Tonic was $38.99. I have this one and one more up front. These are $29.24. They were $38.99. That is OG for a 90s or 2000s album. 2002, and that's the OG pressing. First time ever on vinyl. Tonic, Head On Straight, $29.24. And then John Anderson is a triple LP, $54.99. I originally ordered 5 of those. I kept one. We've sold 3. There's 1 left, and 25% off is $41.24. $41.24 on that. Okay, Chris Kirkley. I do have another Tonic up front if anybody wants me to run up there and grab it off the shelf. So he gets that one for the $29.24 price, and Jorge wants the other one. Let me walk through again up there because I think I might go ahead and grab a few more things I've seen that needs to be a 25% off that I will be showing right now, or that, and then the Laura crate's coming. So let me go get him that last Tonic. I should have went ahead and grabbed it my first walk through. It's just a quick loop around the store right quick. All right. Yeah, I think I'll have to grab a crate next time I go up there. Otherwise, I'll be fumbling vinyl. Don't want to fumble vinyl. So Tonic is sold to Jorge. That was my last copy. Jeff Hallworth on Cransberries. Are you talking about the one from the other night? And where are we? Okay, so let's update all these auctions. Banished just got a bid for $50. The Rolling Stones, Darren went out. John Darden, I'm going to sell that to you for $8. Sorry this took so long to the high bidder. Let's go ahead and sell it to him. And that is Jeremy Merrick. Thank you, Jeremy. That's sold to you for $15. Banished is now at $60. I had a feeling that's a good one. My question is Prince. Man, Prince. Stephen went out. The high bidder is Gregory Roberts at $60. He's had it for a few minutes now, and he's about to get it. $60. Okay. And that's all that's left. Nectar. Wow, no prog rock. Where's all of our prog rock fans? Wow. Nectar and Yes, essentially. This is not the country John Anderson. No, that is prog rock legend John Anderson. Prog rock legend John Anderson. Okay, there's that. So let's go through some new arrivals. We've been doing new arrivals and then discount. Here's another lower crate. And then after this lower crate, I'll have to do some digging to get the next crate, which is probably going to be $24.99 stuff. And my crate is full. And that means we've already filled up 6 crates tonight. There is a Laura sticker to go through. Let me grab this thing. Holy moly, this is heavy. Holy moly, this is heavy. I just smacked the camera around. Sorry. I don't know. Tanner had this in a perfect spot where I wasn't bumping it as much as I have been. I think it's been shifted around ever since I've done the coin sale. And I think I've got it in a bad spot. So we'll figure that out sooner than later. Okay. Banished, 75. Gregory, you get prints for $60. Thank you. Nice copy with poster, promo marked. I'm going to make that the last record in the crate. Let's take this off the table. That's our 6th full crate tonight. We're on an incredible streak. And plus, the other thing, last night was vintage discounts. It looks like tonight is going to be the night of new discounts. But keep in mind, yeah, I could probably fill up 2 more crates of $24.99 new vinyl, which was my plan. I bet we can easily get to 8 or 9 crates. We still will do some half-off vintage crates later tonight, too. There's Banished. It's getting a lot of bid activity. That must be a good one. I'm letting these things roll at $5 starts. I've been telling people that. The word is spreading. Chad runs incredible singles, punk, surf, metal. He throws them up for $5 starts. It's true. Let's grab another LP. Miles Davis. A lot of notes on this one. So Miles Davis is a late 60s U.S. Pittman reissue. It is a Columbia 2i label. The exact year is unknown, but this label design was used from 1963 to 1970. It's Frankenstein. It's a mono disc in a stereo jacket. That's why we're only going to start it for $5. Somebody has crossed out stereo and stereo. They've wrote mono. The cover's VG or VG vinyl, VG or VG minus. The vinyl's VG. We're going to put Miles Davis up for just a $5 start. Banished is at $79 with Jim B. Classy Lonnie Metal's out. We may be done. $79 on Banished. Let's go ahead and get started with this new arrival crate. And don't forget, the first person who claims something in here gets this awesome, now iconic, highly desirable, rare, and extremely valuable lower crate hop sticker, a one-of-a-kind. Wow, what a sticker. They are cruising on their roller skates and listening to some Steely Dan. Hey 19. Chad needs a new empty crate. Where is it? Right here. And we started the night with several bundles. And I have one more over here. That way I can say I've sold them all, and I can thank Paul for getting those ready. And this is Rodney McDowell. Rodney McDowell. This is a bundle of Rodney McDowell albums. The King is Gone, Going, Going, Country Boy's Heart, Rockin' You Easy, Lovin' You Slow, Good Time Lovin' Man, also Personally, and Live at the Fox. All Ronnie McDowell albums. Quick auction lot, $10 start. Snoopy and Woodstock. Snoopy and Woodstock. It's hard for me to forget that name. Woodstock. One second. All right, here we go. Donna Summer, She Works Hard for the Money. Donna Summer is EX $12.99. Lana Del Rey, Paradise. Lana Del Rey is EX condition $14.99. There is some cover damage. There's also a note from Laura, a 5-heart rating. Laura loves Lana Del Rey. A little bit of wear down here at the bottom. Paradise, $14.99. Also, we have Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is All in All. Earth, Wind, and Fire is EX condition $14.99. And Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. There it is. VG condition, $9.99. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. There is some cover damage, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. VG Plus, $14.99 on the Rolling Stones. So let's go back up to the top. And we had Banished at $79. That was the final call. If there's no bids when I get to the bottom, I'm selling it. Miles Davis, 5. Miles Davis, 5. Miles Davis, 8. Brian Call was first on Donna Summer, and therefore the receiver of the Laura Crate Hype sticker. Wow, that is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. And then Robert Lee Bunch, 2nd. Susie Breland, 3rd. Dennis Daly, 4th. John Smetzer, 5th. Dave Seretina, 6th. Larry Gonzalez, 7th. Donna got Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's sold to Donna Turner. Donna Turner also on Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, then Chris Kirkley. Robert Lee Bunch on the Rolling Stones. Jerry next on Steely Dan. Danny next on Rolling Stones. Banished is sold to Jim B. And Jim B, you get Banished for $79. Miles Davis is still at $8 with Donna. We're about to sell it for $8. It is VG Frankenstein cover. Nobody's been on those Ronnie McDowell albums. They're about to be a $10 buy now. In the meantime, I'm going to put up another single. This is Jeff Tweedy, I'd Rather Be Alone, and Susquehanna River. What is this called here? Susquehanna River. Jeff Tweedy on white vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Also, Creedence Clearwater Revival, the concert. VG Plus, $17.99. CCR, VG Plus, $17.99. And new and improved Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer is a 1969 US OG, VG Plus $17.99. Also, Wet Willie, the wetter, the better. Wet Willie is VG condition, $9.99. Retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield, a 70s US reissue, VG Plus $14.99. And this is EX $12.99, Charlie Sexton, Pictures for Pleasure, EX $12.99. Over here at the top, we have what is next. Next is Marsha Burning on CCR. That is sold to Marsha Benning. Marshmallow Pop, that's sold. Donna, you get Miles Davis for $8. If anybody wants, half a dozen Ronnie McDowell albums for $10, you can have them. Ronnie McDowell, lot $10. Next over here is Dennis Jackson on Blue Cheer. Dennis Jackson gets Blue Cheer. That is sold. And Richard Yeager, 2nd, Rage to Live. That's an alternate rock album, EX $12.99. And we have Kid Cudi. That's EX $22.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Chet Baker, sings and plays with Bud Shank, Russ Freeman, and strings. Chet Baker is a 1955 U.S. original OG mono, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Jeff Tweedy has one bid for $5, and that is sold. And the next thing we have, we sold CCR, we sold Blue Cheer. Somebody was next on Blue Cheer. Jeff Tweedy has a bid, and this is Charlie Parr, Barn Swallow, EX edition, $17.99. And this is a bizarre looking cover. It's a 2004 UK original, EX $27.99, limited to 500, and it's numbered 100 of 500. What is it actually called? It is called Diplo, Florida. Is that what it's called? DIPLO, Florida. And it's got a bunch of naked women bathing with dinosaurs. Interesting. EX $27.99. And good news for people who love bad news, Modest Mouse, VG Plus, $24.99. Chet Baker, 25. Chet Baker, 25. And DJ Sin, not so good on Kid Cudi. Vicky Yoshikawa on the Dilpo. That is sold. And Jeff Tweedy just got one bid, and that is sold for $5 to flat. Bubba. Next thing is Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn Radio. EX $17.99. Ronnie McDowell. Michael Rudolph gets the Ronnie McDowell albums for $10. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. Rod next on Dilpo. Jeremiah Stasich on Modest Mouse. And did somebody already get that? Did I already sell that? Modest Mouse? I pulled it. Wait a second. Oh, I think I pulled the wrong. I did. Hold on a second. So this was supposed to be pulled. This was supposed to be pulled to Vicky Yoshikawa. Before that was Kid Cudi. Okay, and then Ronnie McDowell's are sold to Michael for 10. Rod next on Dilpo, or Diplo. And we have Jeremiah Stasich to get Modest Mouse. Autumn next. And then Ivan next. And Robert Lee Bunch put Sexton. That's Charlie Sexton. That's sold to Robert Lee Bunch. DJ next on Modest Mouse. Tyler Childers is sold to Donna Turner. And now Chet Baker's at 27. Let's see what our next single in here. See what kind of the next hardcore looking single is we have. And that is... wow, what a cover. Oh my gosh. Some of these are wild. This one has a patch or something. One second. Let me reply to him. All right, this is Crippled Bastards. Life's built on thoughts. Life's built on thoughts. It looks like it has a patch with it. It does. It has a patch. It has an insert. And there's the vinyl. $5 start. Brutal cover. Absolutely brutal cover there. Same thing on the back. Holy moly. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Darren Christom's already bid. Chet Baker's at 28. Back to the crate. Raising Sand. Robert Plant, Allison Krauss. A 2008 US VG Plus $22.99. Plant and Krauss. Lana Del Rey again. Born to Die. EX $17.99. Don't forget. Highly recommended from Laura. No one bought the first one. She is already extremely angry back there. EX $17.99. And Kimya Dawson, My Cute Friend, Sweet Princess. That is VG Plus $19.99. A 2004 US original. Lo-Fi Indie, VG Plus $19.99. And Tame Impala Currents. Tame Impala is EX $27.99. That was the last Check Conditions record. Actually, if anybody gets that, I'll give you the Laura Check Condition sticker. There's that. And then how could you pass on Tyler Childers? That's one of my favorite live albums of all time. But here it is. Donna says she needs to put it back. So it's still available, $17.99. That is like one of my favorite live deals of all time. So good. I can sing every word on that album. Chet Baker. Oh no, I've got 2 CBs up. Holy moly, I've messed up. What's the odds? I've got 2 CBs up. Okay, so, oh man, what have I done here? All right, so Chris Bachek, 28 on Chet Baker. Chet Baker's now at 30 with Chris X. Okay, let's put, Darren went out because he thought somebody bid $30. Let's put Chet or Cripple, one of the two. Otherwise, it's going to get really confusing. I have messed up. I've messed up. Chet or Chet, go ahead and spell it out for me, something. That I always mess that up. Okay, now the next comment was Robert Barnett on Allison Krauss, Robert Plant. Danny Thomas in second. What color is Born to Die? Lana Del Rey is on black vinyl, I'm assuming. Now, if you don't want this, Javi wants it. And Javi, there's Born to Die and there's Paradise. There's 2 still left in there. Chet Baker, 31, and then Cripple, 10. We have Peter Green, a Music on Vinyl press. What You Gonna Do? That's unopened. Music on Vinyl for just $19.99. Can I see the back of the Kimya LP? There's the back of it. 2004 US original, a Lo-Fi Indie. VG Plus $19.99. Vicky passes on Lana. So, Javi, let me know which one you want, Born to Die or Paradise. Tommy Shaw, Girls with Guns. You may know him from Sticks. Laura even put the sticker back there. Stick sticker. $14.99 on that. Jeremiah Stasich got Peter Green, the Music on Vinyl pressing. That's sold to him. Next is, that's definitely Lil Wayne. It's on translucent vinyl. It's called I Am Music. Lil Wayne is $29.99. It is on red vinyl, $29.99. Also, Kanye West, The College Dropout. Kanye is a 2022, $24.99. Wow, and that was new, $24.99. These new now are almost twice that much. I wonder when that price tag's from. That price tag is from 2004? No. Probably. It could be. It may be. I don't know. But they don't cost that new anymore. $24.99. And then Jeremiah, Dennis next on Peter Green. Javi wants Lana Del Rey. He did want Born to Die. Now this has a bid for $11. Donna on LW for Lil Wayne. Cliff Carball on You Were Second on Lil Wayne. Donna just beat you to it. And then what about Chet Baker? Chris Bachek has Chet Baker for 31. Chris X, you're out. And now Darren Kristen, you're out on Cripple Bastards. And Chris Kirkley gets Lana Del Rey Paradise. Now we have a new bid at 12. And Chad desperately needs a drink of water, which luckily I have right here next to me thanks to Laura. Water delivery from her. Stay hydrated. Okay? Give blue cheer to the other guy. I don't think you got it to begin with, but I'll go back up here and see. All right, we need to change blue cheer from Dennis Jackson to Richard Yeager. So Richard Yeager, if you're still watching, you're going to get the blue cheer album. So that goes from Dennis Jackson to Richard Yeager. Let's make sure that Richard Yeager knows he's getting that. Richard, are you still with us? That became a problem a couple times last week because some people got off, and by the time the invoice comes out Monday, they get somebody's record that they put back, like just happened, and then they get their invoice, and they're like, oh man, I don't want that anymore. I've already bought it somewhere else. So I don't mind changing stuff around, but we got to make sure Richard Yeager does want it. Luckily, he's still watching. But I think that happened like twice last week where I saw where somebody said give it to the next person like a few minutes later. And then that person's left the chat. And then they get their invoice 5 days later. And they might have already bought it somewhere else. Or realized that they wanted it, didn't get it here, and went ahead and just went somewhere else and bought it. And then they don't want it anymore. And then it goes in the putback bin. And 30 days later, we're selling it again. So I don't mind doing that just as long as the other person knows that they're getting it. So there's no confusion. So he says he's good. Now, we sold both Lana Del Rey's. What about Kanye? No, Cliff put Kanye. Oh, never mind. She put LW for Lil Wayne. He put KW for Kanye. Or he did put Kanye. All right, so Cliff Carball, are you a first-time buyer? Cliff, you do get Kanye West. Are you a first-time buyer? Cripples at 13. Chet has a new bid for 32. And then Chet's at 35. And we're good to go. Okay, next is Bon Iver. And this is $19.99. Bon EVR. Craig would get really mad if he was still watching. Craig gets really mad if I don't say Bon Iver correctly. Bon EVR. Which he totally misspelt it, if you've noticed. Somebody messed up. $19.99. That is available. Cliff's not a first-time buyer. Okay, thank you and welcome back. Next is Charlie Parr, Little Son. Charlie Parr is $14.99, Little Son. And Green Day, Dookie. Green Day is sealed, $24.99. You got to do it for the Dookie. No, that's Nookie, Limp Bizkit. Dookie is sealed, $24.99. Are we done on Chet Baker? We're not. Chris X, you've been outbid again. And Chris X also thinks he got Kanye West first. Oh, no. No, he was first. So earlier, Donna put LW. for Lil Wayne, and then I said, Cliff, you're second. But he put Kanye, and I don't know why I got Lil Wayne and Kanye, both big rappers. I messed that up. And then later you put Kanye, but actually he was first. He was definitely first. Okay. Sorry. Now you're also outbid on Chet Baker, and now we can sell this Crippled Bastards single to JK for $13 before I mess up anything else. All right, and then Jason Murphy first on Green Day, Brandon Lack is second, Samuel Kopich next, then Nicholas, then Classy Lonnie Metal, then Dennis Daly, then Pat Frack. Chris Kirkley gets Bond EVR. That's sold to Chris Kirkley, however you say that. Next is Bill Justice Raunchy. Oh my gosh. This is sealed for $19.99. Raunchy. And it's on Sun Records. $19.99 for old Bill there. Our next single is Brutality. Is that what this says? It also says promo, Nuclear Blast Records. Brutality. Promotional copy, not for sale, made in Germany. A $5 start. $19.92. That's now up for bid. Now Chet Baker has a new bid for $35, which tied Chris Baycheck. Chris already had it at $35, so Chris X, you're still out. Anathema, The Optimist. Anathema is a prog album, 2 LP, $19.99. Raunchy is sold to Autumn Betts. Greta Van Fleet, sealed, $29.99. Greta Van Fleet. Our next LP auction is going to go up right now. It's Etta James, the second time around. Etta James is a 1988 U.S. reissue. It is a gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. EX condition. Etta James is a $20 start. John Travolta disco single, A Girl Like You. John Travolta is sealed for $14.99. Any Kiss puzzles? I think we have one Rock and Roll Over puzzle left, yes. Also, Richard Marx. No condition notes, $14.99. Brutality's at $20. Chet Baker, $36. Our next single is going to go up from the Rolling Stones. Emotional Rescue. From Dale's, can y'all believe these are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection? We're still selling stuff from his collection. This is Down in the Hole. Nothing to do with Alice in Chains. And Emotional Rescue. $5 start. Here we go. Next, Chet Baker, $36. Chris Baycheck, you've been outbid. Brutality's at $20. Jeff Halsworth gets Richard Marx. There's that. Next is Sky. Cadmium. Sky is an 83 German press, $9.99. Etta James has a bid for $20. The Rolling Stones has a bid for $6. The band, Islands. There is some cover damage and some wear. No condition notes on the vinyl. $24.99. Chet Baker gets Chris Baycheck has Chet Baker at $38. Chris X, you've been outbid. Etta James is with Eric Squindo at $20. Brutality's at $20 with Darren Chrisman. Neil Young, Landing on Water. An RCA Music Club, $29.99. And then Queen 2 is a 1974 U.S. Specialty Original. Super nice. $39.99. Wow, Queen 2. Beautiful. $39.99. Very nice copy. The bids on the Stones is John Dearden bid $6. Regina bid $5. So John Dearden has it for $6. Next in this bin, Green Sky Bluegrass, shouted, written down, and quoted. What kind of festival is going on there? That is sealed for $14.99. Now Chet Baker has a bid for $40. And Frida, Something's Going On, in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $14.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, unfortunately, it's got the Kiss of Death from the Connery collection. This guy did write his name on the record multiple times. However, the vinyl is beautiful for $14.99. Gregory picks up that beautiful copy of Queen 2. Thank you, Gregory. Chet Baker has a new bid for $42. Brutality is sold for $20 to Darren Christum. Eric Squindo, you're the one and only bidder on Etta James. That's sold to you for $20. Matt Lawson on Green Sky Bluegrass. That's sold to Matt Lawson. Regina's back in on the Stones at 8. John Darden's out. We got a steel cage death match going on for the Chet Baker. Our next auction is Neil Young live at Cardinal Stadium. This is an unofficial live Neil Young from 1995. It is Farm Aid, the Farm Aid concert at Cardinal Stadium, Louisville, Kentucky. October 1st, 1995. I wasn't even born yet. I was born 2 months later, and Neil Young was rocking Cardinal Stadium. Helpless, Heart of Gold, Sugar Mountain, Slip Away. $25 start on Neil Young, Cardinal Stadium. Never seen that boot before. Next is Anathema still available? It is. It is. The Optimist is still available. It is $19.99. Next is Stephen Lewis Jr. on the Joe Walsh. Life's Been Good. The Rolling Stones has a new bid for $9. Chad, can you get Rage War Sigma or Polaris Fatalism? I will definitely check. And where are we on Chet Baker? Chris X is out. Chris Baycheck has it for $42 sold. Chet Baker is sold to Chris Baycheck for $42. Classy Lannis Metal on Anathema. That's sold. And Regina, you're out on the Stones. John has it for $9. And our next auction is going to go up right now. It is another country album. It's Reba McEntire Live, which is another tough album to come by because it's like one of those late country clubs. So this is Reba McEntire Live, a 1989 U.S. original, Columbia Clubhouse. This album could only be found on LP through 2 U.S. record clubs, Columbia House or BMG Direct. VG Plus, just on side 3 only. The other sides are EX++, Numeric minus. So this was not sold in stores. This was not sold in record stores, only available through the club. 1989, like most of that late 90s, late 80s, early 90s country, Reba's a $25 start. Up at the top, we have Michael Butler at $25 on Neil Young, and Frida is not sealed. No, it's in shrink. It is beautiful, $14.99, produced by Phil Collins. What is the Rolling Stones? It's a 7-inch single of Emotional Rescue, and Down in the Hole in the original sleeve. Regina just bid 11. It's Can album still available from last night. Can from last night. Where's last night's records? You know, I don't know without looking. I really don't know without having to go and dig right now. So if we can make a note for me to look for you, I can try to let you know, or maybe later tonight when things really, really slow down. Otherwise, I don't know without digging. All right? And now the Rolling Stones is at 12. Regina, you're out. Pete Townsend, this is called Chinese Eyes. $14.99 on Pete Townsend. Don't know what it's another Anathema album. Another Anathema album, and this one's called We're Here Because We're Here. $19.99. Peter Green Colors. Peter Green is unopened for $19.99. And we have Bon EVR, a self-titled album for $19.99. Has some great drums. I wonder if Phil Collins plays the drums. Drums and backing vocals and percussion, Phil Collins. That's why. He produced it and he plays the drums. No wonder. It's in shrink with hype. And drums and backing vocals by Phil Collins. Wow. And then it looks like Earth, Wind, and Fire appears on this album. I've never listened to this. Could be a little bit of a hidden gem here. Frida, Something's Going On. It has the single, I Know There's Something Going On. Phil Collins plays drums. No wonder the drums sound good. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I'm trying to figure out who has the high bids. So Michael Butler, 25, Preston, 26, Michael, 33, Neil Young out, Jeremiah Stasich on PG. That was for the other Peter Green. Classy Lonnie Metal picking up another Anathema. Is that Peter Green from Fleetwood Mac? It is, but it's already sold. Regina's out on the Stones. John Darden got Frida. That's sold to John Darden. And yes, that's also Frida from ABBA. That's very true. So the Rolling Stones then is sold to John Darden for $12. David Cordell has Reba for $25. That's final call. And Michael Butler, you have Neil Young for $33. Sold. Michael, also seen where you updated your profile picture. Thank you. You caught me off guard there for a second. I had to make sure that's the same Michael Butler. I'm assuming it is. Thank you and welcome. All right. Now, here we go. That was a great crate from Laura. Here's the agenda at 10:36 p.m. here in Middle Tennessee, live at Colecco. We're going to run through this crate quickly one more time. I'm going to take a moment to compile an on-sale crate of new vinyl. That's going to be, the next crate's probably going to be $24.99ers. I'm going to have to do some digging and sorting, but I know I have more crates. I'm pulling stuff from March. I'm pulling March titles that are now technically getting close to 2 months old, and I'm putting them on sale. We've done 25% off, and we've probably done some as much as 40% off. I either do them $24.99 or I do them 25% off. And I was about to walk up front and grab a Kiss puzzle, and Edward Tanagi says, never mind. I'm glad I didn't walk up there. So the only puzzle I've shown tonight, by the way, there's no puzzles in stock. I can't order anymore. There's 2 puzzles with my distributor in stock, Killing Joke and Queen, and they only had 1 left, and I bought it. And I found this one last night. It was a non-payment from like 6 months ago, Master of Puppets, that's been laying in the back. I went ahead and took it off the shelf, and then I blocked the guy who bought it. So $24.99. Here is what's left very quickly. Wet Willie, wetter the better. So long story short, please don't go anywhere. You're about to see on-sale stuff, and then I'm going to get into the half-off vintage crates like we were doing last night. So Wet Willie, VG $9.99. We have the best of Buffalo Springfield. Stop. Hey, What's That Sound? VG Plus, that's a 70s reissue. Also, Rage to Live, that's an alternate rock album. EX Edition $12.99, Rage to Live. This was Charlie Parr, Barn Swallow, EX $17.99. Kimya Dawson, My Cute Fiend, Sweet Princess. My Cute Friend, not friend, Fiend. There's no R in it. That is VG Plus $19.99, 2004 U.S. original. Here is Tame Impala Currents. Tame Impala is EX Edition $27.99. And Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio, EX $17.99. So Neil Young is sold to Michael Butler for $33. Thank you. Reba is sold to David Cordell for $25. Thank you. And now we got new LPs and new singles going up. Next is Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. A 1973 U.S. Superior Pressing. That's a plant you don't hear very often, Superior. This is OG Marvin Gaye, just a $15. It is VG, which is better than most, honestly. Finding that album Stone Mint is nearly impossible. Also, we have Tommy Shaw, Girls with Guns. That's Tommy Shaw from Styx, $14.99. Charlie Parr, another one, Charlie Parr. That's called Little Son, $14.99. Greta Van Fleet is sealed, $29.99. Buffalo was VG Plus, $14.99. Of course, that's Neil Young, Stephen Stills, Richie Furay. Amazing stuff. One of my favorite groups because later on, those members went on to form, of course, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, which is some of my all-time favorite music. Tame Impala is sold to DJ Not So Good. Marvin Gaye already has bids for $15, $15, $16. Let's grab another single. I have another couple demented ones here. Let's see what the next most demented one I have here. It is Barbatos and Rape Goat. Barbatos, it looks like a split. Barbatos and Rape Goat. And that's going to go with black vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. John Travolta, disco single, A Girl Like You. That's actually sealed, unopened, $14.99. Sky is $9.99. The Band is $24.99. Neil Young, speaking of Neil Young, Landing on Water, $29.99. Pete Townsend, $14.99. And this was Bon EVR, $19.99. Also formerly known as Bon Iver. That's self-titled, Bon Iver, Bon Iver. Marvin Gaye 20, Marvin Gaye 20. Let's add another LP. Any chance of some of those tubs being scavenged through later night? Patty is always on the hunt for some miscellaneous. Patty, what would be the most amazing miscellaneous thing I could show you tonight? Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is called Fogarty's Factory, as in John Fogarty of CCR. They've kind of redone the Cosmos Factory cover here. Fogarty's Factory is a 2021 Euro original. John Fogarty and his family performing some of his greatest CCR and solo tracks. Original under sleeve, EX, a $15 start. $15 start. Next is Jim B on Kimya. Kimya is sold to Jim B. That is sold to Jim B. Chris Ridling's was second. Marvin Gaye, 21. How much was Fiend? Well, it's not called that. It's called... No, that's what just got claimed. That's what just got claimed. That was Kimya Dawson. That just got claimed. All right. Rape Goats at 8. I think we're good to go. All right, let's find some more stuff to do on sale. I think the rest of them are over here. Oh, I actually have, well, I can do that. We might can slip that in. I actually have somehow a stray new arrival crate from John from like, I think Thursday or Saturday night sale when Paul was here. That keeps getting overlooked. I have a full crate over here that's never been shown. I keep forgetting about that one. Yeah, let me grab an empty crate, and I'm going to start filling up some $24.99ers here. All right, and I'm about to pull some stuff from March. I've got to make executive decisions here. So this is 24 and that's brand new, isn't it? May? Yeah, that's brand new. As in, well, they're all brand new. Hey, we just sold that needs to be discount percentage. That's percentage. We can show that again. That can go up front. March, that can be discounted then. And okay, there's all that. Let's see what's over here. May, April. This is all April. Yep, that's all April. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm doing some sorting to try to find our next stuff to discount. That's all April. Got a lot of April stuff which we need to sell off before they get too old. I try to keep showing them as often as possible. Some of these are early April, so they're pretty much almost ready, but we'll give it another 30 days or 3 weeks. There's a few more. And then what's in here? That's all. Here we go. Here's what I'm looking for. Here's a bunch. All right. That'll be a percentage. I showed some of this stuff last night. Wow, these are going to be on sale. That's insane. That's going to be on sale. That's insane. That's going to be on sale. Yeah, we might have went through a couple of these crates last night. And what didn't get grabbed is now going to be on sale. You might have remembered some of these from last night. And I guarantee if I would have discounted them a few dollars last night, they would have sold. But now you can take advantage of them now being on sale. And here they are. So there's that. We're going to end up filling up almost a whole crate here. Let me make sure that's all of those. Plus, I'm going to show the leftover stuff again from the night. There's that. That's April. That's a percentage discount. Here we go. Found a few extras of these. This is going to end up being a really good crate. And maybe we can sell everything in here because we're about to fill up a whole nother crate. Then this crate. That'll be a percentage discount. Wow, this shouldn't be on sale, but it is. There's that. That shouldn't be on sale, but it is. That will be another percentage. That's April, 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 April. That's all April. Okay. There's that. Thanks for waiting patiently. It's going to be worth the wait. And let me look through this back here on this. Go this back here. And let me take this lower crate off the table. Let me see if there's any March stuff in the back left. Let me move the camera around for a second. I don't know why this don't, I don't have enough clearance anymore. Let me move some stuff around here. Yeah, that's March. March. Ooh, February. That definitely. February, March. March. All these. April. That's all April stuff. Yeah, that's all brand new stuff there. And then there's some March in here. These. Yep, and these. All right, I got enough, and then I can pull some more later. All right, here we go. So everything in here is going to be $24.99. And if y'all are kind of new, this is always a very exciting and busy part of the sale. You've probably already seen that tonight because what we're about to do, I like that angle. It looks like you're almost on top of them. That way I can slide the crates in and out. Let's update all the auctions. I'm going to go completely over all the details, see who's the high bidder, and just get back to where we was at. Let me get my OCD kicked in and fix all these crates. Just pinch myself. Okay. So there's 3 live auctions right now I'm accepting bids on. And Darren Johnson got Greta Van Fleet from the last crate. So Darren Johnson gets Greta Van Fleet from the last crate. We almost swapped out an entire Laura crate there. So thank you, Darren Johnson. That's sold to you $29.99. Rare books about the UK, Ireland, and Isles, unique maps, posters, music badges, pens, and tickets. Okay. Rare books about the UK, Ireland, and Isles, and unique maps, posters, magic pens. I can be on the lookout for that. So the first auction here does not have a bid. This is called Fogarty's Factory. John Fogarty, his family recorded an album with his hits and some of his solo songs. And this does not have a bid. We're looking for a $15 start. Marvin Gaye is OG. It's VG. It's a 73 Superior OG. VG. Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on. And the last bid was Donna at $28, and then Gregory wants to know the details. And then Rape Goat is sold at for $8, and that $8 bid is with Autumn Bet. So Autumn, that's sold to you. Okay. Now this crate, I hope I put everything in here I was supposed to. Everything in here is going to be $24.99, and I'm going to go ahead and add another single. This is Crippled Bastards, Dawn of Ecology. And then the B-side is a much happier looking side. And this is Popular, Easy Listening, and Music Ensemble. So I don't know what's supposed to be what, but there it is. That's a $5 star. First record in here is Elliott Smith, Either Or. Elliott Smith was $33.99. It's now $24.99. Everything in here is discounted to one price, each of $24.99. There's Elliott Smith, $24.99. $24.99 on Elliott Smith. Also, AFI Burials, now $10 off. AFI is now just $24.99. Darren has Crippled Bastards for $5. AFI is $24.99. And The Residents, Meet the Residents, this is now $24.99. Meet the Residents, that's $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland, $10 off, makes this just $24.99 for a double LP remaster of Electric Ladyland. Just $24.99 on that. Jimi Hendrix. Also, the Hellraiser soundtrack, that's now $12 off. That's $24.99. I've sold a bunch of those. We've gotten down to that last copy there, the Hellraiser soundtrack, $24.99. So first, John Fogerty did not get a bid. He's just a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. Marvin Gaye is sold to Donna for $28. First thing we have here is AFI sold to Jerry Ferguson. Jerry Ferguson gets AFI for $24.99. Dennis Daly gets Jimi Hendrix for $24.99. Greg Herman got Hellraiser for $24.99. Susie next on Jimmy. Marsha next on Jimmy. Jerry next on Hellraiser. Danny next on Hellraiser. Patty next on Hellraiser. And Danny Thomason gets the John Fogerty for $15. I'm telling Mama. My mama, that's nothing to her. She has some language, okay? Julie has some language. It makes me blush sometimes. I'm like, Mama, let's chill out, okay? We have a 1965 US OG mono, VG minus condition. So this is OG mono, Rolling Stones, just a $5 start. It's on the London label. There is writing on the label. It is OG mono. There's also writing on the cover. It's a $5 start. The Rolling Stones, $5 start. Cripple Bastards has got one bid. That's sold to Darren Chrisman for just $5. Thank you, Darren. That's sold to you. The Residents, $24.99. Good luck getting an original. Holy moly. And then I've got the Beatles. I've got the Beatles for $24.99. So there's the Residents and there's the Beatles. Now, the Residents, an original of this is huge money. It's actually worth far more than an original of this. The Meet the Residents, the original that with this cover, I think is like a $1,000 record. So very rare. Meet the Residents and then Meet the Beatles. This is the mono all analog remaster. This is a new reissue. That is the Residents or the Beatles, your pick. $24.99. And let's go ahead and put up another LP auction right quick. But before I do that, where are we on the Stones? Has bids for 5 and 5. Larry, you're out. Robert bid first. Preston Rose gets the Beatles for $24.99. And I've got 2 copies of the Residents. Also for $24.99, it's Sly and the Family Stones' Greatest Hits. I think I just showed these the other night. Now they're $24.99. Great stuff here. Some of my favorite in this, what I call like the Woodstock era, $24.99. Also, we still got 2 AFIs, 1 sold. There's still 2 left, and Elliott Smith. I got a bunch of these. I don't know how I ended up. I think they might have accidentally billed me twice, but take advantage because now they're $14 off. Virgin Steel, Age of Consent. Now just $24.99. Virgin Steel, Age of Consent. Donna gets Sly for $24.99. Jeremiah Stasich gets Sly for $24.99. Susie, you were third. Now the Rolling Stones is at 10 with Dennis Jackson. Our next auction is going to be another LP. It's a Neil Young bootleg. This one's pretty cool. This is an unofficial. This is a 1971 bootleg. This is the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Y'all may have seen the reissues of this. Like Neil Young officially makes this now. He puts it out, and it looks just like this cover, which is pretty incredible. Like they do the reissue with the cover wear and everything. I've got one around here somewhere. It's pretty cool though because this is actually legit wear on the cover, right? Because it's a vintage copy, an original, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. And that's in VG condition. That's called Live on Sugar Mountain, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Let me see if I can find those. I want to show y'all what the reissues look like. But I've never seen a bootleg of that doesn't have wear on the cover. Let me see if I can find that. I thought I had some over here. We might have sold them the other night. Yeah, no, here they are. Yeah, here's what a new copy looks like. So here's a brand new Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. It's also called Live on Sugar Mountain. Some people call it I'm Happy Y'all Came Down. But there's a reissue, right? A brand new copy. They've made it look like It has ring wear, which this is legitimate wear on the cover here. Pretty incredible. So they make these bootlegs nowadays that were bootleg for years. They'll officially put them out, and they'll have artificial wear on the cover to make them look old. They'll put artificial wear on them to make them look like they're actually worn. Okay. That has a bid for $20. Sorry, I got distracted there. All right, so Sly is sold to Donna, then Jeremiah Station, Susie. Danny Thomason got a virgin steel for $24.99. Shannon Lee got a virgin steel for $24.99. We're about to sell the Rolling Stones for $10. And then unbelievable, King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, just $24.99, a 200-gram remaster, 200-gram remaster. Our next single is going to go up right now, and it is actually Jumpin' the Saddle Band, the Curly Shuffle. Jumpin' the Saddle Band, the Curly Shuffle. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that with the picture sleeve. King Crimson sold to Rod Bryan for $24.99. There's one left in here. Shannon Lee also wants a King Crimson. That's sold to Shannon Lee for $24.99. I have 2 copies for $24.99. Unbelievable. Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion. Now, this is way in March 31st. So that's just like a day away from not even being on sale for another 30 days. So that's probably borderline shouldn't be on sale, but there it is. Depeche Mode, $24.99 on that. And then I've got this one also crazy to see on sale. All analog Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. But it is stickered March 28th. So there it is. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones to Dennis Jackson for $10. Mono, that is sold to Dennis Jackson for $10. The last bid on Neil Young was Jerry Ferguson at $30. Everybody else is out. So the King Crimsons went to Rod Bryan, and then Shannon Lee, Thomas Clark, you were next. If that OF was for King Crimson, then Chris Frazier, you were 4th. Curtis Marachi got a virgin steel. Now there's 2 left. Rod Bryan gets a Depeche Mode, and so does Jerry Ferguson. So those are sold and sold. And now Curly has bids for 5. And now my crate's full. Before I pull the Albert Kings, let me swap out crates because those Depeche Modes just officially completely filled up this crate here. So let me put these right over here. Let me grab a new empty crate. Fantastic. Here we are. I have a feeling we're going to fill up a lot more than 8 or 9 crates tonight. Next thing is Albert King is sold to Jeremiah Stasich and Brandon Lack. Okay, and then Neil Young, Jerry Ferguson has it for $30. Preston, I'm going to make sure you're out, and he says out. Next in the $24.99 bin is Thor. Thor Only the Strong. That's on red and black splatter. $24.99. We just filled up a total. That was our 6th full crate. Now we're starting to fill up our 7th. We did about 9.5 last night, or we did 8.5. We almost did 9 crates last night. And we hadn't even started doing the half off. Stuff. And I still got some March dates to pull. I don't know if I can go through everything again. There's still so many around me here. Goodness gracious. All right. There's Thor, and then let's do, this isn't supposed to be in there. That's May. It's for sale, but it's not on sale. Okay, here's the Dickies. This is Balderdash from the archives. The Dickies is $24.99. Curtis, I did pull you a virgin steel. And this is scary to see on sale. Elton John Diamonds, now $12 off, $24.99. Curly Shuffle is sold to Preston Rose for $5. Let's get some new auctions going. That's sold to $5 to Preston Rose. The Curly Shuffle, Jumpin' the Saddle Band. And then here we got Neil Young. And Neil Young is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $30. That vintage original bootleg. Oh, to be on Sugar Mountain. That is sold. And now there's no Depeche Modes left. I have another Thor, Edge of Hell. That is on limited edition. Only 400 copies made. That's $24.99. Patrick Fu gets the Elton John. Next is Eric Church, Carolina. That's $5 off at $24.99. Sonny Clark is $10 off at $24.99. Another Virgin Steel. I've only got one. Virgin Steel 1. And we have Insidious Disease for $24.99. I can tell it's getting later. There's more than normal left, much more than normal amount left in there is what I'm trying to say. Next auction is Jimi Hendrix. It's a 1971 U.S. compilation. It's called These Have Killer Clowns on it. This does not have anything called Killer Clowns from what I'm seeing. No Killer Clowns on here. Next comment is we sold Elton John to Patrick Fu. Danny was second, then Chris Frazier. Jason Murphy put EC, and that's for Eric Church. So to Jason Murphy for $24.99. Curtis Marachi wants this Thor album. That's sold to Curtis Marachi for $24.99. Now, Danny, you were next on Thor. The only one left is Only the Strong. Curtis got the other one. Danny gets this Virgin Steel for $24.99. Autumn wants Thor Edge. That's already been sold. And we have Jimi Hendrix at a $10 start. Let's go ahead and put up another single. And the next single I have here is Curve, Pink Girl with the Blues. And Curve is going to go up for a $5 start. Here's what's left in this bin for $24.99. Donna gets the classic jazz album of Sonny Clark, Cool Struttin'. That's so to Donna. And Chad's about to go up front and get a V8. I can feel it's that time of the night. My brain has slowed down. So is my speech. And I need a V8. So before I even read this crate, let me jog up there and get it. And when I say jog, I mean I'm going to walk up there really fast. Okay? Autumn says she will take the other Thor. Autumn, that's so do you. $24.99. And then Curve is a $5 start and Jimmy's $10. Let me go get that other V8. I'll be right back. This is not a break. This is a quick timeout. Okay, I'm back here. Everybody still with me? Okay, now that this thing is shaken and not stirred, I'm going to drink this. Mike is being muted. What did I just say? Mike is being muted. Those do taste a lot better when you shake the heck out of them like that. That was delicious. Oh, hold on a minute. I forgot. Whew, that was good. All right, now I'm about to start acting like a lunatic again. Sonny, we pulled that right. Other Thor, yep. Jimmy 10. Here, yep. Okay. So, everything in here is $24.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Counting Stars in Toronto, live, unofficial. Smashing Pumpkins, live, unofficial. Inside the Dream Machine, $19.93. Gang of Four, Songs of the Free, $24.99. Nectar, Recycled, $24.99. King Crimson, unbelievably still available. Ace Frehley now playing blue vinyl. Heart self-titled. Mark Bolan, $24.99. Pavement, $24.99. Dr. Dog, $24.99. Elliott Smith, $24.99. AFI Burials is $24.99. Also, Meet the Residents, Virgin Steel, Age of Consent, One Thor Left, Only the Strong, The Dickies, and Insidious Disease, which is numbered to 100 on green splatter. Curve did not get a bid. It's a bite now for $5. Jimi Hendrix got one bid for $10, and that's sold to Robert Barnett. Virgin Steel is a 2LP. Yes, Age of Consent, 2LP, $24.99. So far, that is everything that's left in that I've shown new vinyl that's on sale, except for these here. Nectar, Sounds Like This, which was 25% off, and John Anderson and the Band Geeks, which was 25% off. 25% off $44.99 and 25% off $54.99. GMB gets Curve for $5. Shannon Lee gets ID, Insidious Disease, and I'm going to give you number 31, if that's okay, Shannon. Ryan Mustaine gets the Smashing Pumpkins 93. That's sold for $24.99. Michael Peveler gets Virgin Steel. That's $24.99. Autumn Betts, you were second on Curve. What color was the Eric Church I got? Eric Church, Carolina, was on clear vinyl. Eric Church, Carolina is on clear vinyl. Now I'm about to add more. More $24.99. These have not been shown before. I'm adding some right now. These have not been shown. We have Prince, For You, his debut album. Prince is now just $24.99. Also, Oasis, live at Nebworth, a live unofficial. Oasis is $24.99. Placebo, Without You, I'm Nothing. Placebo is $24.99. And Sonic Youth, Evolve. Sonic Youth is $24.99. Patrick Lear gets the Nectar for $24.99. That was originally $38.99. And we have, oh man, I better hold this for the right time. Laura just made the delivery of a lifetime. Holy moly, Laura. What an amazing find that she just discovered in the back room. Unbelievable. Holy moly. Next thing is What's Nectar title. That is the newest reissue of Sounds Like This. It's numbered from reissue Sounds to 100 on green splatter. Sounds Like This, 25% off, $44.99. Patrick Fu gets Oasis. Jason Murphy second. Debbie Winstead gets Prince. That's so to Debbie Winstead. And Shannon Lee takes the other Insidious Disease as well. All right. Here we go. Now, the next thing I have is, let me see what's left in these crates. So, April. Oh, here we go. Black Keys, $24.99. Black Keys, $24.99. Thick Freakness, $24.99 on the Black Keys. Dale says he'll take one. So the math on that works out to be $44.99 at 25% off is $33.74. $33.74. That's sold to Dale Sanders. Ronnie Ritchie gets Placebo. Right after that was Stephen Riley. There's the Black Keys. It's now $24.99. April. That's March. Man, I hate to do these, but they need to be. Gosh, this is going to be a great deal on these. 25% off Yes, Analog Productions, and 25% off Genesis, the 4LP Analog Productions. Holy moly, that's going to be a great deal. So Genesis is a 4LP Analog Productions. 25% off makes it $97.49. That is $33 off. And then Yes was $64.99. 25% off that is $48.74. Wow, that's a great discount. So $48.74 on the 45 RPM Yes. That's $48.74. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. And Genesis was $129. That is a 4LP Analog Productions. 4LP Analog Productions, which was $129.99. Those are now 90, whatever I just said. Let me run that one more again. 129.99 times 0.75 is $97.49. Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Wow, what a great deal on that. Hiram Aponte gets the Virgin Steel for $24.99. Flat Bubba, you were second on Yes. Chris Kirkley takes a Genesis, and Genesis was $97.49. And what else do we got back here? Let's see. April. I'll condense all these and go back through them again, because now that's some great, yeah, that's all April. This stuff, give me another 24 hours. Let me get another 24 hours in on that. Yeah, because some of this is like late March here. It's really going to be tough to discount these. These need about another week or two. I'll try to show them a couple more times. Or maybe we can, Ryan wants Black Keys. Yes, Ryan E. Ryan, how do you say your last name? Give me the phonics for your last name. Is it Inals? And this is sold to Ryan for $24.99. I'll do this because these are like end of March, and they're, of course, audiophile records. I'll do anything back here at $5 off. So let me bring them up front here, and I'll do them $5 off. I'm telling you, the margins on these are already like razor thin, but I'll do $5 off. If I start doing 25% off on those, it's really tough. But let me go ahead and introduce a couple more auctions. I've got Elton John, A Single Man, a sealed original picture disc from 1978. So that is $20 start. It's a sealed original picture disc, Elton John. I'm going to lay him actually right there. $20 start. And any of these Analog Productions, I'll do 5 off. So most of them's probably going to be $59.99 instead of $64. The first one is Morrison Hotel, 2LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. Morrison Hotel, $59.99. 2LP 45 RPM from Analog Productions. MoFi, Miles Davis Bitches Brew, nice. A 45 RPM, that's $59.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, another one, $59.99. Self-titled, those are both 45 RPM. This will be at a really good price now, $46.99 minus 5, $41.99 for Leonard Skinner. That's a single LP, still from the Analog Masters though. Sweet Home Alabama, The Ballad of Curtis Lowe. That's now $41.99. The debut Leonard Skinner, amazing. Freebird, now $59.99. That's Analog Productions. Johnny Cash is $59.99. Folsom Prison. And we have The Doors, Strange Days. So we have all the Doors except L.A. Woman, right? Yeah, we've got all the Doors albums except L.A. Woman. Or is there another one? Waiting for this. I think that's all of them. Yeah, I think so. Waiting for. Is there? No. Soft Parade. Do they do Soft Parade? Does Analog Productions? Do they have a soft? I've never seen that, maybe. Okay. Better than the OG. You know, I don't know if I've listened to this version before. I don't know if I can't. I bet somebody watching can answer that for you. But I don't know if I've ever listened to that. I've definitely listened to an OG. I have one. Columbia 2i. But, yeah, great deals on those. MT Matt wants both Leonard Skinnards. So let's put this one in for $41.99, second helping. And let's give him this Pronounce for $59.99. Chris Frazier picks up Johnny Cash for $59.99. I appreciate y'all buying these now. Helps me out a ton because, let's see here. Any further discount on those, and it's going to be tough. Tough to do. Okay, so there's that. And what I'm about to do, I'm going to show you the last new vinyl on sale editions I can do tonight before I start doing some half-off vintage crates like I were doing last night. There's only one other auction that was tagged for tonight, and that's Jazz at the Plaza with the Miles Davis Sextet, and it's a 2013 Russian. Wow. A Russian reissue. Discogs says it's actually official and not a bootleg. Miles Davis is a $15 start. Let's put up another single, and the next single I have for you, it's actually time to grab a new handful from this batch over here I've been pulling out of all night. And the next one here is Sacred Shock. I'm still trying to find that Accused. Oh, Screeching Weasel. I know let's do that one. That's always popular. Screeching Weasel. You broke my effing heart. Screeching Weasel. $5 start. That's always popular. All right. Now, thank you, Jason Murphy. Welcome to CollectCo, Jason Murphy, and thank you. Miles Davis has a bid, and Elton John bitches. So I did everything in here. It's actually pretty easy. All these right here are $59.99. All these are $59.99. Except Leonard Skinnard. It's going to be just $41. It's the only one that's a single LP. This is the only one that's a single LP. The rest of these are double LPs. The rest of these are double LPs, 45 RPM. Double LPs, 45 RPM. So we got The Doors, self-titled. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. The Doors, Strange Days. And The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. And the only Leonard Skinnard. And those are all 2 LP, 45 RPMs, $59.99, except that other Leonard Skinnard. Okay? And, of course, over here was the Genesis, which is 25% off. Now, I've got a few more to add at 25% off. The next one is just $35.24. It was originally $44.90. Nope. Wrong price. $44.99. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to be $33.74. Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. That was $44, now $33.74. $33.74. That's a 2 LP, 180 gram. I'm going to put it up here with the other 25% off. There's only 3 25% off records left. Somebody said they wanted the other Insidious Disease. Did I pull the wrong record for them when they said that? Somebody wanted this other Insidious Disease, and I didn't pull it. Who wanted this other Insidious? I didn't pull it. I thought I did, or unless Shannon Lee. Yeah, I owe you an Insidious Disease. Let me make sure I didn't pull the wrong thing there. Debbie Winstead got Prince. Wherever that is. Oh, I pulled Sonic Youth. Yep. Nobody got Sonic Youth. So that's going back in the bin. Sonic Youth Evol. He wanted the other Insidious Disease. Okay, and then there's Nectar. And then SIBO, Virgin Steel, Black Keys. Okay, we're good to go. Sorry about that. All right. I noticed that wasn't supposed to be in there. And then that means Sonic Youth is still available for $24.99. Okay, there's Fiona Apple. the lower number nectar. I think I gave it to you. 39. I think I gave you 38. No, I gave you 85. Okay. 39. I'm giving you 39. All right. Sorry, I got really distracted there. Okay. I was testing my own brain. I was like, what did I do? Nobody on Fiona Apple, right? All right. What did I do with those other ones? I got another few 25% offers before I start doing some half-off stuff. Half-off vintage. Here they are. And I got another audiophile one. This is from an old Hatchet Ed crate. It goes back to December, and actually Tanner found it over here across the store. It got buried, and it had this record in it, which is now going to be 25% off, which makes it $48.74. Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie. Analog Productions, 2LP, now $48.75. $48.75 on Willie Nelson. Shotgun Willie. We sold an OG of this earlier, $29.99. Muddy Waters, I'm Ready, $29.99. Muddy Waters, I'm Ready, $29.99. We sold an OG of that earlier. That's a new music on vinyl pressing. Fiona Apple was $44.99 at 25% off. That's $33.74. This is also new, $10 off. Bobby Rush and Kenny Wayne Shepherd, maroon vinyl with photographic etching. That's $29.99. That's $29.99. And we have another Oasis here at 25% off. So this is $33.74. And this is Standing on the Shoulder of Giants. That's 25% off. 25% off Oasis. 25% off Oasis. So let's update all these bids. There's 3 auctions. Screeching Weasel opened at 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Miles Davis 18, Miles Davis 20, Screeching Weasel 9, Miles Davis 22, 25, Screeching Weasel 10, Miles Davis 27. Alan asked how much was Fiona and Philip. Rod Bryan's Easy Top. All right, Rod, here's what I'll do for you. If you want these, I'll do $5 each off Tejas or Fandango, because I know you asked earlier. And then I think you're asking again. I wasn't really going to discount them, so they're not going to be 24. They're not going to be 25% off, but I'll do them for $39.99. $39.99 if you want them, Rod. Your pick on either one. If he passes or he doesn't want both, I would claim right now. Miles Davis 28, Screeching Weasel 12, Screeching Weasel 13, Miles Davis 30, Screeching Weasel 15, Miles Davis 32, Screeching Weasel 14, Screeching Weasel 15, Miles Davis out. How much was pronounced? $59.99. $59.99 on that. Rod Bryan says he'll take Tejas at $39.99. Sell that to Rod Bryan for $39.99. So that leaves Fandango for $39.99 if anybody wants that one. Nobody bid on the sealed, oh boy, Elton almost forgot about. Sealed original picture disc for $20. That's unopened, an original sealed Elton John picture disc. $20 on that. Screeching Weasel's now at $16. And then Miles Davis is sold to Donna for $32. Okay, and I think I have 2 more records here. Boy, I was expecting a lot more of these to sell. I'm going to have a lot left over. Here's another one, now 25% off. Prince, live, unofficial. 25% off of $44.99 makes this $33.74. Prince, live, Tramps, New York City, $19.99, the after party show. Michael Rudolph gets the Elton John for $20. Now Screeching Weasels at $20. Debbie second on Elton John. Our next auction is going to be signed Eddie Arnold from Fred Goodwin's collection. It's not JSA authenticated. I'll guarantee to be real. I think I do have other authenticated Eddie Arnold records. This is called The Best of Eddie Arnold. He's autographed it, 1969. Vintage signature, too. $10 start on that. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band was $10 off. $10 off makes that $29.99. 25% off, technically. Screeching Weasels at $20 with JK. JK's went ahead and threw in a punch for $20. Let's get another single going. And the next single is going to be from the good old who? The Rolling Stones. Oh, this is a cool one. Ah, a cool picture sleeve. The disc is like VG or VG minus. It needs cleaning too. The disc is like VG minus, but man, look at that picture sleeve. Hey, you get off of my cloud. That's what's worth the money right there. The picture sleeve. Wow, look at that. Get off my cloud. That's going to go up for a $5 star. Paul put Kenny 10. Kenny 10. Kenny 10. You're going to have to help me out there. Now, if it's Kenny Wayne Shepherd is $29.99. That's the new album with Bobby Rush, or Bobby Rush with Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Screeching Weasels at $22. Eddie Arnold is a $10 start. The best of Eddie Arnold. That's a $10 start. And I have one more 25% off record. And then I'd rather get into vintage because it's already 11:30. And that way we can do more on sale tomorrow. Probably after tonight, I can condense everything and see what's left. And probably some stuff I'll make a decision to go ahead and discount. But I have one Dr. Dre album, and it's $35.24. It was $46.99. Dr. Dre, it is $35.24. And so everything that I've officially discounted tonight is left in this bin. That's it. And the last thing there was Dr. Dre. That's the most recent edition. So there's way too much still left in there, but I do realize it is 11:30, so on a Wednesday night. Dr. Dre, so did Jerry Ferguson. Make sure these go in for $35.24. Donna was second. Eddie Arnold has two $10 bids. Two $10 bids. Michael Butler has the Rolling Stones for 10, and Screeching Weasels at 22 with Nicholas Hostler. We're about to sell it. All righty. Whew, what a night. And we're almost filled with this bin. Who's ready for half off vintage? And I think that's it. Let me walk around my new vinyl bins. And I think that's everything that I'm willing to discount tonight. It looks like it. There's still a half a crate left from the last time we did this. I think I'm going to start auctioning those. So the last time I did on sale new vinyl, there's still a crate left of that. Oh, and the stuff up front on the racks. Yeah, I got the stuff up front on the racks. We'll definitely do more new vinyl on sale tomorrow. Let's get into some vintage stuff after we do one more just title read in here. I still don't like this camera angle because you can't see it needs to be like back here some maybe. I don't know. I'm going to have to really adjust this tonight or get it rebuilt. I feel like I like where you can see the whole crate and the auctions. There we go. I don't have any more Dr. Dre's. Nope, that was it. Those went to Jerry and Donna. Eddie Arnold has a new bid for 15. The Stones have new bids for 15, 17, 18. And how much is Modern Lovers? It is $39.99. The Modern Lovers, limited edition 4,000 on blue vinyl. I think that's something Paul ordered. Numbered 585 by Music on Vinyl. All right, so Screeching Weasel, we can sell it. Maybe we'll find some more of those. Screeching Weasel sold to Nicholas Hollister for 22. Let's do some half off vintage. Half off vintage. This is going to get exciting. Are you sure you want to check out Jason? Maybe not. If you need a price on anything, everything in here is technically discounted, okay? Pronounce Leonard Skinner. The back part is all audiophile stuff. So it may seem like it's more pricey than a standard reissue, but it's the best of the best. Leonard Skinner, Miles Davis, The Doors, The Doors, The Doors, and The Doors, more Leonard Skinner, and Willie Nelson. And then these are all $24.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Gang of Four, King Crimson, Ace Frehley. These are all $24.99. Heart, Sonic Youth, Mark Bolan, Pavement, Dr. Dog, Elliott Smith, AFI, The Residents, Thor, The Dickies. That's where that stops. And then these are all 25% off. And we have Nectar, John Anderson and the Band Geeks, Fiona Apple, Muddy Waters, Oasis, ZZ Top. It's $5 off at $39.99. I'm going to put them back here with the other audiophile. This needs to be in the audiophile section. ZZ Top, definitely an audiophile record. Oasis, Prince, Live Unofficial, and Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Okay? The high bid on the Rolling Stones picture sleeve. The sleeve is like VG with a little bit of a stain here. Front looks pretty nice. The Vinyls VG minus, that's at $20 with Chuck Haley. The autographed Eddie Arnold is at $15 with Chuck Haley. Everybody else is out. Debbie Winston wants KK. And KK for Debbie was King Crimson, maybe? KC? Is that right, Debbie? That's sold to her for $24.99. Jason Short gets Muddy Waters for $29.99. Ronnie Ritchie wants Elliott Smith. That's right here. That's sold to Ronnie Ritchie for $24.99. And let's see what else we got. Let's grab another single to go ahead and get going. And we have, let's see what this is. Shadow Age, Salah Look. Shadow Age, SILALUK. Blank labels, black vinyl, $5 start. All right. Let's do it. Pat Lucero, happy birthday. I saw where Jason had wished you a happy birthday. And I saw that early this morning, and I meant to go ahead and tell you then, and I forgot. Happy birthday, Pat Lucero. Thor, Only the Strongs is $24.99. Limited edition red splatter. Oh, there was one more. Yeah, the Genesis. This is a big discount on this. The Analog Productions, which was $129.99, that is now $97.49. $97.49. That will really fill up the crate. But that's now everything, for sure. Which is pretty amazing because I've probably went through, what, 5 full crates probably tonight? I bet I've went through 5 full crates tonight, and that's all that's left. And you'll see those in the morning in the flip video, along with the other tonight's new arrivals, which, honestly, I probably need to show one more time before it gets too late. We did have an incredible batch of new stuff that came in for tonight. And I see a lot more people watching tonight that wasn't on the night before. So let me do that. And yeah, we're doing half off vintage as soon as I show you tonight's new arrivals, which will take me T-minus 60 seconds. The Rolling Stones is sold for $20 to Chuck Haley. Awesome picture sleeve there. And he also gets the autographed Eddie Arnold for $15. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. I'm just going to put it in the crate. They will sleeve that for you. Appreciate that. And Shadow Age, final call on that. Here's tonight's newest stuff. Very quickly, Cypress Hill, live at Woodstock, 1994. Woodstock, Cypress Hill, $29.99. The new album from Little Feat comes out Friday. New album from Little Feat. Strike Up the Band, that's $39.99. We have a Perfect Circle Emotive, that's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. 9 Inch Nails, live at Woodstock, 1994, double LP, 9 Inch Nails, $38.99. We have one copy left of Bill Evans. This is Bill Evans and Jim Hall Undercurrent. 2 bonus tracks, $24.99. And then Ozzy, Montreal, 1981. This is with Randy Rhoads. Red vinyl, a live unofficial. Man, you can hear the guitar from here, right? $36.99. That's live. Awesome set list, too. Flying High Again, I Don't Know, Crazy Train Believer, Mr. Crowley, Paranoid, Suicide Solution, all those on there. MT Matt gets a Perfect Circle. That's sold to MT Matt. 9 Inch Nails sold to Jerry Ferguson. 9 Inch Nails sold to Autumn Betts. I'm glad I'm going through these for a second time. Also, 2 copies of the Beatles. It's Been a Hard Day's Night. The Mono US Remaster, $36.99. The amazing John Hughes box set, Life Moves Pretty Fast. It's a compilation of music from all the John Hughes films. 6 LPs on red vinyl with book, $139.99. And then we have a Blue Note Tone Poet. This is mastered from the original analog tapes, recorded by Rudy Van Gelder, supervised reissue by Joe Harley, and mastered by Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI. Top of the line, Stick Up. Bobby Hutcherson, $34.99. We sold one. There's one left. Stevie Ray Vaughan Instep. Not an original or not an easy original to find. I sell a lot of these remasters. This is actually a remaster from Music on Vinyl. That's $38.99. Yes, this is an on-sale price. $34.99, 3LP blue vinyl. Yes, live from the House of Blues. They opened with Yours Is No Disgrace, Time and a Word, Perpetual Change, Ritual. We have And You and I, Your Move, I've Seen All Good People, Owner of a Lonely Heart, and Roundabout, with lots more. And then I've never had this before on new vinyl, and I don't see many new sealed copies for some reason. Blondie is $29.99. Also, I still got Takedo, which comes out Friday. First time ever pressed in the United States. A rare OG record and highly desirable, $39.99. Jason Short wants a yes, and I have one left. Great batch of new vinyl tonight. That was 2 crates. And these came in damaged. This was the Now Yearbook 89. This is new for Friday, triple LP. They are $59.99, but they got absolutely destroyed during transit. They just shipped them in a mailer. No protection. I don't know. Somebody at the warehouse is going to get yelled at when I tell them that a $60 record got damaged pretty much where you can't even sell it again. All right. So no bid on Shadow Age. That's going to be a buy. Now, you think some of these distribution warehouses would know how to pack vinyl by now. I order from a couple people that are perfect, and then there's one place I think they have high turnover with like employees, and so probably a lot of people, like when you order stuff from Amazon, as y'all know, sometimes it doesn't get packed like it's supposed to. Nothing against anybody that works at Amazon, because I know they employ 1 million people, but there are some people that probably don't know how delicate a vinyl record is, and they throw it like in a mailer, like in a bubble mailer or something, and it comes to your house bent in half. That's why when you buy from us here at CollectCo, everything is professionally packed. Everything is professionally packed. It's worth it, I promise. Customer service, we got Ed, and now we're going to do some half-off vintage. What time is it? What do I have, about an hour left? 2 hours? Hour, 2 hour? We're about to do it. Let's see what we got going on here, folks. What is going on? Here we are. Everybody ready? That's what's going on at CollectCo. Got to get everybody woke up for the half-off vintage. Hopefully you hadn't already went to bed. It's going to be the worst decision of your life. That's what I'm going to put tomorrow. Tune in, or it's going to be the worst decision of your life. What's in here? Half off, half off, half off. This looks like a good one. Oh, there's a couple sealed records too from Laura. Uh-oh. Let's do some half off here. Chad had a cleanup last night. Now Chad needs a night of administrative work. 2 hours. Oh my gosh. A lot of bots pack stuff at Amazon. That's pretty wild to think about. 2 hours. I don't know if I can do another 2 hours. This has been an exhausting night. But every time I say that, we end up going till 1 and 1:30. So it depends on how active these half-off crates are. If we start emptying them out like we were doing last night, holy moly, let the games begin. Let's see here. The orb. No, I got to figure out how to do that. Sometimes the button's up here and sometimes it's not. I don't know what's going on. Streamlabs. I don't want to accidentally end the sale either. Sometimes I click on the wrong thing and file. Yeah, I don't know how to get it up here, honestly. What does this do? Dr. Phil. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Half off. First thing I have is Reuben Blades South Swing. Reuben Blades is sealed for $12.50. Nathaniel Merriweather presents Lovage, sealed for $15. And the Nits Hink. That's a music on vinyl, clear vinyl. Music on vinyl is $10. Danny wants the Kenny Wayne Shepherd record. That was from the bin, the on-sale bin previously for $29.99. Thank you, Danny. That is sold to you. So this is sold to Danny Thomason for $29.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Doing a half-off bin here. What's next? Sloppy Jane Madison. Limited edition opaque blue vinyl. That is sealed for $7.50. Jim B on Lovage. That is sold to Jim B. And we have Dale Reeves. That's sealed for $5. Now, I'm going to take our first stack of sold 45s into the operation room before they fill over, because these were some pricey ones. I don't want to spill. So let me put these in here. And we are about to put up some new auctions, okay? Chris X on RB. RB was Reuben Blades. That's sold to Chris X. Far as singles, here is Safe Inside. More hardcore type stuff here. Safe Inside is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on clear vinyl. Yep, that's a $5 start. And let me officially get into... Oh, here we go. Sealed REM. This is a sealed reissue of Document. It needs to go up for a $20 start. REM is sealed Document, a $20 start. Next is LA4 live at Montreux. That's Lorindo Almeida, Ray Brown, Jeff Hamilton, and Bud Shank. That's a $79 US for $10. The Wedding Cake, Connie Francis, a 1969 promo. Connie Francis is on the yellow promo label. That is $10. Safe Inside has a bid for $10. REM's a $20 start. And we're going to go ahead and throw up another single from the Rolling Stones. I still got some cool ones in here. And here is the Miss You. Oh, that's a good one. The Rolling Stones Miss You. What's this written on the cover, though? Somebody wrote something. It says, requested Joe... I can't read. It's kind of hard to read, but somebody wrote right up here on top of Mick Jagger's head. Faraway Eyes. Let me check the vinyl. It's not bad whatsoever. EX are better. The Rolling Stones Miss You. $5 start on that. Let's keep going through the half-off bin here. We have Richie Havens. The End of the Beginning. Richie Havens is another white label promo. Man, that rocked the entire table when I did that. Richie Havens is $7.50. A white label promo. White label promo. We have Air 2 free. That's VG Plus $6. That's a CTI record. Gatefold, Thou $6. So first thing we have is Safe 5, Safe 7, Mark Chesler, REM 20. Steve Biddlecombe gets the Connie Francis. Thank you, Steve Biddlecombe. And now the Rolling Stones is at 5 with John Durden. John, I think you were trying to help me with your last name. It's Durden, right? Durden, is that how you said you would like that pronounced? I bet I can work on it and make it work. Starpoint, It's So Delicious. Starpoint's an 83 US Funk Soul Disco album, VG for 5. The Rolling Stones has bids for 5 and 7. Also, we have Red and Murphy and Company. Fast Picks and Hot Licks. That's a 78 US Bluegrass album. VG plus $5 on that. And Rural Space by Brewer and Shipley. That's VG plus for $5. Jay Giles Band is VG plus $7.50. The Morning After. And Spirit Feedback. Spirit is EX Edition $9. Wes Montgomery, Going Out of My Head. Wes Montgomery is VG Condition, $5. Looks like a pretty solid half-off bin of vintage titles here we're going through. Welcome, everybody. Quarter till midnight. We have first Safe Inside, just got one bid, and that is sold to Ryan Annals. I feel like I'm struggling with that. I don't know why, Ryan. But, Ryan, you get that for $7. The Rolling Stones is now at 8. Regina, you've been outbid. Chris Redling's on the Red. That's sold to Chris for $5, VG+. Holden on Ship. And that's Brewer and Shipley. That's sold to Holden 190. And then Donna on West Montgomery. That's sold to Donna. And Jason Short got Jay Giles Band. Now the chat's coming alive. Next thing is Shine On Brightly, Pro Call Harem. VG Plus, $9 on Pro Call Harem. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. VG Plus, $7.50. I was about to say, this feels like the first label. It is OG Pressing, You Make Me So Very Happy, Spinning Wheel, and Eric Clapton. Name of the album is Clapton. and this is going to go up for just $17.50 now. That's a beautiful copy. No condition notes either. Now REM sold to Mark Chesler for $20. Thank you, Mark Chesler. That sold you just one bid for $20. That was kind of surprising. Sealed REM, that's gone for $20. And then next is Ian Hunter, short back and sides. Ian Hunter's $10. Tracy, we've already sold Connie Francis. Yeah, somebody already got Connie Francis. Susie gets Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And then Debbie Winston was second. And then we have Lee Michaels live with the die cut cover, no condition notes, $15. Our next single is going to be a $5 start. Definitely looks hardcore. These people are in here mosh pitting. Who's the hardcore single here? Scapt? Scapt? What does that say? Scaped? Scabbed? I don't know what that says. SGACPD? Or is that S? I don't know. But it's a $5 start. Next in the half off bin is Barbara Jaggle by Donovan. Donovan, $7.50. Regina has the Stones for $9. John Durden, let me know if you want back in. The Mamas and Papas Deliver. Mamas and Papas is $10. Also, we have Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Bob Dylan is $17.50. Dylan, Planet Wave, $17.50 there. Daniel Boone. Daniel Boone is a white label promo. It's now $10. If you just joined us, we're going through a half off crate. There's only one rule on the half off crate. No more, no less. That is the only rule I have. Also, we have the Bluebell Sisters, Gold Stamp Promo 10. It is scalped. I guess that's supposed to be an L. Scalped. That's what I thought. Scalped is a $5 start on that. John's out on the Rolling Stones. And we have Ryan says it's scalped. Hiram says it looks like scalped. John Deere says down the Stones. Michael Butler says Donovan. And then Pat Fress says I love it. That is not the name of the band. Interesting. We have Dylan by Bob Dylan, $12.50. Dylan is $12.50. That's called Dylan by Bob Dylan. And we have Eric Clapton at his best. That is now $12.50, VG Plus condition. The Rolling Stones is sold to Regina Tabor for $9. I've always said this, if they want their name pronounced accurately, they should probably try to write it on there accurately. That would help, right? That would seem logical to me. Next single I have going up right now is, let's grab another one here from, let's see here. I got some of these Stones bootleg picture disc, I think. This is interesting here. Boy, I've never seen that before. And then what is this one right here? This is some kind of bootleg deal. What do we have here? So this is what? One side's a picture disc and one side's vinyl. It's the Rolling Stones. Let me try to get some of this dust off the picture disc side. Wow, that helped a lot. All right, so there is that. I don't really know what to call it, but it's a $5 start. It's definitely the Rolling Stones. There's nothing written on it except matrix numbers. Melissa Bailey gets the Eric Clapton. That is sold to Melissa Bailey. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. That's sold to you. And we have Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. That's in shrink wrap. Bob Dylan, a phenomenal copy. Holy moly. That is $17.50. The Rolling Stones is at $5. And Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag. Climax is $10. And the Byrds, Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man. That's on the original label, VG Plus $12.50. No one got scalped. So scalped is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. No bid on that. Over here is Steve Miller. That's now $12.50 for Rock Love. And the Byrds, Dr. Byrds and Mr. Hyde. That is a 70s press. That's also $15. Nice. All right, let's see what else I can throw up right quick. I do have a crate. Where are the Fred Goodwin autographs? I think that's those right here. I got a lot of autographs in here. Let me grab some. Okay. So let's go over here. And we have Rolling Stones 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And Robert has it for 11. Scalped is sold to Darren Johnson for $5. Our next autographed record is going to be from Fred Goodwin's personal collection. Rest in peace, Fred. We have Ray Stevens' Greatest Hits, Volume 2. This has been JSA authenticated. This is the Ray Stevens. This is his Greatest Hits. And if I can get it out of the sleeve, it would be very helpful. There we go. I'm going to toss that. That sleeve has done its job for the last 40 years. Ray Stevens' Greatest Hits, Volume 2, signed by Ray Stevens, JSA authenticated. And there is the JSA sticker, and Ray Stevens is going to go up for a $35 start. Very cool, signed by Ray Stevens, $35 start on that. Next in the half-off bin is the Rockets, No Ballads. The Rockets is $5. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. VG Plus, $7.50. John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $13.50. John Mayall, The Turning Point. And John Baldry, It Ain't Easy. John Baldry is $10. And this is Sinatra. Frank Sinatra, $7.50. And Gary Wright, $7.50. Wow, there's a lot going to be left in this crate unless some claims start coming in. The next autograph is Bill Anderson, live from London. It says, To Catherine, Love Always, Bill. Now, Catherine is Fred Goodwin's daughter's name. So he might have had this made out to, I don't know, I don't know, 1977. I'm trying to figure out maybe how old she is. I'm not for sure. It's possible, though, but it's definitely a UK copy. So it's got a sticker. It says, To Catherine, Love Always, Bill Anderson. It's been JSA authenticated. Whispering Bill Anderson, a $35 star. That's up for bid. Ray Stevens has a bid for $35 of Holden. Chris X gets Sinatra. And the last bid on the Rolling Stones was with Robert at $11. And before I pull out another single record, my crate is full, but let me go ahead and finish the crate. Wow, Grand Funk. Now just $13.50. No condition notes. Jean-Luc Ponty is now $5. Civilized Evil. And a great Allman Brothers compilation. Essentially, the best of the Allman Brothers here. $17.50 on that. Any rock and roll autographs? Yes. I do have some. Yeah, it's kind of like I don't, as usual, have them ready. I kind of sorted through these the other night and got these ready, because I know what I can start them for. And, I mean, I know what I have just in the cost of this authentication. I bought so many records from Fred. One of my biggest costs in these is just that card. That way we both know that they're authentic. That way we can both say, yes, these are authentic. And that cost us something. And so a lot of these, it's just like, I know what I have in the authentication cost, and if I can just make a little off that, a lot of these country autographs, I've got to get gone. I have hundreds of them from Fred's collection. I mean, so much country. But a lot of the rock, I kind of sprinkle in here and there. So, yeah, let's go ahead and sell this to Robert. We're going to put this in a brand new sleeve for you, Robert. This thing's kind of dingy looking. So I'm going to lay it right over here. We'll get that in a new sleeve for you. And then, now, I would normally offer all these as a bundle, but I got to read through them again because there's way too much left. I got to get everybody woke up if we're going to start emptying and bundling some crates. But now I'm going to swap out crates. Let's start a fresh one. This is now the 7th full crate of the night. So if we can get to the 8th full crate, that will be absolutely fantastic. And then we might get into possibly some miscellaneous at the last second. Or I can just show y'all some of the autographs I have, and we can price them on the fly. I've done that before. That's really fun. I've got stacks over here I've never researched. Stacks and stacks. So if we can get one more crate filled up of OG stuff here, sealed or whatever it is, any kind of records, I might just go ahead and just on the fly show some autographs. Holden's about to get the Ray Stevens for $35, and I'm going to keep auctioning some singles here. The next one is Shuntum. This is an interesting package. It comes in a cardboard box. SCHTUM. It looks like it's numbered. $5 start. George Jones. Actually, I think I do. Yeah. I've got all those cuts, too. All those cuts. I have all those ready. I just don't know how I want to do them. I did promise some people we'd auction them at some point. I haven't. We're gonna have to like research some live, so we can get to some of that. Let me go ahead and try to get another crate full. Okay, y'all could help out a lot if we sell a bunch more in here, and then we can sell the rest in a bundle. So first is Reuben Blaze South Swing, $12.50. This is Hink the Knits, it's $5. Sloppy Jane Madison, that's blue vinyl, $7.50. Dale Reeves is sealed for $5. LA4 live at Montreux, that is $10. Richie Havens is a white label promo, $7.50. Air 2 free. Air 2 is VG Plus, $6. Star Point, it's so delicious. Star Point is VG Condition, $5. Spirit Feedback. Spirit is EX Condition, $9. Shine on Brightly Pro Call Herald, VG Plus, $9. Ian Hunter is $10, short back and sides. Lee Michaels Live is $15. The Mamas and Papas is $10, dedicated to the one I love. Bob Dylan Planet Waves is $17.50. And then Daniel Boone is a white label promo, $10. The Bluebells is $10. Let me pause right there and go ahead and tag Holden with the Ray Stevens for $35. Let me get that in a new sleeve for Holden right quick. I want to go ahead and put that in a sleeve right now. And that means if anybody wants Bill Anderson, he is a buy it now for $35. Bill Anderson's a buy it now for $35 if anybody's interested in that. Autograph authentication in mass bulk like we do it isn't too expensive unless something requires a letter. Those that you see me sell with a letter of authenticity like these letters here cost sometimes between $75 and $150. Just this letter. There's a big upcharge to have it notarized and authenticated. Just that letter is very expensive. I think they do some for maybe $50 or $75. A lot of them are $100, $125 for a full letter. I mean, it's literally signed by the president of JSA. It's signed Notary Public, with an official Notary Public State of Florida stamp. It's, they do the photo match and all that for you. So it's really worth it. But it's also worth it for, a $2,000 autograph to have all that great documentation. So, all right. There's only one unsold auction. Travis Tritt is $145. It's all about to change. Travis Tritt. Danny has, I was at 145. That's right. Danny offered 100 and he says he would do 105. Let's go ahead and do 110. 110 and I'll sell it to you. That's the only unsold auction. And Shadow Age. Shadow Age is a $5 buy it now. And Shatum is a $5 buy it now. And Bill Anderson's a $35 buy it now. Yeah, so now we got 4 unsold auctions. Just like that. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just go get a sleeve for Bill Anderson. It's personalized, but it is JSA authenticated. I could really hook somebody up if they're wanting to dedicate, or if somebody's trying to decorate a restaurant with like signed country albums. Man, I could hook them up big time. I got some cool ones over here. I'm about to throw up some more, so keep the auction block warmed up, okay? So Bill Anderson's $35 buy it now. Let's put that there. And he said he will do 110 on the Travis Tritt. It is a really nice copy. So sell that for, they have sold for as much as $200. So sell that to Danny for 110. I like the way that sounds. Let's put up another Rolling Stones picture disc deal here. And let's put this up for a $5 start. This is got Keith Richards on it. Another interesting looking deal here. $5 start on that. Some kind of Rolling Stones Keith Richards deal. $5 start. Bob Dylan, $12.50. Eric Clapton at his best, VG Plus, $12.50. Bob Dylan in shrink wrap, that's $17.50. Climax Blues Band is $10. The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man, VG Plus, $12.50. Steve Miller Band is $12.50. Another Byrds, that's $15. The Rockets is $5. Joe Cocker is VG Plus, $7.50. John Mayall, The Turning Point, John Mayall, $13.50. John Baldry is $10. Melissa Bailey picking up Eric Clapton. That's Eric Clapton as best. That's sold to Melissa Bailey. Here is Gary Wright for just $7.50. This is the one I can't believe. This Grand Funk's always tougher to get, especially in high grade. Now just $13.50. Now just $13.50 on that. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5, and the Almond Brothers is $17.50. Both birds for $25. Now, you know my rare exception for the half-off crate is if we do some sort of bundle. So these were $15 and $12.50. So you're asking for another $2.50 off to get them done. Sell these to Preston Rose, $12.50 and $12.50. Burt Jordan gets Grand Funk. Now, final call. If not, I'm going to count these up, and hopefully somebody buys the bundle, and I'll do another one. If not, I may go through a crate from last night, buy it now, best offer. If we can get somebody convinced to do the bundle, then guess what? I'll do another half-off crate. The bundle streak died last night, then we had to stop. Let me grab another autographed Ray Stevens from Fred Goodwin's collection. This one's pretty cool because it's a beautiful signature and it's signed right on the front. And we're going to put this one up as well for a $35 start. Ray Stevens, and it's signed, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Susie has 10 on the Rolling Stones. Now 11, and Susie's out. How much is the Rockers? Oh, yeah, and Chuck Haley got Mamas and Papas. Chuck Haley got the Mamas and Papas for 10. I forgot to pull that. That's when I was talking earlier. Wow, nobody on the Almond Brothers compilation? That's incredible. Black-Hearted Woman, Dreams, Whipping Post, Midnight Rider, Statesboro Blues, Stormy Monday, Hoochie Coochie Man, Stand Back, One Way Out, Blue Sky, Hot Lanta, Ain't Wasting Time No More, Melissa, Wasted Words, Jessica, Ramblin' Man, Little Martha. Everything on there is incredible. Everything on there is incredible. And then we have that, and name of the Ray Stevens album, it's called Collector Series Compilation. Shriners Convention, You're Never Gonna Tampa with Me, Country Boy, Country Girl Club, Where the Sun Don't Shine, The Door Right Family, Let's Do the Right This Time, One More Last Chance, Why Don't We Do Go Somewhere in Love? And there's that. And then we have name of the Rolling Stones album, or Ray Stevens. Also, I realized we got Ray Stevens and we got Rolling Stones picture disc. The Rolling Stones picture disc is at 11 with Robert Warner. That's a final call. Danny said he would do 25 on the Bill Anderson. Sell this to Danny Thomason for $25. Thank you. It is personalized. That's sold to you for $25. And then it's Pro Call OG. I believe it's the correct label. Should be this A&M dark tan label. It is. It does have the original company inner sleeve from A&M Records, which is Herb Albert's label. And there's Herb Albert advertising all of his albums. But yes, Gayfold, it's actually not bad whatsoever. $9 on that one, Dale. Cost on the Rockets LP. The Rockets LP is the next comment. Rockets, Rocket, you spin my head right round. Not the same band. Yes, it's just $5. $5. MT Matt got the Almond Brothers, then Danny Thomas, and then Burt Jordan. That's sold to MT Matt. Danny second. Burt, it was only $17.50. Yeah, that's something I was like, man, why isn't nobody buying this? Seems like if I start reading track listings on some stuff, it really gets them sold. So let's go ahead and sell this. Let's make sure this goes in a sleeve. I'm going to put a piece of plastic between this one and the other one so there's no scratches on them. But that's sold to Robert for $11. And Chris Rillings gets the Rockets for $5. And I'm about to count these and do a bundle price, but I'm going to make sure nobody wants anything left in here. We did take out a big chunk right then. Boy, here's another one. This may be some part of some sort of set, but here's another Rolling Stones picture disc. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. And Whipping Post and Melissa, yeah. Sweet Melissa, Crossroads seem to come and go. Gypsy Dry, or Rides, or Flies from Coast to Coast. Oh, man. Can you hide the dead man's gold? Something like that. I don't know. It's absolutely incredible. Goosebumps type stuff. Rolling Stones, $5. All right. I'm not going to count Pro Call yet. And he says this, and John Mayall. Okay. And, well, oh, boy. I don't know. Let's see here. So 9. Well, we're talking about, let's see here. These are odd prices for me. So we had 27. These were $45. and I'm asking $22.50. So I'll sell them to you for 10 and 10. That'll make it easy for whoever's tagging. Otherwise that. Now, before I get into and start altering the bundle price rules, the half off, no more, no less, typically I'll do that if there's like 3 or 4 of the same artist. We did it the other night with the tubes. We just did it with the birds. Typically, the further discount, I'll do it if it's the same artist. A rare exception, I'll discount further if it's like 2 or 3 of the same artist. A rare exception, but I will go ahead and do 10 and 10 on those. You know, they were marked $45 at one point. Okay. The Rolling Stones at $5 with Robert. He's about to get that one. What genre is the Yellow Album? John Baldry. John Baldry, I guess the large genre is rock because Elton John and Rod Stewart play on here. So there's Elton John, there's Rod Stewart. It ain't easy. So now I'm going to leave all 3 of these out. All right, I'm going to count. No more claims in the crate. Crate's off. No more crate claims. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, there's some great records in there. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 records. Make that 22. Dale gets pro called 9. John Baldry's $10. Rod Stewart sold to Robert for $5. Nobody bid on Ray Stevens. He's a $35 buy it now. Ray Stevens is a $35 buy it now. You got to watch Odell Sanders. He's always trying to get a further discount. He's worse than Jim B. You got to appreciate it, though. You got to appreciate it, though. I always thought 50% off was a good margin. Some people's just dying for that 52% off. Right, Jim B? Right, Dale? Okay. Because now they're about to get cheaper. You'd be better off just buying the whole crate. So, no, it's $10. This is a half off crate. Okay, no more multi-artist bundles. That's off the table from now on. No more further artist bundles. See, I'm starting to do half off. We've banned the rules for one exception on some Birds album. Now the whole system has fell apart. It's half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. No more, no less. The rules have been bent, and now the whole system's falling apart. It's no more, no less. It was $19.99, $10. The half-off system is solely falling apart. Who did I give that further discount to on the Birds? Who was that for? Who was that for earlier? That was for some Preston. You have collapsed the entire system. You have this whole system is falling apart now. Oh boy. Okay, Danny says he'll take it. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to recount these things. I've been trying to price the bundle out, but there's still some comments coming in. Okay, so we have 1, 2. Yeah, worlds are colliding. Y'all are interfering with Chad's comfort zone here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. I'm going to make this really easy. There's 22 records left in there, right? And I'm going to price these at just $85. That's less than $4 a piece. Now, that's a great deal when you think about per record, and we're going to be able to sell everything in there, and I'm going to be able to bring over a whole new crate. That's less than $4 a piece. I got to get somebody bought in on a bundle. Press said I could have said no. I could have, yes, but I did do that the other night for the tubes. But yeah, I better stop doing that. I better stop doing that. We have a great thing going here. Let's not mess it up. 85, and I'll give it a few seconds while I introduce some new auctions. If not, I'll go to a buy it now best offer crate over here. Here's our next auction, Sacred Shock. Sacred Shock, this is going to go up for a $5 start. Sacred Shock, it also has an insert with it. That's next from the half-off bin. Sacred Shock, $5 start on that. SS, Sacred Shock, $5 on that. And I think I have, Robert might need these other stones. No, this one looks different. I'm not for sure. Here's another Rolling Stones picture disc. Let's put that up for a $5 start. There's Ron Wood and Mick Jagger. $5 start on that. All right. Let's see what else I have over here in the autograph stuff right quick, too. I actually had some sealed records over here I didn't get to. Oh, here's a good one. John Hammond. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. There's one of the original Dale sleeves that say autograph. John Hammond. This is to Dale with best wishes. John Hammond. Can't beat the kid. It's on Capricorn Records. The vinyl's really nice. There's the inner sleeve. There's JSA. $35 start on that. We have Rolling Stones 5, Rolling Stones 5, Rolling Stones 5, Rolling Stones 8. What's in the bundle deal? There's 22 albums in here for $85. John Mayall, John Luke Ponty, Gary Wright, Joe Cocker, Steve Miller Band, Climax Blues Band, Bob Dylan, In Shrink Wrap, Bob Dylan, No Condition Notes, The Bluebells, Daniel Boone, Bob Dylan with Hop Sticker. Wow, just those three alone. What was the original MSRP on those? $70 and $25, $95. And how many of these do I sell all the time straight out of the crate at sticker price? A bunch. Those right there are $95. Ian Hunter, Spirit, Starpoint, Air 2, Richie Havens, the LA4, Dale Reeves, Sloppy Jane, the Nits, and Ruben Blades. There you have it. So, Chris, it's yours. If not, I think Paul Oakley wants them. That way we can blow the air horn and do another one. Let me clean up my trash can here. Let me put that in there and that in there. All right. We'll see what Chris says. Sacred Shock is a $5 start. The Stones is getting some bids there. Stones is getting some bids there. And what about Sacred Shock? No bid on that. And then Avery was third on the bundle. I mean, the Dylan's there. I mean, they're beautiful copies. Especially with the movie in recent mind. I sell the heck out of those. Chris says, congrats, Paul. So, Paul Oakley, I want to confirm so we don't mess up like we did last night. You do want the bundle, right, Paul Oakley? Before I accidentally tag it like I did last night with, who was it, Chris Bryant? Are you done individualizing? Because I want to know how much the John Mayall is. I'm not for sure what individualizing means. These are about to be all sold to one person. However, it was $26.99. At one time, it was $13.50. And then we're about to figure out who gets some bundle. $50 45s. Well, the problem is I don't know what's a $50 45 and not. That's why I put them up one at a time for $5 start. I don't know what's going to be a $5 record or a $50 record when I put these up. Like tonight, we had some others that were what, like $200? I had no idea until everybody started freaking out and bidding on them. All right, these are all sold to Paul Oakley. All 22 records, $85 to Paul Oakley. Thank you, Paul. Those are sold to him. So let's put sticky notes around these. I got to blow the air horn and we got to do the other one. I had to work hard to get all those sold. Holy moly. Y'all made me work hard for those. There was a lot of, that was a lot of work. But we did it because I was wanting to do another one. But we got to keep the streak going. And now those are all sold. And then Mark, I'm sorry, but that already sold. So John Mayall at one time was half off in there for $13.50. No one claimed it. I thought Dale was about to buy it, but he didn't. No one bid on Sacred Shock. It's a $5 buy it now. The Rolling Stones at $17. And if anybody wants John Hammond, he's a no bid. JSA authenticated, a $35 buy it now. JSA authenticated, a $35 buy it now. All right. Hope everybody's paying attention. Somebody said earlier you need to blow the air horn to wake everybody up. That's exactly what's about to happen. This is like the 50th time we've blown this in the last 3 nights. All these bundle deals, half-off crates, etc., etc. That air horn is empty. I'll have to go get another one up front for the next time. All righty. Rolling Stones at 17. That's between Susie and Debbie, and Susie's out. Final call for 17. Let's find another one. I got to do another one. Let's do it. Ah. 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 Oh, man, this is a great one. And there's sealed Laura stuff in here. Holy moly. Yeah, if we empty this one, it will be a great night at Coletco. Here we go. All right, so this is sold to Debbie Winstead for $17. Let's get John Hammond in a new sleeve. Let's grab a couple more autographs. Sorry, I was singing the immigrant song, or I was trying to sing the immigrant song. I can try to sing it like Robert Plant. It's not going to sound too good. Where's Craig Thomas at tonight? I don't think Craig Thomas has been on tonight. Where is Craig Thomas? Craig? Where's Craig? I've noticed a couple people absent, and then I see some people that haven't been on this week. So some on, some off. We're about to go through a half-off crate. Chad's about to find a couple more autographs. I feel like somebody else wants a Ray Stevens. They're just waiting for the right one. And I do have more Ray Stevens over here. This is a cool one. And here's a classic country artist here. Let's try a couple of these. Ray Stevens. The Friend, The Feeling's Not Right Again. JSA, $35, not personalized, beautiful. Next is the legendary Hank Snow. This is my story. To Cousin Dave, best wishes. Hank Snow, RCA, double LP, JSA, $35 start. Ray Stevens, $35 start. Next, speaking of the Rolling Stones, in the first record, half off bin, no more, no less, is Blue and Lonesome, which is now $25. It was $49.99. Rolling Stones is $25. This is probably going to be the last half-off crate of the night, because if we sell all these, that's going to be packed and full. And I think to help prepare for Metal Night tomorrow, I'm going to go through some autographed albums next. Not just country, but some other stuff, because Laura has informed me we need some supplementary items. Some supplementary items for tomorrow. And like here's the preview so far for Metal Night. Iron Maiden, Queensryche, Iron Maiden, Corrosion Conformity, King Diamond, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Kiss, Rainbow Kiss, Kiss, Bon Jovi Kiss, Kiss, AC/DC Kiss, Van Halen, Steve Perry, which may be autographed, Angel, Judas Priest, I don't know what that is in the middle, Spinal Tap, Alice Cooper, HSAS, Ozzy, Soundgarden, and I got to get some supplemental stuff to go to that, which is going to be some signed albums I have over here. All that stuff will be auctioned tomorrow. All that stuff will be auctioned tomorrow. And then I'm going to be adding some. And I have I do have some signed stuff I need to look up. So we'll probably do that here in just a second. For about the last half hour. So Rolling Stones, so did Debbie. Robert was second. Chris Frazier was next. We have Ice House Sidewalk. Ice House is now just $12.50. Half off bin, no more, no less. We have Color Tone. Color Tone is a Gold Stamp promo. That is $5. Black Oak, Arkansas Street Party. BOA. Black Oak, Arkansas is $10. We also have Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript, and it has the manuscript booklet with it. It is $8.50. Final call to get a bid on Ray Stevens or Hank Snow. Those are $35 starts. Hart, self-titled, $10 on Hart. We had the new sealed copies earlier. There's an OG for $10. Kenny Loggins, In High Adventure. Kenny Loggins is $5. Susie on BLA, Black Oak, Arkansas. I bet she meant BOA. That's so to Susie. We have Atlantic Blues Chicago with Johnny Jones, T-Bone Walker, Muddy Blues, Coco Taylor, Freddie King, 2LP, now just $17.50. Tom Jones Live. Tom Jones Live. It's not unusual for you to be buying that record for $5. Lonnie Mack, the Lamb of that Memphis Man. That is a reissue. Very cool record. $13.50 on Lonnie Mack. And Sir Douglas Quintet is now $25. That was $49.99, now $25. Chris Johnson gets Hart. That's so to Chris Johnson. Can I see the book in Neil Diamond? You can. This is Taproot Manuscript, and it comes with the Taproot Manuscript book, which has the lyrics. It's kind of like it kind of reminds me of the Neil Young Harvest book with the textured lyrics. Has all the the musicians that play on the album as well. Very cool. All right, back to the bin. That is now $8.50. I love doing these half-off crates. Easy way to sell a lot of vinyl. Tuesday, April 19th, The Unspoken Word from 1968. That is now $20. That was $39.99. The Unspoken Word, $20 on that. Blue Oyster Cult's Treaties. Blue Oyster Cult is $10. And Sheila E., this is now $7.50, and the Hank Williams Story, that's a 4LP Hank Williams Sr. compilation, just $20. That's $5 per disc, and you get most of, if not all of his discography there. 48 tracks. Wow. Holden says he'll take it, and that was for Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript. We also have Dolly Parton. I wish I felt this way at home. Dolly is $10. Glenn Campbell, Gentle on My Mind. Glenn Campbell is $5. That's Gentle on My Mind. Pro Call Harem, Broken Barricades. Die Cut Cover. Pro Call, just $10. No condition notes. And the Zachariah soundtrack, Country Joe and the Fish, and James Gang, and Doug Kershaw, and White Lightning and Elvin Jones. That's $10. All right, both of these autographs are a buy it now for $35 and $35. These are buy it nows for $35 and $35. If anybody wants in, now is the time. $35 and $35. Ray Stevens and Hank Snow. Those are signed and now available. We have first Hank Snow here. Let's put him in a new sleeve. LPM Mono to Cousin Dave. I wonder if it's actually his cousin. And then there is Rosh Stevens. He's got a nice signature. Very bold. And legible. Important part, legible. All right, next comment is Debbie Winston on Dolly. And then Steve Biddlecombe on Glenn Campbell. Hank Williams is on MGM. Blue and Gold MGM label. Blue and Gold MGM label. Next is Amor Amor, Great Latin Standards by Nori Paramore's Orchestra. That is $5. And this is a Rumbero. Roomba is now $12.50. We have Natalie. Natalie is $5. That is Natalie Cole, Nat King's daughter. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, $10. Rick Wakeman of Yes, legendary pianist, keyboardist. Rick Wakeman, $10. Original inner sleeve and with book. And with book. Rick Wakeman, $10. Also, Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $7.50. RL House the Holy. Oh, man. Time to crank it up. The song remains the same. No quarter. Dance song. The Crunge. What did I say? Rain song, not dance song. Rain song. Dancing Days. The Crunge. Over the Hills and Far Away. So many great songs on that album. We have Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $7.50. Don Williams, I Believe in You. Don Williams is $5. 14 more of Hank Williams' greatest hits. That's $12.50. That's $12.50 for just 14 tracks. Back here you can get 20. And that, or for $20, you get 48 over 4 LPs. Sounds like a better deal to me. Jan and Dean, that goes to Holden 190. Juice Newton, Angel of the Morning, $5. John Durden on the Don Williams. John gets Don. And Tom Jones, Don't Let Our Dreams Die Young. Tom Jones, $5. The next single I have going up right now is the Rolling Stones, Brown Sugar. And I love this one. It's in the original company sleeve. It's definitely OG, 1841 Broadway, and it's in the Atlantic Cotillion company sleeve. The B-side is Bitch, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. So on John Durden, on Hank Williams, then Rick Perrine, and then Chris Frazier. So the problem right now is Chris Ridling's asked for about this. Let me make sure he doesn't want it. If not, John Durden is second, then Hank Perrine, and then Chris Frazier. So we'll figure out who gets that as soon as Chris says sold or pass. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown is now $20. I Give You Fire. That's on the original label, Track. That's a subsidiary of Atlantic. That was the first label on that. The Stones is at $7. We have Greta Van Fleet, Sealed, Starcatcher, $15. He passes. So John Durden, you do get the Hank box for $20. Then Rick Perrine, then Chris Frazier. Sealed, Greta Van Fleet. Sealed, this is Life on Earth, Hooray for the Riff Raff. Sealed, clear vinyl, $10. And we have the Parable of the Poet. That is sealed for $10. That's a Blue Note Tone Poet or a Blue Note label. And this is also on Blue Note, Jason Morin. And that is sealed for $15. The Rolling Stones does have a bid for $7. And then here's our next single. It's called Groovy Uncle, Monkey Trousers, Now Your Pain Is Over. That's from New Orleans, the New Orleans collection, $5 on that. Melissa Bailey on Greta Van Fleet, Danny Thomason on Greta Van Fleet, MT Matt, You Were Next on Greta Van Fleet. Now, there's a lot of great stuff in there and some pricier stuff. I don't know if we can do a bundle on this one or not. Maybe if we read through it and sell a few more things, possible. Very possible. Nothing's impossible. That's the mindset we like to have here at CollectCo. Anything's possible. Everything's impossible. That'd be the wrong mindset. The Stones is at $9. Groovy's at $5. And let's go through these one more time. Half off, no more, no less. Ice House, Sidewalk. Ice House is $12.50. Color Tone. Color Tone is $5. Kenny Loggins and High Adventure, $5. Atlantic Blues, Chicago. Atlantic Blues is $17.50. Tom Jones Live at the Talk of the Town. Tom Jones is $5. For collectors only, Lonnie Mack, the Wham of that Memphis Man, $13.50. Also, Sir Douglas Quintet, that's now just $25. That was $49.99. It has the original gimmick flip open cover here. It's a top loader on Phillips, and there's no condition notes. Beautiful vinyl. That was now $25. There's that. You offer two different Hank Williams. Yeah, there's another Hank Williams in here as well. So Rick Perrine, if you want this one, it's yours. You are next in line if you want this one. If so, just say sold, $12.50. We have The Unspoken Word, Tuesday, April 19th. That's now $20. Blue Oyster Cult, still available for $10. Say what? Sheila E. is $7.50. That's a 12-inch single. Procol Harum is $10. Zachariah soundtrack, that is a promo soundtrack, $10. Amor Amor, that's $5. Nori Pomore's Orchestra. Rumba Rumbero, 1958, $12.50. Natalie Cole is $5. Rick Wakeman was $10. Jefferson Starship is $7.50. Juice Newton is $5. Tom Jones is $5. And the colorful record, that was Arthur Brown. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. I Am the God of Fire. First label, Atlantic subsidiary Track. And then we got some sealed records here. Life on Earth is $10. Parable of the Poet is $10. And Jason Moran is sealed for $15. That's also Blue Note Tone Poet. Okay, next is, so we sold Greta. Rolling Stones got a bid for $9 with Vicky Allison. Robert went out. And then Randy bid $9 on the Rolling Stones. Vicky already has it for $9. Groovy Uncle has one bid for $5. Mike Ospaw gets Blue Oyster Cult. That's so to Mike Ospaw. Mike Ospaw. Make sure nobody else wants anything in here. Boy, this is going to be a heck of a bundle. Hank Williams box. Yeah, so you were You were second in line, or actually third. Chris Ridling's asked, then John Durden claimed it, and then you claimed it, and then Chris Frazier claimed it. So Chris passed, so it went to John. You were next, and then Chris Frazier. Leslie wants to Juice Newton, Angel of the Morning. And yeah, that's an underrated record there, the Arthur Brown. Jim B says he'll take both of the Blue Note records. Those are sold to Jim B for 10 and 10. No, they're sold for 15 and 10. Jason Moran was 15, the other one was 10. I don't know what this is, but it's new, something Laura put out from the sealed collection. Hooray for the Riff Raff live on Earth. Alonda Segarra has a voice rooted in history, making music change to the present, the voice of the future. Tom Jones, She's a Lady. Not on this one. That's a little bit earlier song. This one's 1983. All right, so Groovy Uncle is sold to Robert Warner for 5, and Vicki Allison gets the Rolling Stones for 9. Beautiful copy of that. Brown Sugar. Greg Beddinger, somebody already bought BOC. Mike Ospaw bought that earlier over on the YouTube. Brown Sugar. All right, so I'm going to count these. 1, Patrick Lear does want Arthur Brown. Thank you. $20. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Actually, Vicky, there's another Tom Jones. Tom Jones Live, but that's not on here either. So, man, there's a couple good ones in here. This Unspoken Word. And at least by our original sticker price. Same thing for Sir Douglas. This Atlantic compilation. But they're all in there. This Atlantic compilation has Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, Freddie King, J.B. Hutto, Howlin' Wolf, Coco Taylor, Muddy Waters. That's $17.50. Sheila E. Price. Sheila E. is $7.50. And Natalie Cole was $5. Yeah, I've seen Arthur Brown. I saw a concert entitled The Royal Affair, which was Asia, Yes, John Lodge of the Moody Blues, Palmer, Carl Palmer of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and Arthur Brown opened the show. And Arthur Brown, he did set his hat on fire. And I think out in the lobby, he was signing autographs. And I think he had a parrot on his shoulder. Donna gets the blues compilation. Danny was second. And Donna, these are $5 and $7.50. Half off crate. That's your $5 and $7.50. So I cannot do another 50 cents off, right? Wait a second. I cannot do another 50 cents off, but I think you're just saying I'll take both of them. Okay, so those are sold. All right. Now, I'm going to count these one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 18 records left in there. With the first 2 being stickered at $90, I'm going to sell those, everything in there, for $95. Wow. $95. Technically, these would have been stickered for $45 after the discount, but the remaining records are $95. And I think that leaves, you know, I mean, these are sealed at $20 a piece. Some Procol Harum, the Hank Williams in there, but that is the bundle deal. 18 records, $95. Just slightly over $5 a piece for those. But man, there's 2 great ones right there, plus a few of those sealed records in there. You can do what you want to with them. Give them away, sell them, look at them. Burn them. Please don't burn them. That's a bad idea. Pretend I didn't say that. This is not that's not the thing you want to do just because you don't want a record. All right, so what shall we do? If we do sell those and I have to blow the air horn, y'all may keep me going, though. Y'all may keep me going. If we sell those, we might keep going through another discount bin. I have took out a chunk over here. Holy moly, we've took out a chunk of vinyl the last several nights. I mean, they've been marking 4 and 5 and 6 crates, and we're selling 8 and 9 a night. So I'm definitely getting into the back stock. And then we can take a poll on what to do for the rest of the night. Chad actually needs to get, yeah, I need to get caught up on some stuff. The first no bids, I'm going to bundle these 345s. We got Sacred Shock, Shatum, and Shadow Age. Instead of 555, let's do 369. So those are 369. That's a bundle deal for the 3 unsold 45s. And the only no bids tonight are these 3 autographed albums, which is Ray Stevens 35, Hank Snow for 35, and Ray Stevens for 35. Signed, authenticated, and signed, authenticated. Okay. Bundle $56. Well, I can't do that. What did I say? 95? 95 would be $527 a piece. $56 would be $311 a piece. I can't do that. Maybe if we took out, can I take out 10 records? Can I take out 10 records? I'll do it if you let me take out 10 records. My pick. I'm at 95. I will entertain a very fair offer, more than $56. At Patty on autographs and tubs. You know, I do have a tub over here. This is some stuff I was going to show for Metal Night because it's very metal. So let's transition to some different stuff here. I don't think by any means these things are cheap whatsoever, but let's see what I got here. I got definitely some metal related stuff here and some vintage items. This is an old carnival item here. Let's see what we got here. This is yeah, that's an old Rolling Stones carnival mirror. Look at that. Vintage Rolling Stones carnival mirror. Avery, I have a feeling we're going to sell these to Avery. We just got to get together on the right price. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to have to get my laptop open probably. Where are you, laptop? Why is there a random copy of Neil Young Harvest laying over here? Nothing wrong with that. All right. All right, let's see what I can find out. We are right up at Patty Anderson Alley. I know that's not really a mirror, but that's the best way to describe it. Let's see here. There's a really cool one from Tattoo You. That one sold $40. Here's one very similar. It's like green and yellow. It sold for $40 plus shipping. There's one that sold for $50 plus shipping. And there's one that's sold for $30 plus shipping, but the shipping costs more than the others, so that makes sense. So patty, I'll sell it to you for $40. And that includes, as you know, everything ships here for $7. So $40 on the Rolling Stones mirror. What exactly is this? What is it? I don't know what this is. I see Misfits. I see Danzig. Solar Blade. Is this like a tour book or something? They've got it wrapped up really well, and wow, look at this. What exactly is this? Is it a tour book? Boy, look at all those shirts. Holy moly. Can I still order all those? I'll take 30 of each. Give me 1,000 of each of them. Goodness gracious. I guess it's a magazine. It looks like a tour book. With inserts. What's the inserts? This? Yeah. Yeah, nothing's cut out or anything. This is also $40. So $40 on the Misfits, $40 on the Rolling Stones. Now, I would take advantage of buying something like that right now before it's shown tomorrow during Metal Night, and it can go no telling where at the auction block. The words Misfits, holy moly, get ready for all-out war. Where's Teresa at? Teresa Brookshire will buy all this sight unseen. I have a whole tub of metal merchandise here. Slayer hat. Misfits hat. Danzig hat. Now, I will say, a couple of those look pretty well used, but what a cool batch there. This Danzig hat definitely is well worn, but definitely vintage and original. And the Slayer is pretty cool as well. And what do we have here? We got, are these actual, these actually made for Misfits? Who wears these? Somebody wears, yeah, one of the Misfits people, right? It's like some skeleton hands. I actually just cracked the lid up of this tub, so there's no telling what we're about to get into. Let's see what's going on with the Slayer hat. That's going to be hard to find. What is the most expensive Slayer hat that's sold on eBay? There's one, because I had a feeling this would probably be one of them. Yeah, the Slayer hat needs to be, that's tough. There's a Slayer beanie toboggan that sold for $49 plus shipping. There is a Slayer hat on here from 1994 that sold for $100. Let me see if there's any active. I feel like that's a little much, but I don't see this exact one. There's one there, sort of like this one. I knew this would pop. That gives a lot of results. I'll say the Slayer hat is $45. And then the skeleton hands, does these have a year on them? EU Incorporated, made in China. EU Incorporated. I don't, let's see. EU Incorporated. Probably not going to show much. All right, completed auctions. I'm on actually TerraPeak, which goes back 3 years of completed auctions. We have an eBay store, so we get a free subscription to TerraPeak. It goes back 3 years of sold listings. And I am a professional eBay researcher. I am a professional eBay researcher. I've been doing it since 2007. 2005? When? 2005? Probably since I've been about 10 or 11. I don't know what the price is. I don't think they're anything actually Misfits related. I think they're just like some kind of Halloween, you know. They're just some kind of Halloween thing. I'll say all 3 of them for $15. All 3 of them for $15. Now, if no one asks a price on something, I'm not going to look it up. So, if you do want a price, let me know. Okay? I'm going to leave that plastic unless we need those. Patty, my instincts tell me that's some kind of just modern Halloween deal. I don't think it's anything related to the Misfits. You know, it's just a Halloween deal. All right, let's see what all this stuff is. I mean, there's a whole tub over here, so let's grab this, get a little bit closer. And let's grab this. Now, this is really getting my attention. I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. This has probably got my attention more than anything. Wow. So this was wrapped up in plastic like this. Robo Misfits Used Drumstick M25 Tour, December 7, 2002, the Birch Hill, Old Bridge, New Jersey. And it looks like somebody has zip tied it to this board. And they've took a photo. And done some like early mid-2000s computer editing here. But that is actually a Misfits drumstick there. That could be a really good item. Let's sell these skeleton hands to Patty for $15. I'm going to put them back in this plastic, actually. Okay. I'll take them in the operations room in a second. Let me see if I can find out something about this drumstick. So, if you just search Misfits drumstick, I wonder what comes up. Let's use this first. I wish I had every second back I had on eBay that I've been on eBay. Oh my gosh, I spent a third of my life on eBay. There's where one sold. It's pretty cool. We might auction that thing tomorrow. That's a pretty cool thing. I mean, I might price it to somebody, but that's a pretty cool item, I think. Perfect for Metal Night. Perfect for Metal Night, right? And I should wear the skeleton hands tomorrow night. That's some great stuff there. Let's see what's going on with these magazines here. Let's move these hats back here. I'm going to keep that plastic just in case. But looks like some stuff here that's kind of stuck together. But we have a Hammer Presents Made in England, like magazine book. Looks like it's got some posters with it. There's some coasters. Trooper, Robinson's Brewery coasters. I think that was the plastic baggie the Iron Maiden thing went in. And then some of these are stuck together. Metal edge. These are like fragments. Looks like somebody was chopping up some magazines for posters and clippings. Might sew all that in a lot tomorrow night, especially the Iron Maiden stuff. Yeah, Laura said, I need some supplemental metal stuff for tomorrow night. I was like, I think I can hook you up if I can get through this tub tonight. Unless y'all buy it all. Man, look at this thing. Goodness gracious. This is killer here. What is this thing here? Well, I know it's Eddie, but usually you don't see this stuff out of the box, you know? It's kind of scary seeing it out of the box. I might have to look at Eddie's butt to figure out where he's made. So that's the cover from, is it Number of the Beast? Yeah. I might have to look at the devil's butt to see where he's made. Well, that looks like wax. Almost looks like a wax candle. Let's see what's going on. There's nothing on his butt. Feet. Here we go. 2002. Hold on. 2002. Art Asylum. Iron Maiden Holdings. Whoa, Eddie. So 2 Iron Maiden, Eddie, recent. Okay. That's pretty close, yeah. 18-inch. Vintage, Iron Maiden, Art Asylum Ultimate Figure Series Toy 2002 Rare. Sold, $70 plus shipping. I don't see the devil with them, though. So, I'll say right now, there's the devil and a pitchfork. Yeah, I'll say $75. I'll say $75. The devil's supposed to have a pitchfork. Yep. He's supposed to have his pitchfork. $70, I'll pick up Wednesday. Anything you buy can't be picked up until the following week. But if you're making an offer on these and you're picking up, if you're picking up, that I will substantially consider a better price then. So I'll sell them to you for $75, Avery. But if you might be, it is Thursday. You probably are talking about next Wednesday. Yeah, I'll do them for $75. I'll do them for $75. Definitely if you're picking up. And we can blow the air horn again tonight. Yeah, this stuff is going to be really cool to see what it's auctioned for tomorrow. And I'll be telling everybody, I'll be like, listen, we had all this stuff last night. No one bought it. Now we're going to auction it. Because I've also seen some stuff like this. It could bring like $158 tomorrow night. It could happen because I probably will start it at $75. Here's some more drumsticks. I'm hoping I can find the pitchfork for the devil. You know what that's called in the toy collecting world? An easily lost accessory. That's what we call that in the toy collecting world. Here's some more drumsticks. No markings on that. Boy, that's a big one. I wonder whose these were. There's no information. These are Regal Tip by Calato, Quantum 7000. You never know. These could have been John Bonham's. I doubt it. You probably could look up what he used. All right, what's next? Oh my gosh. I'm afraid to know what was in here. There's no telling what was in here. Poison? It says made in England. It's pretty cool though. Pewter, English. Should I open it? This is like a flask. No odor. Okay, there's no odor in it. There's nothing in it either. Poison flask. This all came from the same tub, so this was probably like, I have a feeling all this was like displayed in somebody's music cabinet at some point. Let's see if we can find this. Poison, maybe a flask? That's probably the best word I can think of. Poison, English pewter. Too bad it's not sterling silver. No results. None active. All right, so let's go to Terapeak. Let's go back 3 years instead of 90 days. There's one. Just like it. Yeah, 38 plus 8 shipping. So Patty, I'll sell it to you for $35. Definitely vintage. All right, and let's see what else we got over here. Wow, look at all this stuff. $30. Sold to Patty Anderson Williams for $30. She bought that and the skeleton gloves. Man, all kinds of cool stuff here. Let's just lay it down in here and go through it. Did Avery say sold on the bundle? Oh, he did say sold. All right, so all these records in here are sold to Avery for $75. He's local. He's going to pick up next Thursday and or next Wednesday, whenever. It's totally up to you. So I need to pull all these out and tag them, or at least put them over here in the crate. And we need to also blow the air horn. Maybe that might wake a few people up. We're going through a lot of random, cool, miscellaneous stuff here. But first, let me tag all these to Avery. Let me move these drumsticks. Plus, we're currently using his records for a table right now. So I'd rather get him out of here before something happens to him. That's really going to fill up this crate. But all the rest of this crate was sold to Avery for $75. And thank you, Avery. Sorry, I was getting engrossed by all these cool random collectibles we're digging out tonight. See, our back room here has tubs full of stuff like this. I mean, there's no telling. John found one the other day. It was just completely full of random stuff. He said, do you know about this? And I said, I don't know about this. And it's back there. Y'all should see some of the stuff in it. It's pretty cool. I don't want to say too much about it because I will eventually have it for sale one night. But, I mean, we find stuff all the time. I'm like, where did we even get this? And then Paul be like, oh, yeah, that came from Wisconsin. We bought that stuff over a year ago. And I'm like, wow, I'm just now finding out that we got all this cool stuff just laying back here. All right, thank you. I'm going to blow the air. Oh, I don't have an air horn. Avery, I owe you an air horn. I'll have to run up front, or I can run up front and get it right quick. But let me go ahead and take this crate. That was our 8th full crate. And let's put this right there. Holy moly. And now let me also put these sold 45s back here in the back. And I'm going to go ahead and take Patty's gloves. Patty's gloves and flask. All right. So let's see what was down in here. This looked like an Ozfest deal. Probably something bought. I have a feeling this guy like kept up with like, so he probably said, here's the Ozfest ticket stub, Ozfest 2000. He probably bought this from like a vendor there, and he kept it together. Some kind of like keychain deal holding a marble. So I bet he kept all that together for that reason. Probably, I've never been to Ozfest, but I have a feeling there's like vendors selling stuff, right? This says the Misfits. Let's see what this says. What do we got here? What are these? Stickers? Magnets. They're Misfits magnets. They are all different, and they're magnets. Okay. We got... a skull patch. A Gremlin patch. Affliction American Customs patch. Somebody like Jolly Rogers. Somebody like Skull and Crossbones. And a pinback Jolly Rogers type deal. Okay. Ozfest, Patty, the Ozfest ticket stub, and a really cool keychain here. I'll say $15, including the ticket stub, of course. We'll say $15 on that. This looks interesting. It's an Iron Maiden key. The Wizard from Ozzy. Yeah, that very well could be. Great clue there. Check out this little thing. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast. I don't think it's actually from the 80s. No, it's probably something more modern. That right there kind of looks like it could be from the 80s, but the rest of this doesn't. So I don't think it is, but that's still pretty cool. It's a Number of the Beast key hook, I guess. A key hook. That's empty. I'm going to dispose of that. Don't need another plastic bag. So let's go ahead and sell this to Patty. I'm going to leave it in this bag or on top of the bag. That's sold to Patty for $15. The Wizard, yes. Da da da. Run da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bottle opener. Ah, yes, this is a bottle opener here. Yes, yeah, that's a bottle opener. Bottle opener and thingy. John Darren, the pirate stuff. That little patch here, some of these patches, you can be surprised. Let me check on this one right here. The one that says, I thought it said Gremlin, but it says Gremlin. Let me check, because, man, I have had my mind blown on some vintage patches over the years. So let me check on that one. Gremlin patch. I don't know if that's something local, you know, or what. Yeah, none active, none sold. But if you just want the pirate stuff, because this here, Greeman, G-R-E-M-U-N. When I first looked at it, I thought it said Gremlin. And then there's this. I'll check on that later. But if you're just talking about maybe the 3 items here, I'll say $10. John Darren. That's the patch. This thing, which is part of a necklace, and then the pin back, but you need a new safety pin. And that's a skull and rifles. Yeah. Gremlin. First thing comes to my mind is Gremlin. And then this is a, wow, look at this. A Judas Priest, boy. Look at that. Boy, that looks like an ancient artifact. Chad has turned metal. I don't know if that'll fit my big wrist. Yeah, it would. Ha! That's pretty cool. Rust and all. That's definitely original. The leather has disintegrated, or not disintegrated, but the leather has definitely whatever you call bad leather. Let's see what we have with Gremlin patch. Is there anything like that on eBay? I don't see anything just like it sold. Of course, it very well could be unique, as in a one-of-one deal. Yeah, there's some. AMC, is that... there's some there that's green. Those have better font. Those say AMC Gremlin like the vehicle. They'll say AMC Gremlin like the vehicle. Was that the logo they used? There's one right there. Yeah, so that's AMC Motors related. There it is. Yeah, so that's car related. That's the Gremlin vehicle from AMC. Dry rot, yeah. What is that thing called? A wrist guard? Judas Priest? I'd like to find a value of that. Judas Priest wrist band? I don't know if wristband's the right word. A wrist. I think it might be pretty rare. Wow. Yeah, here's where one sold for $500. There's where one sold for. That one's very similar in much better condition, but yeah, it sold for $500. There's that one that sold for $40, and then a UFO and Judas Priest that sold for $100. So they're all kind of all over the place. But one did sell a couple years ago for $500. Wow. That one's in really good shape, though. It still was like, you know, it's better, but there's none active. So we'll see where that goes tomorrow. I'll probably figure out a great starting bid and I mean, it's not too bad. I don't want to flex it too much, but interesting. So, yeah, those have sold all over the place. They've sold anywhere from between $40 and $500. That's one of those items, whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. Whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. Any unsold auctions? Just a few autographs. The only unsold auctions tonight are Ray Stevens autograph $35. Ray Stevens autograph, $35. And Hank Snow autograph, $35. 2 Ray Stevens and 2 Hank Snow autographs. Let's jump over here and see what else I got in this tub. This tub keeps getting more interesting. Somebody was smart enough to wrap all the stuff up in plastic. Misfits. Any autographs? Fan club. Okay. And then I have the last, well, not the last thing in here, but I do have several of these. We've already sold some like this from the same. I have these. There's Jerry Only. And I think I have Wolfgang. Before I show him, I'm trying to figure out who this is. Is it Rob Zombie? It looks like a McFarlane. Something probably McFarlane. Rob Zombie. I think he's supposed to stay there. He looks very... looks like something McFarlane would make. Here we go. It is McFarlane 2000, of course. It's weird. I never see this stuff out of the box. It's always like brand new in a box. I've never seen this stuff out of the box. And then here's a fence that goes to it, I think. I better be careful of that. Both Ray Stevens for $60. Sold. Paul Brothers. $60. Both Ray Stevens autographs. All right. Let me put those over here on top of the crate. All right, I'm really running out of room. I'm going to have to take all this stuff off as soon as I get done with this first tub. There's something here wrapped in glass, which I'm afraid to even show, because I don't like shipping glass or selling it. We just broke some glass yesterday. Where should I put this? Let's put it back down in here. So this is, it looks like it says the Grateful Dead. It is. It's a Grateful Dead chalice cup. I like the word chalice better. Grateful Dead. Put him right down there. And then this is a mug. Brave New World, Iron Maiden. That's a fairly recent album, so that's probably some sort of promotional item on that. He broke the frame? I don't know. Nobody's addressed it to me yet. They're trying to keep it a secret. Patty, this isn't too bad. It's thicker than... $25. I'm mostly worried about how we're going to get that thing shipped to you, but $25 shipped sounds pretty good to me. So I do have other big Misfit figures that just like the ones. Yeah, I've got Jerry Only, Dual Wolfgang, Don Frankenstein. I've got another McFarlane figure here. I've never seen this out of the box before. I've had this before. Let's all blame Seth. I've had this in the box. It's Mr. Alice Cooper. He's got his head. He's all hunched over. I want to keep wanting to straighten him out, but I guess that's the way it's made. There's his head. He's wrapped. I guess he's all constricted by the snake. Let's put him over here. I'm going to have to lay all this stuff out and photograph it tomorrow. This is definitely something older. It's in a Ziploc bag. Let's see what we got here. It's a Motorhead tapestry. March or Die Motorhead. Looks like it's been dry cleaned. Has a dry cleaning tag on it. 1993 Motorhead tapestry. Brave New World 25. Hold on a second. Corrosion. Yeah, Laura sent me a picture. Let's see. The picture she sent me, it's Animosity. Yeah. We're going to be selling a copy of Animosity tomorrow night. Patty, I will sell you the Alice Cooper for $10. And MT Matt, I will sell you the, let me check it right quick. Brave New World, 25 years. Yeah, I guess when I meant recent album, I guess that is recent, but one sold for 20 plus shipping. I'll do it. I'll do it for $17, Matt. I'll do it for $17. And then let me find Alice Cooper. Where is he? This sold to Patty for $10. Have we sold anything out of this tub except to Patty? Patty is racking up. Alice Cooper, $10. I'm going to go ahead and lay it in here. At least I'm turning some of this stuff into cash. It's just been sitting over here forever. Let's check on the Motorhead tapestry for Danny. I had a feeling you was going to ask, Danny. What year is that? 1993. All right. That's a lot easier to ship. We can fold it up. Carole King tapestry. Wow, a lot of stuff banned on here. Look at all the stuff that's banned on here. Wow. Policy violation, policy violation, policy violation. It's all Motorhead stuff too. They cracking down on reselling Motorhead stuff. I did say 1993, right? Yeah. What's kind of the range of Motorhead tapestries? Okay. Danny, I'm going to say $25. Danny, I'm going to say $25. Now, I can't find an exact one, and most of these on here are sold are like brand new ones, and this obviously has some age on it. 12 on Grateful Dead glass for pickup. For pickup, what did I tell her? 25? I was kind of thinking 18 plus some of the postage costs. So, Dale, I'll do $18 on it. Guitar picks. Wow. Yeah, I've made a lot of money on guitar picks. Some of those can be insane. Absolutely insane. All right, anything else in this tub? There's another Jerry Only figure in the box. And there's one other thing here. What is this? I don't think it's anything of significance. Looks like a pillowcase. But I don't think it's anything of significance. It's like some flying bats. I don't know. Looks like a pillowcase, but it's nothing from a band. I was thinking 20. All right. Motorhead tapestry sold for $20. And Patty, I'm going to discount this glass to Dale, if that's okay, because he's picking it up locally. It's going to be much more easier than having to ship it, just letting you know. I just hope we don't break it before Dale comes picks it up. She said sell to Dale. Now, MT Matt, where are we on the maiden coffee mug? All right, let's sell this to Dale for $15 since he's picking it up. Let's please not break it. Whoever tags, I'm assuming G will be in the morning. Plus, I owe Dale because we've had a couple deals fall through at the last second. Me and Dale, he's had some bad luck. I feel like recently on some last second deals that we were so close, and then things happen in a weird way. All right, I'm gonna put all this stuff back in the tub. So let me get all this off the table. A lot of cool stuff here, and you'll probably be. We'll probably be seeing a lot of this auction tomorrow. So I'm going to be putting away the stuff I didn't price. I'm just going to take away and show it again. If I price something, I'll show it again. And if you want it, let me know. I'm probably going to auction this Fiend Club tomorrow. I'm definitely going to auction this Judas Priest thing tomorrow. These standard drumsticks, I don't think they're probably worth much. They're unmarked. I don't think they have a lot of value, but I'll probably sell them with the other ones tomorrow. There's those. So I don't think I want to price the Judas Priest thing because I really don't know how to price it. All right, and then I priced these pirate items for $10 if anybody wants them. This here is definitely going to be auctioned tomorrow. It's most likely. I can't authenticate it. There's no way to. But more than likely, this was played by Robo. And we'll auction that tomorrow. That should be a really cool item. And there's the patches. All right. And then... let's see, let me put the plastic down in here. So I priced this Slayer hat for $45. And then we have a Misfits hat. And then we have a well-used Danzig hat. And then some Misfits magnets. I never priced those. The Gremlin patch, which I'll do now that I know how much it's worth, probably for $5. That patch for $5. And then I'll do this Iron Maiden bottle opener for $8, if anybody wants that. And auction will be 5 o'clock tomorrow, as usual. We start every night at 5. I'm usually not selling until 5:30. And a lot of the featured stuff don't get started till 7 Central Time. MT Matt said he'd do 12 on the mug. All right, sell this Iron Maiden mug to MT Matt for $12. Sold. Tracy Songer says she'll take the Gremlin patch for $5. Sold. Okay. Chad Standard Time. Yes, CST. Misfits magazine. I priced it for $45, I believe. I priced Eddie and the Devil for $75. And some of these will be the same starting bid tomorrow, or maybe slightly less. Usually slightly less. Sometimes the same price for the starting bid. These, I got to figure out what this is, these Iron Maiden here. And then the Stones Carnival Mirror for $45. And Iron Maiden magazine and coasters. Coasters and that. How much is Jerry only? I actually have two. I think I know they're over 100, but I can check right quick. I actually hadn't got a price on them. I got this one. Act like everything's normal. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Yeah. Or put it on. Put it on after we get rolling and see if anybody says anything. And then Rob Zombie. I'm just going to lay this right over here. I don't know if I want to dispose of it yet. And then novelties. That's not a novelty. That's a real deal. That's a real deal collectible. And a coffee mug. And then we got Misfits Jerry only figure. He is Jerry only. I'm going to say $85. The Rolling Stones Carnival Mirror was $45. Jerry Onlys are $85. And I have Wolfgang as well. And then the Rob Zombie McFarlane. Let's see what we can find out about Rob Zombie McFarlane. How much time do I have left? Susie, I'm going to say, there's one, sold for 20 plus shipping. They're actually, out of the box, they sell for just as much as they do in the box, pretty much. I mean, on average. So I'm going to say $18. $18. $18. I'm going to go ahead and take the Gremlins patch in here. All right. Table's clear, right? Okay. Well, what's underneath this tub? That'd be an excellent question, right? Well, if that was, I know what's, excuse me, I got the hiccups. I know what's underneath there. Whew, it's Classical Records. I know exactly what's underneath there. It's Classical Records. Let's see here. Kiss Cards, 1978. That's what we call Series 2, I believe. Empty box. Let's see, let's put that down there. Ace. Cycle Circus picks, Ace and Paul. More Kiss Cards. This bottle caps. Okay. Kiss Cards, Kiss Cards. Whoa. Kiss Cards. I think this is all Kiss Cards. It is. And some Kiss postcards. Kiss cards and Kiss postcards and a couple Kiss. The guitar picks are definitely the best items, and a couple of those other ones. I don't see the Series 2 cards as much as I do the other ones. The ones, the black border. All right, now I know what's in there. Let me put those right there. Let me see what else is on this shelf. By the way, the show... Oh! It almost all spilt out. By the way, the show is coming to an end. I'm just trying to probably work on clearing off this shelf that I've been trying to clear off for like 6 years. So if anybody has any last requests, now's the time. Or if you want to go ahead and say goodnight. This would be a great time for final goodbyes because I'm about to wrap up. I've got to eat and get back to work. Let's see what I got here. Let's see what's in here first. Kiss picks. I figured somebody would ask. Let me check them right quick. So Kiss, Cycle Circus. Let's try Paul Stanley. Pick. P-I-C-K. Purple, $25. And then Ace. Looks like they need to be about, let me take a closer look at them. Looks like they need to be, these are kind of foil here. I'll say $35 for both of them, or $20 each. Probably $20 each, or $35 for both of them. I'll leave them in this. This is an old screw down case for like a baseball card. Let's see, what's in here? CDs. Looks like a bunch of CDs, and maybe here's some of the artwork. Yep. Okay. Chris said sold, so these two are sold to Chris Frazier for $35. All right, there's a box of CDs, and this is probably cassettes. Let's see what we got in here. Not too good. Looks like a bunch of homemade stuff. There's one decent one here. There's no disc in it. Yeah, this bunch of, these are all missing artwork. Yeah, that's not good. Wow, they're great cassettes though. Gwar, Dead Milkmen, Nirvana Nevermind, Promise. That's Miscellaneous Breeze. Maybe we can find Pork Soda. Johnny Cash, maybe. Orange Blossom Special. Yeah. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. What the heck happened to all the artwork? Smashing Pumpkins. This is like $500 in cassettes if I had all the artwork. Pretty tough to sell them like this. The very first record. Is that compilation, Danny? Is that the compilation, I think? Let's see, I probably could pull it up on Discogs right quick. Thank you, Chris Frazier, on the... Yeah, he played on this single here in 1979. Yeah, so Stevie Ray Vaughan, he played on this single here in 1979. Rough Edges with W.C. Clark and the Cobras and Stevie Ray Vaughan, or Stevie Vaughan. That hadn't sold in about a year. It's like a $150 record. And then that's 1979. 1983, he was on 2 releases. He was on this King Biscuit Flower Hour, 1983. And then he was on a Westwood One. Westwood One. That's a good one. That one last sold for $201 2 years ago. None for sale. And then 1984, he was on, here's a single. This might be the first single. Stevie Ray Vaughan and the Alarm, Coach Shot. Yeah, the very first thing he was on was 1979. W.C. Clark and the Cobras, Rough Edges. Yep. I've never had that, no. Appears to be pretty good. And then, yep. Never seen that before. Leonard Skinner's another one. They was on that, what was that thing called? Or that single? Yeah, right here. This is a good one. Ah, yeah. This is on a grail list for me. This is Leonard Skinner's first single, 1970, on Shade Tree. Michelle, My Girl, that's a great song. The A-side's actually called Need All My Friends. Look how they spell it. Leonard Skinnard. Those have sold for as much as $1,295. There's only been one sale on Discogs. Yeah. There's only been one sale 3 years ago. On Discogs, that is. Probably more, 300 press. Probably you could find them on Pop's site. Probably. Otherwise, let's see here. 2000. Yeah. There's one that sold for a few years ago for $1,500. That's one I'd love to own. That's their first record. I think it was recorded in '69. Because before that, Leonard Skinner only had, Next Thing 73 was pronounced. And Gimme 3 Steps. Gimme 3 Steps is their first commercial release. There is a promo in mono. Yeah, right here it is. That's pretty rare, MCA. It's pretty tough to find on that Sounds of the South label. I've had that before. Here's a different version. None for sale. That's pretty tough to find. So the first stuff came out in 1973. Is there a promo of this? I don't know if there is a promo pronounced. Is there? I guess there is. What the heck is that? Wow. On July 29th, 1973, Leonard Skinner made their premiere at Richards in Atlanta, Georgia. They recorded the album March 27, May 1st, 73. They released the album August 13. At the premiere, they had some limited copies considered promos to give out. No artwork had been decided at the time. A Richards sticker on the back had never commercial sticker release on the front. A Richards sticker on the back and a never commercial release. Wow. Whoa. I didn't know that existed. So evidently their very first concert, they gave out. So those are just blank jackets. They say Richards. And it has a Leonard Skinner logo sticker. Wow. None of us, 3 people say they have it. That would be quite incredible. I didn't know that. But yeah, there is no promo of their first album. I don't think there's much promo Leonard Skinner stuff at all that I've ever seen. There's a Japanese promo, but that's not OG. That's the second year. Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody for watching. Always fun to see what we get into late at night. There's a lot of records out there that are very rare. People's been looking for them probably for decades. They pop up eventually. You might find them for sale right here at CollectCo. You never know. I've always been fascinated with Leonard Skinner's discography. Mostly just kind of standard stock stuff, but there is some rarities out there in Leonard Skinner. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll be back tomorrow at 5:30. I'm about to go eat and get back to work. And we're done. If you want to say goodbye, now's the time. Thanks for watching. See y'all tomorrow. I can't believe my mic held up all this time. It's about to die. It's actually flashing red. Thank you, Chris Frazier. Thank you, Danny Thomason. Thank you, Susie Breedlove. Thank you, anybody else that's still watching that's willing to say good night. Because I'm about to end the feed. I bet some people's watching. They've got it on their TV, but they're fast asleep. Okay? Here we go. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5:30-ish. Metal Night with live.